Good morning, Chatty House.
Hello, Chatty House. What's going on?
Looks like Ramsey came in early. Ramsey, you get the belt. We have brought in, of course, Jake Gaden from
Hey, guys.
CBS 13. Hello, everybody. What's happening?
I'm doing the socials.
Look at Jake over here doing the social stuff. I don't do a good job of that. I send out a tweet every day, says join us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we are.
ESPN 1320.
Jake, what's your Twitter handle?
Jake Gaden _TV.
Jake Gaden.
If I was gonna send him a link, what's the best link to send him? If it was I throw it on Instagram.
The one that Jesse will send out here in just a sec.
Bet.
There we go.
Hey.
30 seconds, something like that. 1 minute. Sweet. Boom, 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 boom.
Mm-hmm.
Got all kinds of people up in the chatty house today.
The whole crew?
Something like that. I think we're 5 seconds. It's illegal. Maybe I'm wrong. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Of course, Kyle Madsen is on vacation this week, so we're doing James's friends. We brought in Jake Gaden from CBS 13. Jake, what's going on, man?
What's going on, James? Thanks for having me, my friend.
Yeah, it's good to mix it up a little bit every day. So, Jesse, we had a great conversation yesterday. The day before we had Jerry Reynolds. Tomorrow we may or may not have one of my other friends. Maybe it sounds like Schmom Cunningham.
Cunningham is going to be on the show.
Yes, something like that. So yeah, it's good. We're just here to talk sports, right, Jake?
Oh, love it. That's what we do every single day.
That's right. Okay, so let's jump right into this.
Shoot.
The big news of yesterday, I think it overtook everything. It became like the story of the day was, of course, Jim Harbaugh leaving Michigan to go to the Los Angeles Chargers, which still sounds weird. The San Diego Chargers, whatever. Even when you think about it, like, didn't he coached at San Diego State? Jim Harbaugh did at one point. So it almost feels like he should go back to San Diego and they should move the team back to San Diego. Yeah, Harbaugh's back. Let's just go back to where we were. That made more sense. Is this as big a deal as people are making it out to be? Because I'm not sure.
I think it is because of how he left the 49ers and then went to Michigan, had all that success, and then finally culminated this past year in a national championship. Do I think he'll be successful with the Chargers? Well, that's a whole other question. I think it's a big deal because of how the Chargers have chargered plenty of times the past couple of years.
Okay.
I think if he could fix that, then it's the biggest deal on the face of the earth. For me, I like the move because I think Los Angeles, San Diego, whatever you want to call it, needed to make a move to get someone in there to set a culture over there because they haven't had culture in a couple of years.
Yep.
And I think that is why it's a bigger deal. But for you, I'm guessing it's a little different.
Well, the way I'm looking at it is like, look, he was great with the Niners, but that was a decade ago.
Okay.
Right. And you can go to the college game and say, oh, well, he's still been coaching. but, like, it's different. Like, coaching in college, coaching in the pros, like, he can still be successful, and he might be one of the great coaches. We'll have to see. But he's only been a head coach in the NFL for 4 years, and during those 4 years, he was really good. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, he led the 49ers to an NFC championship game. His record is incredible over that stretch. And I think the one thing about the Chargers job that I will just keep pointing to is that, they do have Justin Herbert. So you're not starting from scratch.
And Austin Eckler.
Yeah, well, I mean, Austin Eckler is getting up there, but he's still really good, but he is getting up there. They've got some receivers, they've got some players, but if I'm a coach like Harbaugh, I'm not coming to a team that, I don't know, it's Taylor Heineke and who's the other kid that like it doesn't even,
The Washington Commanders, Sam Howell.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm staying away from that.
yeah, I'm not going to one of those jobs where it's like, okay, what am I doing? Like, where do I start? And you at least know where you're starting with the Chargers. So I think it's a good spot for him. If I were choosing a spot for him, and if I were him, that's where I would go. It's not only it's a great city, like the lifestyle is good, but you're also gonna really have a lot of money to spend and everything else. But still, I have a little trepidation about a coach coming back after not coaching in the NFL for so long, and then just thinking that he's going to be the same guy. Because I mean, being a rah guy at the college level, that lasts for about like 2 months at the pro level before they're like, "Look, we're done with you." I mean, it's like on the basketball side, like great coaches have tried to transition, like Rick Pitino, like multiple times tried to transition from the college game to the pro game, and just completely fell flat. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It should be interesting, right?
Can I tell you the one thing I am looking forward to?
Uh-oh.
The Harbaugh Bowl.
Oh,
They play the first year, Baltimore against the Chargers in SoFi Stadium. I think it's October.
yeah.
Those games are always great.
Hmm. Okay.
That's and I think that's that rivalry. It's not even a rivalry because of how close they are, but like if you hear them both talk about each other and how that their upbringing with their dad and how their coach's sons, and they're ultra competitive. Like still at age 50 or 60 that they're at, like they still want to beat each other up like they're 7 or 8 years old. So I think that's the fun part about it.
I think it is a good story. It is. You want to see people have success, but having two brothers in the league that can go up against each other, I think that's great. So, we've got more news. Like Sacramento Kings, of course, they held practice yesterday. Tonight they take on the Golden State Warriors. This will be the fourth game this season against the Golden State Warriors, and final, as long as they don't play in the playoffs again.
Can we? You jinxed us.
I'm really hoping it's
You
the final
jinxed
game.
us.
I'm so sick and tired of seeing the Golden State Warriors, and I don't even play. Just like it's so often that they've played, and we're talking, even though we're game 42, 43 into the season, this is a lot of times that these two teams have played. So I'm kind of glad to see it, kind of get over with. Like this will be the last time this season. Mark my words. It will be the last time this season.
If not, I'm coming in May and saying, James, do you remember the time on January 25th where you decided to say, oh, this will be the last time we play the Golden State Warriors, then we play them in like a play-in game or something like that?
Oh, man, that would be brutal.
That would be awful.
Absolutely brutal for the Sacramento Kings if they played the Warriors in a play-in game. The Warriors are coming off a super emotional night. They played the Hawks last night. It's the second game of a back-to-back, but I'm going to kind of throw that out the window because it's the second game of a back-to-back after the Warriors just had a week off. And, of course, the Warriors had a week off because of the passing of one of their assistant coaches. Absolutely horrible situation. And, you feel for them. But that first game, you expected them to have all the emotions, all the feelings. I don't know what that looks like the second day. I have a feeling that, we might have a Warriors team that is slightly emotionally void. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they come in and this is a new life for them, and they're taking, this thing to heart, and this is going to be like the driving force behind the rest of their season. But I think it's really difficult when you're aging, you don't have the talent you had before. I'm not saying that they're going to lose to the Sacramento Kings tonight. I have no idea what's going to happen. Like if you have some sort of magic 8-ball that tells you whether the Kings are going to win or lose every night, you could be really rich, because I don't think anyone else knows what's going to happen from one night to the next. But what are you expecting sort of to see from the Warriors tonight?
I think you nailed it on its head. I think emotionally spent is definitely something I'm looking into. That was the ceremony last night, the pregame stuff. You saw Clay, you saw Draymond both shedding tears, which that's emotional right there.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
especially Draymond Green, we're used to seeing the opposite of that type of emotion out of him, if that makes any sense.
Well, he's emotional one way or the other. I would just say, like, emotional people are
Visual.
emotional, and so sometimes it comes out, one way, but I would also assume that there are pretty a lot of other situations where he is emotional in a different way that we just don't see.
Still, I think that team, it just takes a lot out of you after celebrating a guy like that. I will say this though, Jonathan Kuminga played well for them last night.
Okay.
The dude looked like he could be the second coming of their resurgence of a young core, and you can a piece you can build around. But Steph didn't have to play that much. Clay did play. I think he had 24 last night, if I'm correct on
Something
this.
like that. I think both of them around 24, 25.
But they didn't have to play a close game, and that's what I'm expecting tonight out of this game. Every single time the Warriors and Kings play, the final 4 minutes decides the game,
Okay.
and I think that's what we're gonna look at tonight as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Kings. The Kings have had a really strange week as well.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
They haven't been embroiled in all of that stuff, but we have had, sort of this weird situation with De'Aaron Fox not looking like De'Aaron Fox. There's been some stuff with the media. There's been stuff with players not speaking to the media. We'll get into that in a few minutes, but I think also, they haven't played a lot, right?
Mhm.
So they had the 3-day weekend, which was strange, but then they had a game and then a couple of days off, and now they're playing again, and then they're gone. Like, this is the beginning of a 7-game road trip that will take them all over the map. And I think you have to get this road trip off on the right step, or you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Because this is, to me, it's one of those season defining road trips.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's leading into
All-Star break?
well, not only All-Star break, but the trade deadline. They get back on February. Their last game's on February 5th. They'll get back on February 6th and play on the 7th against Detroit, and then the trade deadline's the 8th. So we'll get into that as well a little bit later in the show. There's going to be a lot of changes that could happen, or maybe not, between now and the time we see this team at home at Golden One Center again. And I'm kind of intrigued to see what's happening.
I was gonna ask you, do you think the same roster that just got on the bus yesterday that went to San Francisco will be the same type of players that are coming off the plane in a week and a half from now?
No, I don't, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I mean, last year they did nothing at the trade deadline outside of, trading
Kessler Edwards?
They got a couple
You're not telling me Kessler Edwards wasn't the biggest thing since sliced bread? The two-way star? He dropped 36 in the G League the other day, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Get excited. Sorry.
I'm not getting excited about it's just like, if that's your transaction, if it's a move like that, it doesn't move the needle unless we're still really, really hyper focused on winning a G League championship.
I am ready to go. Okay.
You're ready?
Jordan Ford has MVP candidacy.
You're ready for the parade going straight down the middle of Stockton?
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Where do you think it ends and starts, though? That's the question.
I don't know. Like, is there a power in road there? It feels like there is. I don't know.
How much security are we going to need for that? Okay.
That's a good question, man. That's a very, very interesting question. Jake, outside of that, we're going to talk Kings most of the day, but it does feel like there's this weird thing that's happening in the NBA where nobody plays defense anymore. Like last night, 5 different teams scored 130, and I don't think there was a single overtime game. What exactly is happening? Because it feels like the NBA is just like, everyone feels like it's an all-star game every night.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think it's the way the game is being called. I think it's definitely changed poorly, and I think it's also the offensive player is be given so much more latitude on what he can and can't do compared to the defensive player. And I think the best example of this, James, and you'll like this. I think you'll like this example is Mike Brown the other week where he had the post game press conference with the computer. What is a verticality?
Oh yeah.
What is called a verticality? What is not a verticality? What is a foul? What's not? That's where I think a lot of the offensive efficiency being bumped up this year is trending in that direction.
Okay.
How about yourself?
I'm still not convinced that that's a 14-point play that makes it, a game that like the combined score is going to be like 250. Because every night it feels like there's at least like 5 games that are 250.
You know who likes this though? Everybody who bets the over for these games.
I think the fans like it too.
Yes.
It is at least a fun style of basketball as long as the game is competitive,
Mhm.
which I think it's more difficult to have a competitive game that's 130 to 120 than it is to have like a competitive game that's around 100. Just
Like a
because
98,
things
100.
don't get out of control. So, all right, we're gonna step away. When we come back, we're gonna dive into this De'Aaron Fox stuff. We're gonna talk more Kings and. Then we've got a whole day filled with interesting topics. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in a sec. All right. Sweet, you adjusted your mic.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
You were tilted this way, so it was like you were talking to the top of it. But now you're okay. Yeah, I don't know how Kenny uses
this. 1,
yeah,
2.
me and Damien have to switch out all, like we're going back and forth.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, hey, I'm going to say this right here. This is put in here. This is not actually the case. Like, this has been wildly, it's very strange. This entire situation has been very strange. So,
Leezy was good back in Shaddy House. Just got to give my guy a shout out.
Yeah.
You good people.
Hi, Jake. Yes, I believe so, David Julian. If the Kings trade Malik Monk, does the team receiving Monk still have early bird rights? I believe that is the case because your rights transfer with you. Yes, I believe so.
Some of these comments. Jake versus Matt George and
Yeah, oh yeah. And a white off.
yes.
Nice.
That's part of the D-Lo and KC brand right there.
Okay.
I've asked before, who's your whiter friend? Is it myself or Matt George? And they've said it's me just because of my my Croatia trip this summer. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, okay.
With all my Harvard friends.
I don't see.
Yeah.
Okay. You win. I think Matt George is their more evangelical friend.
Yes.
Yes.
I think Matt George, you can definitely find him in the Mormon church if you needed to on a Sunday afternoon in Salt Lake City.
But he's not.
He's not though.
No,
okay.
I think he went to William Jessup.
I think he did too.
Yeah, he did not go to BYU or BYU Idaho or no. That's funny.
I think it's two different contrasting and contradicting styles.
Yeah, we didn't have more All-Star voting today, right? Fan voting. I thought that was over.
Yeah, I think it's over.
I'm just seeing that on the ticker. They're going through and putting them out there. They did unveil the All-Star Game uniforms this morning. Pretty clean. Not a uniform guy. I don't really care, but they're pretty clean. Did anyone in King's organization hear me on the radio and get offended? I don't know what I said that would offend somebody. I don't think so. Maybe.
Spears came out with something. An inside look on how the passing of Golden State Warriors assistant had a profound impact on NBA star Steph Curry.
Okay.
I'll read that later. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Do you know a guy named Frankie Collins?
I don't think so. All right.
I don't kid.
Welcome back in. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jake Gaden from CBS 13. No Kyle Madsen this week. He is on a beach somewhere enjoying I think it's close to afternoon where he's at. So good for him.
Where'd he end up going?
He is on the beautiful island of Kauai. So if there are people out there stalking Kyle Madsen, he is on Kauai. You will have to fly there to find him.
He's probably just waking up right now then, huh? Because they're 3 hours behind us, right?
Are they behind?
Yeah, I think they're behind.
They're behind.
Oh, they are behind. So he's probably having a mimosa somewhere.
7:15. I think he's dead asleep right now.
No, because at this point, Kyle's already been up for like 8 hours on most days. you don't get away from that. I feel bad for Kyle because next week coming back is going to be absolutely brutal.
I believe it.
Yeah, because Kyle, he's up at I want to say 3:30. He's out of the house by 4. He's here by 5:30 every day.
Bless his heart.
So to get back on that cycle is going to be very difficult next week. I don't even, especially since you went backwards. So he's actually getting more time. His clock is going to be all messed up. It's going to be a long week next week. We'll deal with it when we get to it. I don't feel bad for Kyle because he's enjoying himself in a very sunny and beautiful location. But at the same time, there's gonna be hell to pay for that week.
All I know is this: we have opposite schedules. I go to bed when he wakes up.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I'm in the middle. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm like a midnight 1:00 guy, midnight 12:30 bedtime guy, which is tough because I get up early to get here, and then on game nights, I kind of have the schedule of like someone who's covered a team for a long time. Like I have to drive home after a game. I get home around 11:30, 12 every night, sometimes a little later, and then I can't sleep for an hour plus.
You're thinking about stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're coming down off a game, you're coming down off of writing or, producing content, whatever it is that you're doing. And then next thing you know, you can't sleep. And plus you have to eat because you're starving in the middle of the night because we have dinner at like 6 before the game. And, 6, 7 hours later, you're like, okay, it's just not a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, it's sort of I always give young reporters like, okay, you need to get on a schedule. You need to take care of your body. You need to not have back problems like I have. You need to eat better. And I've had a couple of people come back to me afterwards. They're like, man, you're like Logan Murdoch's like, man. He's like, you told me. And I was just like, come on, man. Don't tell me like that I got to eat better. He's like, next thing I know, I got like the freshman 40. And I'm like, yeah, bro, it happens quickly. It's a bad lifestyle. It's not healthy for anyone. So let's get into this De'Aaron Fox situation.
Sure.
Did you have any like you watched the video yesterday? I watched the video yesterday. Neither one of us were able to be there, but you had your representation there. I have my people that were there. We were able to see everything. It sort of feel like whatever the weight of the world that was on De'Aaron Fox's shoulders has lifted. And I know he had not spoken to the media for a little while. He spoke to the media right before the game. On what day is today?
Monday.
On Monday, right? And I think that like I don't think it was cathartic. I think he probably like didn't feel great coming out of that. But then he makes the final 41 for Team USA. He just looks like he had a little bounce in his step, a little different demeanor than what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, which to me is a good thing.
I never thought it was the reason why he hasn't been playing was an off the field or off the court or off the field issue. I think with him, the reason that there's something that's been weighing on him, if it off the court stuff, if that is, I don't think it's been affecting his on the play stuff. I think he's kind of banged up a little bit for the on the court stuff. So I want to separate both if that makes any sense. Because I don't think one has to do with the other. I think they're two separate issues. Off the court stuff, yes, I think there's a weight been lifted. I think he's like, okay, these guys are not here to attack us, and I don't think we ever have been. I think we're here just to report on what he's doing, the success that he has had, and I think because of that, there has been some, I don't know how to put it, James, maybe confusion. Would that be the best way of saying it in terms of just what expectations were and everything like that, or is that too much in the gray area?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that this team is like they're a little caught up in expectations,
Okay.
right? They're a little caught up in what they feel like they should be and what they currently are. I think there's also a little bit of a situation where you get to a certain point in the season and you know that your team is who they are, right? And there can be some improvement. Keegan Murray can get better. Kevin Herter can start hitting his shots more often, and Harrison Barnes can be more active. So there's a way for this team to improve just by the same guys being there, and maybe they get on a run and they start looking more like themselves from last year. But I think you still look around, and as a player, if you are really into the game like De'Aaron Fox is, you very quickly understand that this team is not a championship contending team in the way that they're designed today. That there will need to be moves and changes, and there comes a point where you can see that there's a ceiling. And I think for Fox, he might see it before everyone else because he spent 5 years looking at a ceiling very early in a season and seeing the telltale signs that this thing isn't going where you want it to go. And so sometimes I think for a player like him, he doesn't want to see this happen again. He doesn't want to get put back in a situation where it's a perpetual cycle of losing. And that's something that maybe it's a little bit of he's a little gun shy on it. But from what I know, there is no personal issue with De'Aaron Fox. There is no we don't need to send thoughts and prayers. There's nothing going on that needs to be addressed or anything else. There's some miscommunication when it came to the media and the way things were handled following a game, which I think he felt kind of put him in an awkward situation where he's being called out by fans and everything else when he realistically wasn't given the opportunity to go talk and didn't really think it was part of what he was doing that night. Whatever it might be, miscommunications all around. We can all break bread and move forward, hopefully, and whatever that was. But it's not like some, major situation going on behind the scenes with De'Aaron Fox. I've heard people say, oh, he decided not to take the 2-year extension. The 2-year extension is hooey. No one is taking the 2-year extension.
Seriously.
The further you get into your deal, the better for you. The last thing you want to do is sign a 2-year extension that ends when you're 29. And then you might not get the big money that you thought you were going to get because you took the extension too early. And so he's waiting. Plus, there's a whole television deal thing that's hiding out there that at some point is going to happen. And that means that his salary could go up because his salary is going to be based off of 30 or 35% of the salary cap. It's not going to be based off of some arbitrary number. And so for him, it's no, I'm not signing an extension. And the Kings, they did it out of courtesy. Hey, would you like to sign an extension? It's yeah, I'm okay. It's okay. Yeah, we understood that. But, we gave Sabonis one. We just want to make sure we're not stepping on toes. And it's oh, no, I'm good. You're going to have to give me a much larger Brinks truck next time.
Is that through Rich Paul, you think, or is that directly through De'Aaron?
No, I think that they have conversations. Maybe they call his agent, but at the same time, De'Aaron is there. De'Aaron was in Sacramento the whole time. They could just walk down and say, hey, we know the answer, but, do you want to?
Is there a discussion here?
Do you want to sign an extension now, a 2-year extension? And the answer is going to be no. Everybody knows, the numbers, what the numbers could look like versus today if he signs that extension versus what they could look like if he waits. And it would be foolish for him to not wait. So again, I don't think there's nothing going on here. It's just gotten a little bit of a bad mood and didn't want to talk to the media, and that's okay sometimes. And I'm a guy who's covered De'Aaron Fox for hundreds and hundreds of games. That dude has stood in and took the brunt of it for 100 plus times when this team got kicked, just got beat down. And he always took the podium and answered the tough questions, even if he didn't want to, and you could tell he didn't want to. That's not who he is. He's not running. He's not hiding from it. And so again, I'm not someone who makes all that much out of it. Just we got to get through it, right?
I agree. I want to also just give a quick shout out to Jason Anderson from the Sac B for just squashing it. Because I think if that question wasn't asked at the end of hey, do you have an issue with the media? I think B and you are still speculating here. Is it something that we did wrong? Because I think that puts everything to bed. And now we can talk about basketball, especially the big news yesterday of him being selected, or 2 days ago being selected to Team USA. After which, do you remember this? I asked him at the beginning of the year, hey, your name's been connected to Team USA, and he had no comment on it. And then he gets included in the top 41. He's like, yeah, I'd love to represent my country and everything like that, which I thought was a very interesting follow-up after maybe 4 months ago being asked the same thing and not providing a comment on it.
I think that there's a lot to unpack there, and we're going to have to do it after the break.
Okay.
You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. I'm James. He's Jake, filling in for Kyle. We'll be back in a few minutes.
My bad. You cut me off when you need me to.
No, it's okay. I looked up. I'm like, let's take that after the break. Yeah, and also you said something there that I'll clarify to people out there, because I think you know this, but I'm not speculating on what's going on with De'Aaron because I know what's going on.
Yes,
I'm not telling, I'm not putting the whole story out there and airing dirty laundry.
of course.
So there is no, for me, yeah, Jason made sure that everyone out there in the world that's watching video and that, no, his problem is not with the media.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I just think it was good for all of us to,
yeah,
it aired it out, and we move on like adults.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Let's see. There were some questions in here that. Oh, somebody asked if, sorry, I can't find it, but if Sasha is going to travel with the team. Oh, Emmy.
He is.
Nikolev. Yeah, he is for sure. He'll be reevaluated in 7 to 14 days, which means he's got to sort of be with the team because he can be reevaluated from Sacramento. But when it comes to an ankle injury, as long as we're not dealing with swelling and reduction and swelling and reduction, like every time he gets on a plane or something, then it could be like a situation where you're like, okay, we're not doing anything. Anyway, I think he'll be with the team. That's where the medical staff is. That's where the training staff is. And that's where they'll be sitting there working on it the whole time.
Did I miss Jake's favorite cereal answer?
Uh-oh. Yeah, what's your favorite cereal? Cereal connection.
Ooh.
Here.
Okay, I have a split decision, okay? Rice Krispies.
Regular Rice Krispies or Cocoa Krispies? Or?
Regular Rice Krispies.
Oh.
Snap, Pap, Crackle, Pop, okay?
Okay.
Or Frosted Flakes.
Okay. All right. I like Frosted Flakes when I was a kid.
My mom, shout out Mama Gaden, never allowed me to have Lucky Charms. That was like my thing. Oh.
I never got sugar cereal at all. It was Honey Nut Cheerios or Rice Krispies. And then my best friend had, or I could have Cinnamon Life. My best friend, he always had the good cereal. So he had Sugar Corn Pops. He had Fruit Loops.
Yep.
He had all of the good stuff. And so I was able,
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I would sit there and I'd eat cereal all day. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't get the cereal at home. Yeah.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Hey, and I want to, there's nothing really going on here. We just all move on. I think that's the point. There is no mystical thing. There was some miscommunication.
Yeah, just simple as that.
That got under De'Aaron Fox's skin on, over the last couple of weeks. And hopefully that communication is going to get cleared up. But he's fine. There is no, I don't know if I saw him on the street, he's not going to punch me in the face or anything. And that goes for, most of us in the media, there's some people that you always want to punch in the face no matter what.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Some people they want to punch you in the face.
I have a couple.
Yeah.
I've been here over a year now. I think I have a couple that I'm just like, okay, we need to chill. James isn't one of them, if you're wondering, guys. I'll hug James every single time I see him, but he has back issues, so he told me not to hug him anymore.
Anyone can hug me. I'm a hug guy. You're okay, Jake.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just
don't make it awkward.
Just make it
don't make it awkward.
So we shouldn't do it at center court at Golden One Center. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. What are we talking about? Oh, we're going to talk about Team USA.
Team USA, do you want to?
And then we're gonna get really awkward on all of you. We're gonna get awkward.
It's just
We're
gonna be
gonna
like, what's going on here?
Awkward on all of you, and you're all gonna be like, "Oh, this is not fun." Then maybe I'll see if Jess can put up a poll on ESPN 1320.
I say, do you want to ask about HB?
Oh yeah, we can. What's going on, everybody? I'm James Ham. Joining me today, CBS 13's.
I can be
Gaden.
ESPN 1320 as
There
well.
you go.
All right.
Jake Gaden is joining me, filling in for Kyle Madsen. Before we headed to the break, we were talking about De'Aaron Fox and getting invited to Team USA. Like I've been around long enough to have seen this happen before, where he actually, to be honest with you, he dominated Team USA competition. And, basically what happens is Team USA typically goes to Las Vegas and they work out on the campus of UNLV. They have a gym there that they use that's attached to the Thomas and Mack Center and the Cox Center, that's like sitting right there. And it's a great spot. Everyone's having a good time. The players like to be in Vegas for a couple of days. It's usually a 3 or 4 day camp. Then when they break camp there, a lot of times they'll go to another training, like the Lakers training facility in LA, because it's close. But also like that's where you're going to start playing games and stuff. And there was this summer where both Marvin Bagley and De'Aaron Fox were invited. De'Aaron was a talk at camp, and actually so was Marvin, to be honest with you. Marvin was a last second addition as like a select team guy. He worked his way from being a select team guy to all of a sudden he was going to get invited to the second week of Team USA. And then he said, no, he said, I don't want to go. And they're like, oh, okay. Like there was an outside shot of him actually making the Olympic team. Fox, on the other hand, was dominating. And, again, everyone should know that Harrison Barnes is part of this as well. Right. Harrison Barnes has been part of Team USA. He's represented the country multiple times throughout his career. And so you have like sort of this little Kings family working together. And when they got to LA the second week, again, Fox is dominating the action. He's literally the talk of the camp. Everyone's saying how good he's playing, that he's a shoo-in to make the roster. Then we get to Friday night and they play Spain, the Spanish national team, which is filled with like crazy, like great
Ricky
players.
Rubio.
Well,
Gasol.
yeah, but also like Sergio Rodriguez and Rudy Fernandez.
Ooh, I forgot about him.
Yeah, so you have all of these older guys that you forgot, the older NBA players that have gone back to Europe, but they still play for the national team. And Fox didn't play. Like he played a couple of minutes in both halves, and Derek White had somehow mystically moved ahead of him in Greg Popovich's rotation. And Fox got to that night where the game's over. The next day they're getting on a plane to Australia where they're going to play for like 2 weeks, and then they're going to China. So they're trying to get acclimated to time zones and all that. And they wanted like a 6-week commitment out of Fox right then, but without committing to actually him making the team. They were going to carry extra bodies with them to Australia. He had the wedding of Chris Gaston coming up, his longtime agent at that time. And it just became like a no. Like he didn't get on the team plane. And so I'm surprised that this has come full circle. I'm glad that Grant Hill reached out to him, because that's part of yesterday's story, is Grant Hill having a conversation with him and saying, hey, like we want you as part of the program. Like, let's have a conversation. And De'Aaron Fox was part of the program as a high schooler.
I was gonna say, you're forgetting this. He was at U18, U16 team with,
yes,
and played with Malik, if I'm correct on that U16 team.
Yeah, I think he probably also played with Harry Giles.
Yes, he did. He did.
Yeah. So he's been part of the program, but usually when you say no to Team USA and you step away, they're bitter and angry, and they blackball you.
Yes.
And you don't get to invite it back. I think it's good that Team USA is opening their doors back to De'Aaron Fox. I don't know if he'll make the team or not. It's a really crowded field of great players, and it's going to be very difficult for anyone to make that team. They're only taking 12 with them to Paris in the summer, but Like, what did you get out of that conversation with him yesterday?
I think he's interested. He's intrigued by this situation. I think De'Aaron wants to be part of the talked in that same conversation as the best players in the NBA, and that is pretty relevant when you're being asked to be in Team USA and play for that team with some of the greats. And he brought up yesterday, I think that the great one was the Redeem team. Was the team that he grew up watching and grew up, rooting for as Team USA and saying, "Hey, I wish I could be on that team." And I think that's a lot of where Team USA basketball is right now. They didn't do well this past year in that FIBA World Championship. I think the reason why Grant Hill has kind of taken over that Team USA roster and the roster configuration is they're looking for some fresh new guys to kind of take over the roster and move forward. I did not think they had the best roster going into that FIBA World Championship, and I think they need to get more commitments from bigger star players to play in that game. I think, though, that FIBA World Championship brought Anthony Edwards to the forefront of everything going on and stuff like that. But for De'Aaron, I think this is something that he's intrigued about. He's interested in. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it past the first round of cuts. I wonder if he, like you said, how this is going to be a loaded team. Is De'Aaron okay? Maybe coming off the bench. Probably he's going to have to. Coming off the bench and maybe getting very limited amount of minutes and roles to be on this team, but you're competing for a gold medal. Like that's where I don't know where De'Aaron is at with stuff.
Okay. Yeah. And I would say too, there's a big commitment difference between, again, going to Australia for 2 weeks and then going to China for 4 weeks and going to Paris. Like Paris is an 11-hour plane ride, right? You can, if someone needs to come visit or if the family wants to go, Paris is very tourist friendly and everything. Like people want to go. I'm not saying they don't want to go to Australia or they don't want to go to China, but I think it's a lot easier to sell your family on hey, would you like to go to Paris for 3 or 4 weeks? Yes, I would. I would like to go to Paris.
Let's go to Eiffel Tower. Rasay is De'Aaron, I haven't been to the Eiffel Tower yet. Let's bring rain. There's a good photo that could be had. Let's rock and roll from there.
Yeah, I mean, they did for their honeymoon, they went to Italy. So, I think that they would enjoy the experience of going to Europe and hanging out and doing Team USA. Now, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to make the team or not. And I think this is sort of the battle of, if you're Grant Hill, do you make it the last hurrah for LeBron James and for Steph Curry and for, Kevin Durant? Or do you be realistic about where you're heading and try to build up the next generation of players? And I think you're a little bit torn, especially after what happened in the last, round where they did not play well in international play. So, yeah, I think that he's going to be on the short list. He's also a player, being around him as much as I have, he's not someone who seeks this stuff.
Mm-mm.
He doesn't so much care about the All-Star game. His idea of the All-Star game is that if we're good enough as a team and I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm going to make the All-Star team. But he's not oh man, I got to get on that All-Star team. He feels disrespected when he's not, but it's more the certificate, the plaque that you get, the jersey that you get to go hang at your house somewhere says, look, I was at the All-Star, I was in an NBA All-Star. It's not the whole rigmarole of being at All-Star weekend and doing all the events. It's really taxing. And especially for someone as a young child, you want to be at home, you want to take a week off from the game, and that's okay. And so for me, I think that this is going to be interesting to see if he's all in. And if he's all in and he goes out there and performs the way that he can, I think that yeah, you could see him he could put his stamp on this thing. So I don't know. Jake, let's get to the super uncomfortable.
Okay.
During the weekend, we had this report from Matt Moore from the Action Network. And look, I've known Matt Moore for a long time. And I don't know where he got his information on this or anything else. And the way it was presented was slightly strange, that hey, it was kind of thrown in the Charlotte Hornets blog part, but not the Sacramento Kings blog part. But according to people that he knows, the Sacramento Kings have been one of the teams that have kicked the tires on Miles Bridges. And we've on this show, we've sat here and we've like fully broke down like the financial, like everything of like trading for OG Anunoby and trading for Pascal Siakam and trading for Kyle Kuzma and trading for Jeremy Grant, right? Like all of these names we've gone through. And I think, like, in all fairness, we can't just ignore the fact that this report is out there and act like it doesn't exist. Even if we sometimes want to act like it doesn't exist, there is, like, I'm not telling everybody there's fire out there, but there at least is some smoke. And there has not been a vehement denial from the franchise that they have at least thought about bringing in Miles Bridges. And I think on paper, he's an interesting player. So, he's 6'7", 225 pounds, super athletic. He's 25 years old. He fits the player arc. He averages 20.7 points. He averaged 7 rebounds, 2.9 assists, a steal. He's not bad from the field, 46% from the field, 35.6% from three. You could see a world in which he would fit in with the Sacramento Kings roster. But he is a player that it goes well beyond that. Right. And Jake, what are your first thoughts when you hear that the Sacramento Kings, whether they are or not, but like we have to discuss it as if, like what if. So where are your initial thoughts when you hear Miles Bridges?
I think about culture. That's where I start, because Mike Brown has built this culture for the past year and a half of being connected, being a team, being that quote unquote all in mentality. And the baggage that comes in with Miles Bridges, of course, with the domestic violence stuff, I don't know how that affects your culture and what that does for a locker room. The player, what the production he can provide is exactly what the Kings could get and would want, especially if you're something that's coming off the bench and for low-level trade pieces. But I sit there and say to myself, is that worth it? Is he worth it to take on that off-the-field stuff? Personally, I don't believe so. I would rather go all in on another player or stand pat with the guys that we have than try to bring in a guy that could shake up a dynamic within a team that's already pretty good. How much would that change? I don't know. And I think that's why they're kicking the tires on it and saying, okay, I wonder how people would feel about this. How would our leaders feel about this? How would our coaching staff feel about this? How would the fan base feel about this? Because, again, if he didn't have the off the field issues or off the court issues, I would say let's make that trade in 30 seconds. But because the off the field issues are happening, plus because that court date is right after the trade deadline, like, it worries me a little bit. It really does. And I think you have that same sentiment, especially when it comes to, hey, yes, you can get him for cheap, but is that cheapness worth the risk reward that comes with it?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So, like, first and foremost, he's an unrestricted free agent after the year.
I was going to say,
so, like, just to break down the dynamics of it, if you trade for a guy like this, you do, I believe you get his Larry Bird rights. So you can, you can sign him to an extension during the offseason. But what he did is he's playing for the qualifying offer this year. So he went through his 4 years of rookie scale. And then in the 5th year, if a team has to extend a qualifying offer to you, or they can let you go, or they can sign you to an extension, right? They had extended the qualifying offer, Charlotte had, and he accepted the qualifying offer. So he only makes like, I think it's $7.9 million this year. So like trading for him, like if you go into the trade machine and you guys, everyone knows where to find this stuff.
I do it all the time.
You can easily trade. There are like probably 6 different combinations of players that you can like throw in there, like whether it's Trey Lyles straight up, or whether it's Davion Mitchell straight up, or it's Chris Duarte and player X. Like there's a way to get him. And like, to be honest with you, it's already out there that the Hornets are not bringing him back for another season. At least that was the early reports this season. You talked about the locker room stuff, and I think that there's always these weird dynamics, right? So like this is such a strange situation. I don't know locker room wise whether he's a bad guy or not in the locker room. Like I don't know that. But I do know that the Kings have Jay Triano, who coached in Charlotte, and they have Malik Monk, who played with him for a couple of years. So they have the opportunity. They even have like a staff member that worked for the Charlotte Hornets that could like give them a dossier on what it's like to be around him on a regular basis, right? So there is that dynamic. And then you have the fan dynamic. And the fan dynamic, for those who don't know, he did plead, Miles Bridges pled no contest to domestic violence, but it was not good. It was one of the, like, he was suspended 30 games, but they gave him time served for basically missing all of last season because no one would sign him. And so he was suspended a little bit early in the season, but after that situation, he's on probation for 3 years. He had to take a year of parenting classes, a year of anger management courses. Like all of these things, they're built into what his probation. But during the probation, he had another incident which he had to turn himself in for, and that was allegedly throwing billiards balls at the windshield of the car of the same woman while the kids were in the car during a custody handoff. Right. So there was another situation where they felt threatened and in a bad situation. And he has a court date for that, which is what you talked about, which is, I think, February 20th.
Yes.
Which will say whether he violated his probation and all that stuff. So there's this weird thing that happened, though, Jake, because I watched the fan reaction when Josh Giddey walked in the building. And Josh Giddey, had a relationship with a young lady. At this point, the police have not been able to verify what happened. People won't talk. Uncooperative. So they've dropped the case. But when Josh Giddey touched the ball every single time at Golden One Center, he was booed like crazy.
And it's not just the Golden One Center. I just want to throw that out there.
Well, okay, yeah, but Golden One Center, very specifically, every time he touched the ball, it was like Buddy Hield had the ball, or Spencer Haas, or Jason Terry. Name that person the Sacramento Kings fans hate, right? They let him hear it the entire time. I don't know whether it was the crowd that night or because it's Charlotte and everyone thought the Kings were going to beat him by 40, and then they didn't. But that wasn't the case with Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges walks on the court and he hears a smattering of boos. There's a little bit out there, but it wasn't the same. And again, this is a team that over the course of time has crowdsourced. And I almost wonder if they didn't crowdsource that night and go, well, the reaction wasn't that bad. And that to me it's very odd to say that, but they also, over the last couple of days, they very well could have said, no, we have no interest in that player. We would not trade for that player. We haven't heard it. So I almost wonder if they're just sitting back and going, okay, can we get by with this? And how bad would the retribution be? And how angry would people be? And I think that may be a bad question to ask, because just because people didn't boo him like they did Josh Giddey, I think the fan reaction to this would be off the charts bad.
Agreed. And I think, but that's, the great thing about it is, though, we have something called Twitter and a Twitter poll if you want to dive into that, James, at all. But
yeah, I don't know. Maybe we do need to crowdsource this thing more, but I don't need to crowdsource it.
No. I know how I feel about it. I would stay away with a 10-foot pole. I would not come close to it. I understand the thought process of, it's Sacramento. It's a very slow lifestyle. He'd probably come here. He would live close to the arena. He would just hoop, and that's it. And maybe that you put him in the right environment, he could thrive. I still don't trust the dude. I just don't trust him. You've been given X amount of chances, and you keep on messing up. And it comes to the point where it's like, okay, when's enough and is enough? When do I say, yeah, this isn't a good guy. He don't get it. He doesn't understand it. He can make as much money as he wants. He can go to as many classes and conferences as he wants. He will never get it. And until he does get it, then maybe things change. But I wouldn't I'd stay away from it with a 10-foot pole. Would not touch it. Don't want it. no interest in it. Ride with the same guys we have right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to this. I don't even know that, like, you don't need to be the team that rehabilitates somebody.
No.
You don't need to be, and by rehabilitate, I don't mean like changes who he is as a person. I mean rehabilitates how he's viewed. You don't need to be that team. So, like, I have this policy with my sons, right?
Shoot. Ooh, I like this.
I do. I have a policy with my sons.
It's a father teaching moment. Let's
It
go.
is. It is. And I say, like, look, like, people make mistakes, right? But you don't have to make the mistake yourself to learn from it. You can sit back and watch somebody else make a mistake. You can say, hey, don't do that to one of your friends who might be making a mistake. But if they don't want to listen to you, the key is that you can learn from the mistake they make. You can see the punishment that they get. You can, like, you don't have to be, you can still have the same experience of learning from a mistake, but without making it yourself. And that's kind of where I'm at with this. Like, you don't need to be the team. You have a good vibe. You have a good fan base that wants to cheer you on. Everything is going well. Sure, you're 6 games over 500 when people wish you were 12. But that doesn't mean that you're not still a quality franchise with a quality coach and a quality front office that just won all of these awards and all of this acclaim, and everybody's cheering you on. You're the belle of the ball. This is a good way to not be the belle of the ball anyway. It's a good way to lose a lot of season ticket holders. It's a good way to have people just walk in or go look at who's playing tonight and say, oh, no, I'm not going to a game anymore because I don't want to support domestic violence. And you have a domestic violence, a guy who pled no contest. Pleading no contest is not the same as pleading guilty, but it means that there's no way for you to win. That's what pleading no contest means.
And then did it again.
That you're going to lose a court case. So, no, I didn't plead guilty. Okay. But if you didn't, you were going to lose. So I don't know how, like, go out there, watch. If Kings fans need education on this, just type in, look at the videos of the small children calling their grandma, talking about what's happening with dad and mom. It's horrific. Kevin Porter has been ejected from the league, just like shot out of a cannon and like, you're gone. We don't ever want to see you again. But Miles Bridges isn't. There's
Yikes.
The evidence is way more stacked on one player than it is on the other. And if you're the Sacramento Kings, why? He's an unrestricted free agent after the year. You could bring him in. You could trade for him, give up an asset, and then lose him for nothing after taking just a PR nightmare hit. Like, do you think he's going to make you a championship team?
No. He's going to add defensive stuff, but that's it.
But he hasn't won anything in Charlotte. Why would you think that he's going to make you a championship contender? So I'm just so baffled by that idea. Now, whether they're going to do that or not, I don't know. I don't think so, but like, who knows? But that's where I'm at, man. I don't like to be around people who have done that. I would never
associate with that.
Associate with it at all. There will be not a lot of coverage of him. Like, there won't be positive pieces about him. It's just not what a franchise that's trying to grow and trying to get over the hump. And like, sure, you're getting a very undervalued asset. There's a reason why it's an undervalued asset. And that's where I'm at.
James Ham's Parenting Handbook on sale starting this July, right here on ESPN 1320, $12.99, folks. You might get a signed copy if you order the first 500 books coming out in July.
Yeah, I mean, I just
sorry.
It's all right, Jake. You don't need to be that team that makes a mistake. You can let someone else be that team.
Yes, no, and you their parenting point on that is saying, if you've already seen someone else deal with it, why would you want to be part of that and put yourself in that situation? Is you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. Why do you want to have your car taken away? Like, they lost their car. You saw it, right? They don't get to drive to school anymore.
You're not going to the prom anymore.
They don't get to go to prom. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Why would you? What's the point of? What's the reward of that? Oh, to look cool for 30 seconds?
Yeah. No, you already saw what it looks like, and what you got a team that, again, is rudderless in Charlotte. And I think every day regrets the fact that they brought him back, but felt like they had no other option. So yeah, really, really odd situation. Look, Jake, I think that's all I'm going to say about this until something like this happens.
I agree. I think we're speculating a lot. I don't know if
I don't know if we're speculating. I think we're just like laying out the case of why you wouldn't do something
like that. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not speculating whether he's going to be traded to the Kings or not. I can tell you that there's a report out there that the Kings have had interest. That's all I can tell you. Outside of that, like, there has not been a report saying that the Kings have no interest. So, that it is what it is. I'm going to leave it right there.
There's better options.
The better option is just not to do anything. That's a better option.
Yes.
Like, don't put yourself in that situation. So, all right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk Niners.
Ooh.
We're done with this conversation.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Oh.
Jake is on fire. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in a minute. All righty. Let's see what's going on in here.
What a chatty house.
I'm gonna throw this up there. I did ask a question, just so everyone knows. That maybe set this off.
No,
first of all, it
did.
No, well, there was already some underpinnings, some
Yes.
things that were happening.
Yes.
I did, but the question wasn't so much the problem.
No, it was the reaction and how that went about it that night, which wasn't okay.
Yeah.
And like, you're in a different, like, the one thing I wish I had that you had, you're a different median where you can express opinion, and mine I have to do very much fact based unless I'm on that Sports Sunday show.
Yeah.
So like I for me, like, that was one of the best things that I respect the hell out of you, James, for asking that, because like, for me, I don't feel like I have the confidence or the backing to ask something like that. And you have the backing, the experience, the connections. I don't know. From person to person, it's appreciated.
Well, it's not like I don't pay for it though.
Yes.
But
you're not taking different conversation.
Yeah. Hey, the answer to that is no. No, not that. The other question? This? No. I do not. And like, it is what it is. Like, don't type that name in. Yeah, okay, so this keeps coming up. He's not part of our media circle
At all.
And
you should know that, like, he doesn't even associate with us when we're.
He does not associate, and he doesn't associate with me. We have bad blood from years ago, which I have absolutely no part of that situation. But I do think, like, he's really bright, and like, as a player, he always gave really good answers. But yeah.
I should have asked you this. How close is Miles and Malik? Like, if Monty asked him and said, like, hey, like, how well do you know Miles? How deep do you think Malik could go?
Oh, deep. I mean, they were teammates for like 3 years.
Okay.
I mean, Monk is 2017 draft and Miles is 2018 draft, and Monk spent 4 years there. So they were together for 3 years. And like, don't forget, like, Kelly Oubre was there. And of course, De'Aaron is really close with Kelly Oubre. There's possibility that Fox knows Miles Bridges, like, through connections or through Malik. Like, the NBA circle is very small.
Oh yeah.
So they can get a lot of other like conversations,
because like Jay Triano can give you insight, but like, I feel like as a player to player, like, it gives you a better idea of what you're dealing with, especially with a guy that you're hanging out with outside of.
I would say it's the opposite.
Really? You think?
I think players are more forgiving. Coaches see things like whether a guy shows up on time, whether a guy is respectful, whether a guy, treats his teammates. They see that, where players are sometimes too deep into the fact that they're they're in a group of people and they don't see all the ins and outs.
Can I show something real quick, which I agree with on here?
Yeah.
This right here, that's the trade. If you're
Yeah.
in a low value trade, that's
No.
that's the low value trade you make.
Even like it's a tier below like a Kyle Kuzma trade.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, I like PJ. I did, I have said like I liked PJ a lot more when he was making no money and when you had the right to sign him to whatever deal.
Yes. But now.
Okay. Welcome back into the Insiders. We're here on the second hour. I am James Ham. That noise was Jake Gaden, who is filling in today, CBS 13. Of course, Kyle is on vacation, and so we're running this thing. James's friends. That's what I like to call it this week.
Can I clear something up real quick in the chat real quick?
Yeah.
Jake, have you ever worked at State Farm? And I think the answer to that is no, but that is the consistent Halloween costume every year, and it's the easiest thing I've ever put together.
I think it's also possible that there will come a time where Jake does work for State Farm.
Is that my retirement plan for me? Is that what you're at?
It's a pretty good retirement plan. Those guys get residuals.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think they actually do all right. I mean, if they're able to afford those commercials, yeah, it is what it is. So, yeah, we've got all kinds of things going on in the chat today, which, like,
I love the chat.
I think that there is like really, really good questions. So if you're out there and you're stationed at a desk somewhere listening to us, you might want to go to ESPN 13. Well, YouTube.ESPN 13. Help me out here, Jesse.
Look up ESPN 1320 on YouTube and you'll find us.
There it is.
We're live.
ESPN 1320 TV.
Yeah, and so the chat is absolutely spectacular. And hey, look, there have been some very difficult questions asked by the chat today, because like it's a pipeline to like reach out directly to me, to Jake, to Kyle, to D'Lo, to Casey, anybody else you want to reach out to, and there's a cool little community there. So, we don't just cover the Sacramento Kings here. That's not what we do. Jake, are you going to the NFC Championship game this weekend?
I'm really excited. It's really, really cool.
I should have
And if
had
they
Charlie take care of this.
And if they win, I'm going to Vegas.
Oh,
I'm going to the Super Bowl.
That's pretty sweet. I have never been to a Super Bowl.
It's my first time too. I'm like,
okay.
I don't want to get too excited because I'm the type of person, James, like if I get like too hyped up about something and it doesn't happen, like it's soul crushing for me.
Oh, really?
So like I had the expectation right now, like they're going to lose on Sunday. And if they win, it's like, oh, wow, they won. This is fantastic. Oh my God, I get to go to the Super Bowl instead of saying, well,
I could have gone.
It
could have happened.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like, what are your initial thoughts? Like coming into this week, like yesterday we talked a lot about me and Jesse about sort of the things that scare you about the Lions. But today, like I just want to, what do you think of this game coming up?
I think got to be less concerned about your opponent and more concerned about yourself. I didn't think the 49ers played a clean game, especially against the Green Bay team, which is probably one of the hottest teams in the NFC. I think the only other team that hot at the time playing that great of football was the Buccaneers, with Baker Mayfield and how well he's been playing lately. But I don't think the Packers exposed like the 49ers to anything. I don't think the 49ers played a good game. And I think a lot of it had to do offensively was they had this whole plan based around Deebo Samuel. I think 50% of the running plays were going to be based off of him. That's why Christian McCaffrey had such a low carry mark. I think under 20 carries for 99 yards. I think that completely blew up their game plan, and Kyle didn't really know how to adjust off of that. You look at it, and Brock Purdy spoke yesterday, and I listened to the Brock Purdy stuff, his press conference, and he was like, some of the throws in that first half I missed, but we weren't all on the same page in that first half. There was a couple of plays where, I think it was Ray McLeod was supposed to cut out towards the boundary and cut back in because his defender fell, and Brock threw it far and he went in, and it was a bad play, broken play, but Ray was open. So if he ran the right play, he would have picked up 45 yards. So you look at that and you say, offensively, I think there was a lot to to forget in that performance. A lot you can build on. And if Debo doesn't play, or if he does play, I don't think it may like Stephen A had this huge prediction yesterday, like, oh my God, if Debo doesn't play, they're losing that game. I disagree. I think you have to have a definitive answer if he's playing or not, because that's going to base around your game plan. If he doesn't play, I think you run Christian McCaffrey more. I think you do a lot of play action with George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk over the middle. I think you have Ray McLeod play a lot of that Debo Samuel role in the slot. If he does play, though, I think a lot of jet sweeps. I think you play your the same game that you were playing or scheduled to play against the Packers. But shoulder injuries are tough, man. And the fact that it's the same lingering shoulder problem that Debo has does worry me. I don't want him to force something and not be. I know you want him out there. You'd rather have him out there than not have him out there, but I'd rather have him be a decoy than be part of the game plan.
Okay. No, I mean, I get it. I would just say this for Kyle Shanahan. If you walked into that game and you didn't have a backup plan for Debo Samuel getting injured, I don't know what you're doing, because Debo's got hurt plenty of times in plenty of games. You haven't had him a full game. There should have been a plan behind the plan. You brought up Brock Purdy, and I think so many people are like, he's so polarizing for some reason. For someone who's not polarizing as a person, he seems so polarizing as like an idea. And it always confuses me why people just can't accept that he's a good quarterback. And sure,
because he's picked last pick of the draft. That's why.
I guess. But like, at what point does that matter? I mean, Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL. He's a 6th-round pick. Like, move on. Like, it is what it is. The guy was dominant for years. But is this game, and then maybe even the next game, is it how he changes or cements whatever people think of him? Like, if he loses this game and it's his fault, like throws 2 or 3 picks, is he just going to have that, like, that's going to be who he is forever? And we could still hear Kyle Shanahan, well, Brock, you're the starter next year, unless we somehow get Tom Brady out of retirement at 50 or 53 or 56. Like, are we going to keep hearing that? Or do you think this is the one where, like, look, he could quiet everything and go from like a really solid, good young quarterback to a guy who's thought of completely differently?
I think that's interesting that you bring up that, is it ride or die this week with Brock or this playoffs? I don't think so, because this is a second-year player who got thrown into the mix midway through last season, didn't even have a full training camp. This year didn't have a full offseason program. Everyone forgets that. They're like, oh, yeah, he did have that injury, but he was still ready for week 1. Yeah, dude didn't even have an offseason program, okay?
Yeah.
Like, think about that for a sec. Do you know how important that is, especially with connections with your guys, your skill position guys? I think I listened to what the other greats say. Steve Young came out and did something with the 49ers last week. Lindsay Peralez, who's their 49ers beat reporter on TV, she's fantastic. She asked him, like, what intrigues you about Brock? And he said it's the it factor that is not grown within someone, that is you're born with it. You have it. It's an innate ability. And he said, this kid is just, when you walk into the room, okay, it's time for business. And he compared it to only a few people that he's ever been around that can control a room and have everyone's attention. And you look at guys like Trent Williams, who's been in the league, but Big Trent's seen everything in his day. And he loves this dude like no other, and will follow him to the ends of the earth. So I don't think this is make or break. I think you got to remember, kid is in his 3rd year. He is in Patrick Mahomes, that was taken in that 1st round. That everyone said, oh my God, look how great this guy is going to be.
Who got to sit for a year.
Yes.
Who got to play behind Alex Smith for a year.
Yes.
He's not Jordan Love, who got to sit for 3 years behind a Hall of Fame quarterback and learn how to play the game and learn, reads and everything else. He was a 3rd quarterback behind a marginal quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo and a bust in Trey Lance. And he was an afterthought. He wasn't getting all the extra reps. Sure enough, he shows up and doesn't lose. So I don't know. For me, I agree with you, but I think there are a lot of people out there who frame it that well. Like, I need to see it. Like, you could see it 3 years from now. That's okay. I mean, we still haven't seen it from Trevor Lawrence. Like, Joe Burrow doesn't have a Super Bowl. Josh Allen doesn't have a Super Bowl ring. Like, none of those guys have Super Bowl rings. Like, Dak Prescott, man, I hate to tell you this, but Brock Purdy has 3 playoff wins. Dak has 2 in a 10-year career. Like Tony Romo sitting there talking all the trash on TV. 2 playoff wins. Brock Purdy has more playoff wins than you. And so I get the sentiment that people want to see it or whatever, but I also let the kid grow. Let him be who he's going to be. I'm so used to the NBA where players this in their rookie season, this in their second year, this in their third year. By the third year, you should probably know who they are. But then that fourth year is when they really take off, they excel. It's so almost set in stone that that's how it goes. But to have a quarterback that comes out of nowhere and people are just questioning the whole time, just seems really weird.
I want to learn. If I want to learn anything from Brock, it's how to plant a field and crop it. Apparently, he's really good at this type of stuff.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Well, he's got to figure out a way to plant a field here. He does. So there's all kinds of. Hey, he does. He's got to figure it out. All right. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. I am James Ham. He's Jake Gaden from ESPN from CBS 13. Jeez,
I'm getting a contract at the end of the day, guys. I don't know if you knew this yet.
When we come back, let's talk more Kings. Let's dive into whether they need to make a deal or not. Again, we'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, it has, and it's only Wednesday. It's hump day. Oh, it is Thursday.
That's Thursday. You're good. You're good. One more day, James.
Thank you, Jesus.
One more day.
Thank you, Jeebus.
It's Friday. Everybody down on Friday.
Let's see. Yeah, Loki, I'd say Goff has had his career, the narrative of his career, the up and down, how he was a darling and then wasn't. It's become so
I blame that on Sean
McVay.
I can't say his last
Yeah.
name.
You know what? I think that it's
He just threw him away.
It's something that happens, dude. Quarterbacks get to a certain point, they can't get you over the hump. But didn't he win? It seems like he did win.
He did win with them, but remember he lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
That 10-3 or 10-7.
Yeah.
I like this. About it. Sorry.
10-day.
10-day contract.
10-day contract.
Are we still following the script?
Yeah, we'll hit this in the next.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I why not? Let's go ahead and cover.
Love this. I remember what I told you at shoot around the other day that you had talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the home run. If you're asking me for what my home run trade is, that's it.
Okay, I don't think I remember what you're talking about, but we'll.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll dive into it.
We'll dive into it.
There's been a lot going on lately.
If Goff gets to the Super Bowl, you think Detroit ends up loving him more than they did Stafford?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, I think so too.
Not even close.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he hasn't even started a family yet, and I know he wants to start one soon. So I guarantee he's the type of guy that says, "Okay, I'll be in Detroit for the rest of my life."
Yeah.
And they'll celebrate him. They'll put up a statue, the whole thing.
I mean, if they win a Super Bowl.
If they win a Super Bowl, but I think
Yeah.
they will win a Super Bowl with that team in the next 5 years. It's Jared Goff as a quarterback. I just think
they got a squad.
He's going to go where Rodney Peete could never go.
There's just
Scott Mitchell could never go.
Look at that team and look at last year's draft picks for Detroit, and you just sit there and you're like, nailed that one, nailed that one, nailed
Yeah.
that one, nailed that one. It's like the 49ers sometimes when with their third or fifth round picks, they mess up on the first or second rounders, but third rounder, oh my God, that's a gem. Fifth rounder, oh my God, that's a gem.
You know why?
Why?
Because the heavy hitters in the front office, the guys who make all the decisions, are usually the ones that are choosing those first couple of picks. The real football people are the ones that are mining for gold all year long, and they're the ones who make 3 through
7 or
7.
6.
Yeah.
What time we come back?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we do have a report this morning that the Kings have been linked to Dorian Finney-Smith, and
Yeah, I saw that. That was wasn't that 2 or 3 weeks ago though?
I don't know. I don't mind either one of those guys. I don't mind both of them, to be honest with you.
Who's the other one other than Finney-Smith?
Royce O'Neal.
Royce O'Neal.
I take Finney-Smith over
You, excuse me. Sorry, I coughed right into the mic. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think they're both good players, but I'm not giving up a lot. And they want first round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. He's 30 years old. So, and Royce O'Neal, 30 years old, shoots 37% from the field, 35.6 from three. But those guys are both major defensive upgrades.
Does Alex Len or JaVale McGee play tonight?
We are back, cruising through this second hour. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jake Gaden from CBS 13. I got it right.
Congratulations. I want a 10-day contract, though, guys.
You want a 10-day contract?
10-day contract. I sign it right after the show.
It comes with all the coffee you can drink and very little else.
No, there's only one thing that I need to. Can we give a shout out to the people this morning from Auburn?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Because that was the best cinnamon bun I think I've had in years.
Yeah, so good folks out there. There's a bakery hiding in Auburn, and they actually make bread for all kinds of different restaurants and stuff. My goodness, they make the best cinnamon rolls of all time. It's
Is this the same place you get the donuts from?
No. So the donut spot is totally different. That's just an old school donut shop, right? Right there on top of the box that's sitting in there, Jesse. I think it's the baker and the cake maker.
Yeah, you got that right. The baker and the cake maker.
The baker and the cake maker. So shout out to the baker and the cake maker. There's something like, first of all, it's the cinnamon roll is covered in glaze, which makes a good cinnamon roll, but not like the white like frosting glaze. Like it's like a true like incredible glaze. But on top of that, they found a way to like saturate the whole middle of the cinnamon roll with cinnamon. So it's not just like a bunch of stuff on top and then just doughy bread. Just absolutely phenomenal.
It's like they dipped it into the cinnamon or like infused it with something.
Good.
It's just I don't know.
Brilliant.
So James, part of the 10-day contract will be you bringing that in every single day.
Okay,
that's the exception. All right,
Yeah.
Line A of my contract.
That's right. So we've got the Kings are off on a 7-game road trip. They start tonight in Golden State. We're going to preview that in the final segment like we typically do. But when you have a team that leaves right now on January 25th, and they won't be back until February 6th, trade deadline is February 8th. There's a good possibility that there are players on this team that we've already watched play at home for the last time. And it's always like sort of the jarring thing that is the NBA. And it's hard. It's hard for some of these players to like, wrap their head around. It's hard for them to get through this time. We saw, again, Harrison Barnes has been mentioned in so many different trade rumors. And of course, Harrison talked to the media yesterday, Jake. And he's just such a pro that he's trying to handle it his way. But at the same time, this is a guy that we hadn't seen in a while. He's been sort of in the background. He put up 32 points the other night and we didn't get him after the game. He's kind of like, he's okay not being out in front at this point because this is hard. This is a difficult time for a guy who literally has put his heart and soul into Sacramento for the last like 5 or 6 years, who signed another 3-year deal this summer and could have gone other places. But now he could be the chip that they have to use to go get the piece they need to make the next jump in their evolution. And that's not easy.
We talk about this all the time. I talk this with Brendan Nunez, who you know very well, and I talk scenarios with him all the time. This team reminds me a lot of the Denver Nuggets of a couple of years ago with Paul Millsap as that old veteran that everyone knew. And I compare Paul Millsap to Harrison Barnes, of a guy that's been here for a number of years, was a staple guy, definitely a core player, a veteran on a team that was up and coming with Jokic and Jamal Murray.
Had made an all-star team.
Was considered a good player in the league. But unfortunately just declined his final 2 years in Denver to the point where Denver tried to ship him off his final year, couldn't do that. They just decided not to re-sign him. That reminds me of Harrison Barnes, where his play is consistently dipped. And what I'm frustrated with him is we can see a game where he had 32 the other night or 36 in the opening night of the year. And then we see a polar opposite of absolutely 0, 0, and 1. And you're playing 20 minutes. Neither are Harrison. Harrison's more in the middle, okay, of
Yeah.
a 9, 4, 5, 5 and 4 type of guy, okay, or 12, 3 and 3, whatever you want to say, right? But I don't know if he's going to be able to be that guy with the Kings. So I truly do expect him to be a type of to be one of those trade, like one of the pieces they're going to have to move if they want to get a guy and take that next step as an organization. On the flip side, I get it from Harrison. The dude doesn't want to be traded. Like he
No.
likes his role. He likes this team. He likes the veteran place that he's in.
He likes his life.
He likes his life. It's a good it's a good Sacramento. Sacramento's been very good to him and his wife. I think at the same time, he also do you think he has a little PTSD from his time with the Warriors and the way things ended with him there before they started winning? Like, you were here for that. That's what I want to get your opinion on in terms of, like, is there any PTSD of, like, when he was getting shown the door by the Golden State Warriors? Is that the same feeling you have here with Sacramento saying, hey, you did a great job for us while you were here, but now we got to move on to bigger and better?
Yeah. Okay. So I like to make analogies, which you've already seen.
Yes.
So I think we see Harrison Barnes and he averages 15 points a game, right? Last season, 15 points a game, which, like, on paper is great. But there's this saying, like, when someone gets older and they get dementia, right? And they've kind of lost, they can't function day to day as far as, like, they have memory lapses. They don't know who people are and all that stuff. But people who deal with people that are in this situation, they will tell you that whoever you were before is magnified tenfold in that situation. So if you were the sweetest lady ever, you become even more sweet as a dementia patient. If you were an a-hole, you become more and more and more of a jerk and hard to deal with when you have dementia. So basically, it strips apart, like, all of the extra and leaves who you really are that people have to deal with, right?
Mhm.
And so, again, you have, like, the flirty grandpa that, like, hits on every waitress. You get him as a dementia patient, you can imagine what that's like. Like, so
I'm not bringing him out in public.
this is why I bring this up, because I think as Harrison Barnes has aged, he's shown us who he's been his whole career, which is exactly what we're seeing now. It's the guy that can put up 32 one night and a guy can put up 2 another night. It's just we're seeing the extremes because he's no longer the same type of role player he was before. And so Billy Owens was the guy that was always known for one night he'd get you 22 rebounds, the next night he'd get you 1. And you would just shake your head like, what is wrong, dude? And I think that's always been Harrison Barnes to average 15 points a game, had a bunch of 10-point games and a bunch of 20-point games. He did not have a bunch of 15-point games. And now as his role is reduced and reduced and reduced, which again isn't by his choice, it's by the team's choice. And they've made a conscious decision to go and allow Keegan Murray to grow into who he's going to be. And, we broke Kevin Huerter, so we got to get Kevin Huerter back. So again, they just keep devaluing who Harrison Barnes is, that he's become this person that he always was. It's just you see the extremes so much more because of where he is in the pecking order. And that means sometimes he's going to get you 30 and other times he's going to get you nothing. And you got to kind of either live with it or you got to find someone else. If you change his position, you get him in a better situation, he probably would be different. If he went somewhere else and they needed him to average 15 a night, he could probably go back to that 20 and 10 guy, or one night it's 20 and another night it's 10. But with this team, I just think that there's so much time passed and so established, like, who he is, that we're just seeing the extremes of who he's always been. That makes sense.
No, it does. And I do want to ask you this because I know we're up against the clock here on this, but maybe a quick answer. Do you think him throwing up 32 the other night and Davion playing well and earning defensive player of the game, do you think that helped their trade stock at all?
Sure. And I'll be real quick with it, because I think what it does is it shows somebody that, like, look, it's circumstantial here. They can't be who they can be with our system. They can still be that person. They just can't do it here. That's not who we are with them anymore. Now, Davion, I feel bad for him because he goes 2 for 7 from the field or whatever it was. He didn't put out his best foot. But the fact that they played him 22 minutes, don't think that was like by accident. He played 22 minutes, not by accident. Trey Young wasn't out there. Like, you played Davion Mitchell 22 minutes for a specific reason. And it's to show people, like, yeah, he's 100% healthy. He's just a square peg in a round hole on our team. And there's nothing wrong with him. He just isn't what we need. And that's okay. It's okay for a young player to go find somewhere else to play. I mean, look at, again, I always compare Davion. The potential of Davion is very similar to me to what it was with Kyle Lowry. Look at Kyle Lowry's first 4 or 5 years of his career. Couldn't find the right situation, found the right situation, succeeded. That may not be what happens to Davion, but there's that potential out there. So, all right, we gotta step aside for one last break here on the Insiders. I am James. He is Jake. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in a minute.
Keyshawn Butte charged with computer fraud, underage gambling related to account bet on LSU.
He said he made almost like 9,000 bets, I think I read.
What? 9,000 bets?
I think it was something like that, unless I misread the number.
Holy
I'm reading
shnikes.
this right now. New England Patriots wide receiver Keyshawn Butte was arrested on charges related to illegal online gambling from his time as a student athlete at LSU. Baton Rouge is the reporter there. Turned himself in Thursday after a arrest warrant was issued for $6,000 bond. Yeah, more than 8,900 wagers bet over a 13-month period from April 2022 to May 23, and including at least 6 LSU football games.
What kind of
God, that just makes you think, who else? Because like the
So
the
many.
Lions they've gotten like
Jesse.
everyone just had players suspended. Like, yeah,
So many.
Okay, so we got in this weird discussion about steroids the other day.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, like, first of all, I had buddies that like played college baseball during the Barry Bonds era. So many kids in college were taking steroids in. So there is no like hard date where you can say this is when he started taking steroids. He can tell you if he really wanted to, although he's denied it the whole time. But there clearly was a date where we saw him taking something different.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean he wasn't taking steroids when he was younger. It just doesn't. And I bring this up because the kids now, all of them are playing Prize Picks or like my son's friends. My son has his friends calling like, okay, who should I play? What's my prize pick for this? And like, he's looking at their prize pick stuff and my son doesn't have an account, but his buddies do. And they're out there gambling all the time.
I don't disagree. That's
It's
happening all over. It's not just a here thing.
Yeah. So when I went to Davis, I had a guy I knew that I did a project with for a history course.
Okay.
He was making $120,000 a year playing online poker.
What?
He had 5 different internet lines going into a room in his house. He had TVs everywhere. And he would tell me, hey, like when I run out of cash, I'll binge I'll go like 3 days. I'll get a bunch of snacks. I'll go 3 days straight playing and I'll shut everything else off. And for 3 days straight, I do nothing but play. He's like, I can make like 20 grand in a weekend. And I'm like, are you serious? Like 21-year-old, 22-year-old kid, crazy. That's back when, online poker actually paid out and all the time and you could actually make real money.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy
that's wild to me.
Dude, I bet you there are 20-year-old kids in college that have made like hundreds or even millions of dollars off of online, gambling, or you want to call it DFS. Yeah, daily fantasy sports. It's wild.
I'm still waiting for it to become legal here in California. I don't think it'll ever will.
I think
it didn't come close last time. I don't think
it didn't come close because of the Indian reservation.
Yeah,
Well, my thing is too, like we always hear like, oh, so and so got caught betting or whatever. It's always like these lower level players. Like it's got to be. I'm sure there's like gonna be some big time players that are gambling.
I think the Lions had a couple of guys that were reasonably.
Well, Jameson Williams was one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he got suspended, I think, for like 8 games or something like that, or they got maybe appealed and gotten shortened. But I think he might have been betting like on other sports leagues at the Lions facility, and I know you can't do that.
Yeah. Patrick Keller, my promo code for Prize Picks is Kingsbeat, all one word. I believe. Welcome back in to the final segment of Thursday's edition of The Insiders here on ESPN 1320.
Here.
I'm James. Joining me today, Jake Gaden from CBS 13. By the end of the day, I have figured out how to say it right. No, he's not getting a 10-day contract. I've now figured it out. We are learning right now. 27 seconds ago, Adam Schefter tweeted, 49ers receiver Deebo Samuel will be limited at today's practice due to his shoulder injury.
Ooh, baby.
That is a step forward because limited is better than not in uniform. So you're saying there's a chance, Jake.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. We're gonna dive into the Kings Warriors game that's happening tonight, Thursday, down at Chase Center. But before we do, let's finish up this discussion. I think we kind of got a little sideways when it came to just focusing on Harrison Barnes in the last segment, but the Kings are going into this road trip. Do you think that this thing looks the same when they come back?
No, I already know this for a fact. I think they will make a deal or make a trade.
You already know this for a fact.
No, fact.
Fact.
It's gonna happen. No, I don't know for a fact. Okay, I have a very good sneaking suspicion, inkling that everything points to something happening before the trade deadline. As you said, Davion is a great example. Harrison's another great example. There are guys that are good basketball players that just don't fit in well with what's going on with this team right now. My question for Monty McNair, if you're listening, all right, or Wes, if you're listening.
Wes is more likely to listen, or he'll have his children go through and listen.
Yes.
And then feed him. Yes.
So Wes's kids, or Wes, if you're listening, okay.
This is why we don't like to curse on the Kings Beat podcast.
Yes.
Because we do it for the children.
All for the children,
That's
okay?
right. Go ahead.
But if they're listening, I wouldn't want to know from him, is this a year or a trade deadline where you feel like you go all in on a guy, or is this a trade deadline where you tweak? Personally, from the outside in, this is more of a tweak one. I don't like, there's not a slam dunk. I like this trade. This is a great trade. I look at Kyle Kuzma and I say that was a guy available this offseason. What happened there? They
tried.
I know they tried, but I don't know. If you wanted him, I think you could have gotten him.
Oh no, I like you were in it, but he chose to go somewhere else
and play with Jordan Poole.
Yeah, and I think he now learned that was a poor decision, and probably would be willing to
figure out
reconsider that since they have 6 or 7 wins.
Yes.
But maybe I'm wrong. But the decision itself should be questioned.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And then the other one, which I'm a big fan of because I've watched him before and I've seen when he's evolutionized as a player, is Jeremy Grant. I saw Jeremy Grant when he was with the Nuggets before he signed the deal with the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
Before not deal with the Pistons. I think he got traded to the Pistons, if I'm correct. No.
I think
I think he signed. He signed. He definitely signed. He signed with the Pistons and then signed again with Portland after opting out with the Pistons and to be with Dame. I just don't know if Portland knows what they're doing up there right now. And if they've decided, okay, break this thing up, Chauncey's done, it's Shaden Sharp and let's just roll from there. And say, hey, we're desperate enough to give up Jeremy Grant for, 2 first-round picks, and you trade away Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell with them, and you call it a day from there. Or do you do something where the reports coming out is Dorian Finney-Smith or Royce O'Neal or 2 guys that are guys you can come off your bench. They're 2 different spectrums. I like the Jeremy Grant deal because I see what he can provide. You big bounce guy, long, athletic, great on the defensive end, doesn't need to be the guy when it comes to being on the offensive end of the ball, but can defend and play multiple positions. If you think about trying to go small ball, Jeremy would be a great 5 guy. If you put him out there with Sabonis or Trey Lyles or Alex Leonard-JaVale, I think he works well with that. Or if you have to go big, I still think he can play the 3 if he really needed to, if Keegan Murray is somehow or another in foul trouble or something like that, or is out for the game. The variety that Jeremy can provide, I think I really do enjoy. And that's why you got to ask yourself, do we go all in on this trade deadline and forge something and say this is our window? Or do we say, hey, let's just continue to take the patient route and kind of go from there?
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's always interesting. Like, what is all in? What does all in mean? Right. And I think it means something different for everybody. The Kings do have, like, we hear this weird thing, right? Like the Lakers right now, they have a first round pick and a pick swap that they can trade. That's all they have. If they wait until draft night and draft a player, all of a sudden they've got 3 first round picks that they can work with because they can trade the next year's pick and then they can trade 2 years after that and 2 years after that. So you're always wondering, like, what exactly does all in? And for the Kings, like, again, they can't trade 2024 because it's a protected. It could actually end up not going. If the Kings don't make the playoffs, they have their 24 pick. If they do make the playoffs, then it goes right to the Atlanta Hawks. So you can trade your 26, your 28, your 30, but all of those come with stipulations that if it doesn't relay you, then it would have to go to the next year, right? So I think for me right now, an all-in move is like just pushing your draft picks in. Like there is no all-in move where the Kings push Keegan Murray into the pot.
No.
Yeah, unless some crazy deal comes along where, again, Giannis Antetokounmpo, like, I hate Doc Rivers and I want to go to the Sacramento Kings, trade me there. Then it's like, okay.
Or Kevin Durant says, "Hey,
Well,
Phoenix ain't working out." buddy."
Kevin Durant's like 35. You gotta be a little bit
Younger?
suspect there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I love, like, the Jeremy Grant thing has grown on me because and the same with Kuzma, but for 2 totally different reasons. Kuzma's contract is like manna from heaven. Like, realistically, that's one of the best contracts I've ever seen for a player of his skill set, right? The fact that it's 25.5, 23.5, 21.5, and 19.5 over the next 4 years. And you're getting to pay a guy who's 31 years old a declining scale deal as Keegan Murray's contract kicks in. That's a big deal, right? So in a perfect world, I would love his contract. Now, as far as a player, I would prefer Jeremy Grant, where I will tell you 2 years ago, I didn't like the idea of trading for Jeremy Grant because he didn't fit with the current roster that the Kings had. He wasn't good enough to change what was going on then. But now he is. With Sabonis there, he's a different player that could actually, in my opinion, help complement Sabonis. And so I've come around on that. But Jeremy Grant's contract is not pretty. And that's where I think if you're the Portland Trailblazers, you're not being pushed. He's not saying I want out. He's actually saying the opposite. Like, I signed here because, his dad played there. He grew up around there. He wants to be there. That's why he's fine being there, right? But he just signed a 5-year, $160 million deal. And that means that if you trade him now, just not even considering this year's contract, you still owe him 4 years and $120 million.
Mhm.
And he's approaching 30. He's almost 30. If you're the Blazers, you should be looking around like, I don't want to get stuck with that $36 million in the last year. And that's something the Kings have to look at too. Like, do we really want to make a move for Jeremy Grant, who will be paid $36 million when he's 33, 34 years old? And it's a good question. Like, maybe, but it's not a contract that's so far extreme where, again, you're looking at Pascal Siakam that wants a full max money and he's $60 million at that same age, or $52 million, or Zach LaVine, who is owed like $200 million.
Stay away from that contract.
Yeah, I mean, it's the contract that you're looking at more than it is as a player. I can't even look at the player and say, how would he fit? Because I can't get past the contract. It just like smacks you.
Mhm.
You're like, oh, no.
No.
Yeah, so
No.
I'm kind of with you. I think this team will look different when they come back. I think they will have tried to make their big deal. And the Jeremy Grant deal, if there's somehow that you do get that deal done, and I don't know how, and I don't know what you got to give up and all that stuff, because Portland is holding on to him pretty tightly. But if you can make that trade, I think that really does feel like your Aaron Gordon move.
Thank you. I was about to say
It is.
if that's it, and then you maybe make one more off-season move where you add a KCP.
Okay. Yeah. Or you do go get a Royce O'Neal.
Yes.
Or you do go get a Dorian Finney-Smith, but those are lighter deals, other ways that you try to get those players. I mean, I don't understand. We keep hearing that the Nets want first-round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. The guy's like 30 and averaging 9 points a game. Like, I know he's a good defender, and I know his contract is okay. It's like it's a low budget, I think 2 or 3 years left on his deal, but that's still a lot of money. Like a lot of asset. And if I'm the Kings, I'm not giving up that kind of asset for him. So,
Second round pick. Top thing I'd give up.
Oh, well, I mean, no, I think maybe 2 second-round picks.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Multiple second-round picks,
Yeah. I mean, it might end up being multiple second-round picks.
which I'm fine with.
Yeah. I would hate to see the Kings make a deal with a team like the Nets for 2, even if you got both of them, like, but they're role players. They're not top 6 of your rotation. They might be top 8 of your rotation, but they're not top 6. If you're going out and getting those guys, and sure, maybe they are the thing that shore up everything and make your defense great, right? But in order to get those 2, you're probably going to have to give up at least 1 first-round pick and maybe some other stuff. And that's a lot to give up if you're going to make another move down the road to
And
go
that bench,
get. Yeah.
the bench is getting crowded too.
Well, yeah, the bench is getting crowded, but also you don't have the assets. You might not have the assets after that to go get a Jeremy Grant, to go get a Kyle Kuzma, to go get the actual player that is a step above that you need to change this thing.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Complicated. Do you expect them to make a deal?
Yes.
You said yes?
I think the a deal will happen, and I'd be surprised if Davion and Harrison Barnes are the 2 players that are coming back. Kevin Huerter, I'm 50-50 on. I think they're starting to like Kevin again because they see what they got in Chris Duarte, and they're like, I don't know, not what I expected. But I think Harrison and Davion are 2 pieces that if you're going to ask me the 2 players who I don't think are making that road trip back with the Kings, those are the 2.
Okay. I would agree with you. Like if they do make a deal and the deal is for a substantial player, that would be the 2 assets that I think at this point go out. I was kind of sold earlier that I like the idea of them finding a way to make a trade without Harrison Barnes going out. So then that way you still had him in your forward rotation. But at this point, I think Kevin Huerter has proven to be more valuable. And again, when Kevin Huerter is good, you forget how good he is because like when he's bad, it can be pretty dramatic. But when he's good, man, his ability to draw a crowd and to change the defense for you is really, really high level. But can you trust him? That's going to be the question.
25 years old. Everyone forgets that.
Yeah. He could grow out of some of this, but I would be slightly concerned. Dorian Finney-Smith, just so people out there know, he's $13.4 million this year, $14.4 million next year, $15.4 the year after that. But again, that's it. Those are his 31 and 32 years that he has a player option for 2025-26. Again, that's another guy who could walk away from a deal and you only have him for a year and a half. And that's a pretty steep price if you do actually give up multiple first-round picks or first-round picks for him. We're going to dive in. Casey's here. He's going to get logged in and get everything up and rolling.
He's looking good today, guys. He's
got a
always
little-
looked good, though.
He's always got a little White Sox hat on.
Straight up. No, but I like the jacket he's got on right now.
The fit. Okay.
Yeah. The real question is though, does Damian show the ankles today?
He always showing the ankles. He's always showing the ankles. All right.
How is it? Is it 3 inch? Is it 6 inch? Is it?
I don't.
Well,
I'm not. I
Hey,
don't.
Jesse. Hey, did you got the flag? Hey,
Flag.
Hey.
Jake
Throw
out
the
here.
flag.
Jake's is out here asking for strange
That's illegal contact.
illegal contact.
Throw the flag on that one.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Hey, let's bust through keys really quick. I'm sure Casey can come up with keys on the fly. Sacramento Kings matchup tonight for the 4th time this season with the Golden State Warriors. This is a big game.
Yeah.
Kings need to get this road trip off on the right like kickstart it the right way. My first key is exactly that. Start the road trip the right way. This for me, it's a huge moment in the season. 7 games. There's a lot of winnable games on this trip. But if you're going to play like you have like the hit and miss, this could get ugly really quick and kind of get out of control. And this for me is you go 7 games over 500, you start building, you go into Dallas with a little confidence. You never know what happens. Jake, what's your first key?
First key for me is dealing with the Warriors' emotions. Last night was a very emotional night at the Chase Center. Of course, we saw them honor Decky, their assistant coach, and played very well in that game. How emotionally spent are you? And can the Kings take advantage of that? Because, again, you're coming off of, 2 days off. They had 3 days they had a game, and then 3 days off after that. They're rested. This is a rested team. Can you take advantage of that emotional game last night? Casey, what you got?
Man, I say treat this like Game 6.
Mm.
And what I mean by that is it felt like they found something in Game 6 against this particular Warriors team. And obviously there's a few personnel changes, but the core for both teams remained the same. And they got up and down the floor. Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, they didn't let those older guards, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, those guys, they didn't let them off the hook. And any opportunity they had to attack the basket on them or attack them in transition, they did that. Get back to that Game 6 motto, because like I said, a lot of the people are still around, and it feels like the Warriors are like they look a year older, like they play a year older. So if you want to get this game, especially coming off a back-to-back, you talked about the emotions, push that basketball every opportunity off a made and off a missed basket.
Yeah, the Warriors do have an appearance of a team that went out and got old. I mean,
Except from JK. That guy got bounced.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, no, he does, but he hasn't played particularly well outside of preseason against the Kings, like a lot of dribbling. My second key, ignore all the noise, whether it's a Fox situation or trade rumors. There's a job at hand, and they need to stay focused. And I don't want to see a player on the court that you look like might not be in the right frame of mind, because I think we've seen that recently, where it's like whether it's off the court stuff or whether it's the situation or whether it's losing or whether it's frustration, whatever it is. I think we've seen a couple of players who look like they are all of that. And that's not a good way to walk into a game.
Yeah.
Second key for me is it's De'Aaron Fox's get right game. I feel like he has not looked good the past couple of games. We've talked about, hey, sometimes players hit lulls within the season. This is the dog days of the season, as Mike Brown has put it. I think when you look at De'Aaron, this is a team that you've played against multiple times. You faced off against them in the playoffs. You had success against them in the first game of the season. I believe he didn't play that second game and then played in the in-season tournament game in which they won. But that first game, I think he dropped like 30, and then he had 27 in the second. This is a game where De'Aaron knows the opponent, knows how to attack the opponent. Bring it, buddy. This is a time to like you said, build off of what James said. Start the road trip off on a good note. And if De'Aaron can dominate in this game, that means he's going to have a good next 2 weeks on the road.
Yeah, and the second one for me is to get grimy. And what I mean by that is I believe this Warriors team, the way they are right now and where they are mentally, and I'm not even talking about the tragedy that they suffered, just like the makeup of the team this year. I think they can be outworked. You know what I mean? And you talk about guys like Kevin Huerter going down there, getting 9 rebounds in a game. Maybe you can get a different performance from Harrison Barnes this time around. De'Aaron, what he's able to do, Sabonis, Trey Lyles, even JaVale McGee, get grimy, get physical. In that first game they played this year where Klay Thompson hit the buzzer beater, the Kings were in control of that game, I think, in large part because they were getting physical. They were getting grimy, and that was without De'Aaron Fox. So repeat that type of effort and intensity in this game, and I think you can come away with a victory.
Okay. My last key is this isn't the same Warriors team that beat you in the playoffs. It's not the same Warriors team that beat you a couple of times in the first week of the season. This is a moment where you have an opportunity to put a team away, sort of. Like there's a way that they can come back a little bit, but you can send a knockout blow here. And you can tie the season series at 2 games apiece, which makes it more difficult if they end up tying with you. Like this is a moment where a team is teetering. Go ahead and put them away.
Yeah.
Final one for me. Every game that they play this year come down to the final 4 minutes of the game. Finish the final 4 minutes. We've seen the Kings sputter on that last road trip in the final 4 minutes. You look at the Milwaukee game, you look at the 76er game, and then you specifically look at the Phoenix game and say, yo, we talked about this a week and a half ago. We talked about it all last week on how we need to finish these games on the road. When we smell blood, you put in the knife and you twist it. That's what I want.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I want that to happen, though. It's graphic. It's graphic, but it's got to happen. I want like the Beam Champs with 2 minutes to go in the game. Okay,
I like
in the Chase Center. Okay, that's
Yeah,
the energy I want tonight.
I like that. The last one for me is get back under center, hand the ball to McCaffrey. You can use all your play actions after that.
Let's
And
go.
get to work. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting locked in at this point. It's Thursday. I need to go to the Super Bowl. I want the win for the Kings for sure, but I'm getting locked in. Get back under center. You have all your playbook available to you when you do that, okay? None of the gun stuff too much. I don't want the gun run. Get back to getting under center, because if you do that, that Detroit Lions secondary, oh, that could be cake. That could be cake. And that's my last key. Let's go, goddammit.
There it is. There's
Love
his key.
that. KC,
There's
baby, bringing the fire.
There's his keys. All right. We got a couple of minutes here to finish up. We had a pretty long discussion about, the Miles Bridges rumor that the Kings might be one of the teams that could possibly be interested. Like one of those woulda, coulda, shoulda, maybe, possibly. What do you think? Yay, nay?
So let me just first and foremost say, if I was in control, if I was Monty McNair, I just couldn't do it. There's no way I could justify making that move. And once again, I hope I said it before, I hope people understand what I'm saying when I say this. Like, it's all inexcusable. But I'm dealing in the real world and everything else like that. Miles Bridges is not the guy you take that risk for. Like, he's not, I hate to say it, but he's not good enough for that. You know what I'm saying? And there's a question of whether anybody's good enough. And I'm all for that. But I'm just saying, Miles Bridges is not the guy that you take that type of risk and take that type of stance for in that situation. But there is another philosophical conversation that we could have maybe at another day is, regardless of how we all feel the same way about what he's done and everything else like that, he is in the NBA. And if he's in the NBA, like, he's available to be traded, he's available to be acquired as a free agent and all this other stuff. So there's that. I just know I couldn't do it right now. I couldn't do it. I think there's other avenues that you can go outside of Miles Bridges to try to improve your team.
James, there's a thing that I just realized that I didn't think we really commented on earlier. Is the front office is backed by a lot of females. Like, and if you look at that and you say, how would the female perspective, that with a front office that has Matina there, that has a lot of, like I said, very influential people that probably aren't okay with this, especially as a female.
I'd say, Jake, male, female, no one should be okay with what happened.
Okay. Yes.
And just straight up, that's it. No one should be okay
You're right,
with
you're
what
right.
happened. And like, you're talking about a guy who is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. You might have bird rights to him, but that means nothing. Like, you could have him come in for 25 or 30 games, have you lose 5,000 or maybe it's 200 season ticket holders. It doesn't matter. It's too much.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
I wouldn't either.
That's what I said.
10-foot pole.
10-foot pole. Stay away.
All right. Jake, thanks for joining us today.
Where am I from?
CBS 13.
Thank you.
I think.
Appreciate that. I was waiting for the 10-day contract. He was saying ESPN 1320 for like
I
an
mean, hey,
hour.
man, have your people talk to our people.
Hey, let's go, baby. All right.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. That's going to do it for this edition of the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Jake Aiden, thanks for joining us. Tomorrow we'll have Sean Cunningham. D'Lo and Casey are up next.
Yeah.
Send it over, baby.
Let's go.
See you soon. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. There was something in here I wanted to address. Somebody said something that, like, there's a point that's being missed here, and it's really tough that because we're not being 100% transparent. Fox must have thought he was being called out. Thus, the communication issue, overly sensitive. Fox never contacted. First of all, you don't have any idea if Fox ever contacted me. Plus, he stopped talking to me. Unprofessional, if all true. Yeah, each guy deals with stuff in different ways. Like, look, I'm totally fine with De'Aaron Fox. I don't have any problems at all. So, whether he's 100% fine with me, we'll find that out at some point. But that's, neither here nor there. So, you guys have a good day. Hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys. And see you tomorrow. Stuck.
Sacrifices you have to make to have
Arms.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, dude.
It's on the website, man.
What? I did get, by the way, did I ever tell you I got those shirts? Appreciate you on that.
Oh, for sure.
That was like fantastic. That
Oh,
was, like,
good.
3 weeks ago, though.
Good, good, good. I'm glad you got him.
Appreciate you guys. I'll catch
Yeah.
you, all right?
Most definitely. Thanks, Jake. What's up, guys? What's up, JT? Okay. Our show? Yeah, who the fuck you telling?
Just a little low. I hear you.
Yeah, they're very, very, very different settings. Both studios are set up for like the two of us, and they're not really set up for anything else. Oh yeah,
Boy, oh,
I
boy,
saw
oh,
it.
boy.
That is a rough report.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Welcome me, baby. Where you at? How y'all feeling? Kicking off this 7-game road trip. Come on, man. One more time just for fun. What's good?
Big time road trip right here, man.
Yes, indeed.
Big time road trip.
Yes, indeed. And it starts tonight at the Chase Center in San Francisco. We
Dental
welcome you in
office.
here. Well, that too, the Thursday, January 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you are here with us leading into Royal Rumble weekend.
Ooh,
Yes, indeed. I keep forgetting.
we got to get some predictions.
Okay, I'm down for that.
I mean, either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, we do that tomorrow. I mean, we got a big day tomorrow. I mean, Trey Wingo's, by the way, confirmed.
Nice.
Trey Wingo going to join us tomorrow. Obviously, James will be with. We got a game tonight.
Mhm.
Then we're leading into a game this weekend. And did you happen to see the NFL MVP finalists were just named?
I saw something about that, and I hear the Niners got 2.
Lamar,
Mhm.
Brock, Christian McCaffrey,
Mm.
Dakota, and Josh Allen. I think they just needed to get to 5. I think that's all it is. They just needed to get to 5.
I haven't seen the numbers. But Josh over Pat Mahomes and Tua
Well, Josh
and
had
Tyreek Hill.
I appreciate that right there.
Josh had a pretty
He had a big time season, but
he had it. That final stretch of the season, that last 5-6 games, I think it was 5 games. Now he was pretty nasty.
Huh.
I haven't done a comp, as this alert literally just popped up seconds ago. But I'll tell you, Josh Allen finished with 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. Of course, a 11-6 record. Tua Tagovailoa, commit those to memory again. That's 4,300, 29 and 18. Tua Tagovailoa, 4,600, 29 and 14.
Let's talk about it.
Wow, very interesting. Who was the other
the
name
other
that you mentioned?
I mentioned Tyreek Hill. And,
Tyreek
You know,
Hill.
it's a different criteria.
Yeah.
But
Tyreek Hill.
also
119 receptions, 1,799 yards, 15 yards per catch, 13 touchdowns.
that 1,700 is like top 5 all time, ain't it?
Man,
Because he was about to break a record, right?
Yeah, he was on his way until he got hurt late December. That's good enough to get you a first round blowout in the playoffs, baby.
well, all right. Well,
Go Fins.
Yeah.
Jesse's taking it well.
Still not mad.
The other thing about
Jesse's
it though
handling this
is
just fine.
Josh Allen's 15 rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
That plays a role in it too.
No, just
I guess
keep
he's
talking,
deserving
man.
of top 5.
Top 5 receiving
I
yards.
can't get mad at him being
No,
one of the finalists.
really
like
do.
he had a heck of a season.
I want to see where Tyreek ranks. What did we say? 1799.
I think so, yeah.
The most in a season was Calvin. Oh, that boy. Goodness gracious, 1,964 yards. You had Cooper Kupp's monster year. He fell just short of last year, 1947.
Kupp had 1947.
He's
Damn.
seventh. That 1799 is seventh all time.
Wow.
I mean, Justin Jefferson had more the year prior. You got an Antonio Brown sighting in here, a Jerry Rice sighting in here, a 2015 Julio Jones sighting. And yeah, Cooper Kupp, 2021, second most all time.
I probably shouldn't be like this, but the one who shouldn't probably be there is Dak.
Well, let's look at Dakota's numbers. We gave you Josh Allen's, we gave you Tua Tagovailoa's. Dakota, remember this is a regular season award. 4,500 yards, 36-9.
That's not bad.
Come on, man.
It's
That's not bad.
It's not bad, but once again, because people getting mad at me when I bring up stats. Oh, watch the games. Well, in this situation, we watch the games. We know Dak's story. We know he was getting 4 touchdowns against the Commanders and the Giants and the Panthers.
Well, they don't have a run game.
Yeah, they won their division though. Like, I guess like for the criteria, whatever that may be, I feel like he kind of fits.
I don't have a. You're really hard on Dak. Pause. You're.
I'm not the only one.
Well, that's for
We'll talk about. But I just think I watched Dak's games and those numbers and stuff like that. I didn't like how they were accumulated.
Oh, see, I hate that. I ain't doing that.
Are they tush push type
He was
numbers?
absolutely stat pattern. Absolutely. They'd have first and goal at the 1. He would throw 3 times. Absolutely.
He's calling the plays?
I don't know who's called. I don't know if he has say so or not. I'm not trying to Giannis him in this situation, but they absolutely tried to pad his stats. Absolutely.
Is who's winning it up for debate, by the way?
No,
I don't
not
think
for
so.
me.
Like, should he be like
Lamar.
unanimous selection?
It's Lamar, and it's not close. Brock Purdy, by the way, because we didn't mention him, 42, 31, and 11. Of course, we've talked about that extensively. Those are only the passing numbers, as you noted there, for Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson, on the other hand, he finished with 3,600 yards. This is in the air, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and the rushing scores are a little bit harder to find on Pro Football Reference.
Does McCaffrey have a chance at all in anybody's mind?
I don't think so.
He won the offensive player of the year, the AP or the writers or something like that.
That's
so
fine.
He's got that.
Yeah. Like, now, I don't want to confuse what you just said with my, like, is he deserving? Absolutely. But I don't think he has a chance to win.
The only reason I asked that, and if I had a vote, I would vote for Lamar. Maybe I'm brainwashed like everybody else. But Lamar didn't have this like crazy statistical season.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like his season in 2019 where it was like, my goodness, this guy's lost his mind.
Yeah.
He was just the best of the quarterbacks based really off of record. You know what I'm saying? Like, his record and his record combined with his top flight production is what's going to get him the MVP. But I don't think his year was like 2019, if that makes sense.
You could also say he's the most valuable to his team, though.
That's what I was going to say too.
True.
Like, if you look at the other, like, but part of the reason I don't think Christian McCaffrey has a chance is because, whether right or wrong, he's probably going to split votes somehow with Brock Purdy, or probably has, because the votes are obviously already in. He probably split votes to a certain degree with Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy getting 0 votes.
Well, the votes are already in.
True. I was just saying, according to these people, Brock Purdy should get 0 votes.
Pay no attention to those people. Clearly, Brock Purdy got MVP votes. He's a finalist. The votes have already been cast. They've been counted. They know who the MVP is. But Lamar, with what Jesse said, it felt like, you talk about watching the game and what Dak was doing. Lamar felt like he was the reason the Baltimore Ravens were winning.
I agree. I would vote for Lamar. Lamar is your MVP.
It felt like Lamar was the best player in the league for most of the year, like the most impactful player.
2-time MVP loading.
2-time MVP.
Unanimous belt holder?
Yeah, he should have the belt. We can make it official, on Raw during a presentation. But yeah, he's got the belt.
No, we make it official now. Everybody got Lamar with the belt?
Yeah.
I got Lamar with the KCC.
All right. Well, Lamar. Who did anyone not have Lamar?
When?
Like right now.
No, I think I gave it to Lamar after he beat.
You gave it to Lamar
Niners.
a while ago.
Yeah, after my
I think
debacle.
mine was after the Christmas game.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I
You
think
took it
that's
from Purdy.
yeah.
Well, now
I
it's
think that's
official.
right. Yep. All right. So, well,
Ladies and gentlemen, and new champion.
unanimous
Unanimous.
champion. Yeah, unanimous champion. He is the
Acknowledge
belt
him.
holder. Well, we'll do this one.
I'm in God mode.
Lamar right there.
Atlanta Falcons really said in the offseason, yeah, we're not signing this guy.
And are back here 12 months later looking for a quarterback.
It wasn't just them either, but
No, it wasn't just them. Yeah, it wasn't just them. A whole lot of people said they had no interest in Lamar Jackson.
I really need to know what happened
Y'all look like idiots right now.
because I really believe there was a conspiracy.
I was going to say, you
on.
already know what happened. You already laid it out. That's what happened.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that that's not what happened.
Mhm.
They were trying to make an example out of Lamar Jackson. And whether they did or they didn't, I have no idea. He signed the richest NFL contract in history. It wasn't the contract he wanted. It wasn't the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed contract, but he got more money than Deshaun Watson. And I don't know. I think it was a point. And I don't know, man. You said something back then about agents being involved. Maybe they were.
I think they were.
Agents.
Because then the only reason I say that is because he didn't have an agent. His mom was his
Right.
agent.
Right.
And
Agents are far more powerful in this game of sports than we really care to talk about.
then you talk about proving a point. I think they tried to prove a point right there too.
Mhm. Yeah.
Now, where
Certainly
the Ravens
possible.
or somebody just said, "Hey, we're going to end the charade," I don't know how they came to that conclusion,
Yeah.
but I believe that's my belief. That's why I said I want to know for sure at some point what happened.
Well, I know
But I
Schefter
believe
was in
that
on it.
happened. Exactly.
I know Schefter was in on it. It was just, was he in and on from the Baltimore Ravens side or from an agency standpoint?
Which side is he on?
Well, the one thing, the one
was
side
on
for
the
sure, he
Ravens
wasn't
side.
on Lamar's
Yeah,
side.
he was on the Ravens agent side.
Yeah, he wasn't on Lamar's side because he was tweeting for the 6th straight game. Lamar Jackson won't be like, oh, okay.
Mm.
You know, this is a 2-week injury, but here's Lamar not playing. It's like, all right, Schefter, you're a hoe. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh no.
He out there hoeing for agents, man. That's what he's doing. I mean, most of these insiders that's what they do. That's how you get access. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. It's the game, and it was a come on, man, Shams. It was a James Harden tweet about Shams, and I remember I was like, if you ever wonder if you wonder how deeply you had to sell your soul to be a sports insider, read this tweet to yourself. 'Cause this is it. James Harden unselfishly took less money. It's like, bro, that is not your job. What he signed for and with who? That's your job. But you threw in all these extra adjectives to make everybody look pretty. All right.
Hey, and then
y'all showed me right there.
On the flip side, RIP.
His good friend Flipside passed away a couple
I'm
years ago.
paraphrasing, but it was something like James Harden yet to report. Everybody's preparing
Yep.
for chaos to
Yep.
happen.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Who'd that come from?
Okay.
Who'd that come from? Daryl Morey, the guy who's on Woj's podcast every other week.
Mm.
He on Woj's podcast more than Tyrese is with JJ.
you think Schefter is still sending his rough drafts to the teams?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That was crazy.
Yo, didn't he tweet one like a year ago, less than a year ago?
Yeah.
I think something like that.
Oh,
yeah.
goofball, man. We'll come back. We're just getting started. We got basketball to talk about. Warriors returned to the floor last night.
Yeah, no, we're setting it up. I was just gonna say Kings Warriors tonight lost low luster because of where these teams are.
Well, no, maybe. I think there's a couple of things at play.
Okay.
We could talk about it. And there's a really scary team in the Western Conference. And I'm not talking about the Clippers. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. We're happy that you're here with us. Phone lines are available for you. Of course, you can jump in the chatty house. Salute. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. We're happy that you're here. Stealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Nice day outside.
It is nice.
Sun's out, 60 degrees or
It's a
something.
perfect
like that.
California day.
Yes, strong California
Yeah.
vibes today.
That's why it's the best.
That's why we pay for it too.
It's facts.
That's why everything that Dr. Flo was talking about yesterday is happening. Oh, pay for the sun. That's what it is. $500 more in rent so you can get sunshine. Love to get Nick Wagner on, man, but he's all over Sports Center. We probably can't afford him no more.
Out of our price range. I don't know if we have a price range.
Everybody's got a price.
Jim Harbaugh, the CM Punk of like the football world.
Explain yourself.
Like the way he left, which is kind of like, just feuded with the company or whatever. And ever since he was with Michigan, everyone's just kind of waiting, like, oh, is he going to come back? Is he going to come back? Like, he's just polarizing, I feel like, in the NFL.
I see you.
And it's like now he's back. It's like this big old deal or whatever.
Well, here's the thing. It's not a bad comp.
Yeah, I see you.
Because Punk's a great wrestler and Harbaugh's a great coach. Also, if you see Vince McMahon trending, don't click on it.
Well,
do not click on it. Now you got that little sucker as your head coach, huh?
Does Connor Stallion said to the Chargers? The dude that was spying for Harbaugh? Like, is there anything against that?
It's in the rundown. You know who, not that you're looking at our rundown this week, but
I looked at it earlier.
You know who there's already rumblings about whether it's real or not. Apparently this was a thing a couple of years ago. It was Cap.
Oh, yeah,
He wanted Cap as a quarterback's coach.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
What I didn't see.
It was Florio.
Florio Rudd was like, oh well.
It was Florio.
Florio, I remember a couple of years ago, you went on with the Morning Roast. I got into it with Butch. I got into it on the air.
Try to get Florio once on here.
He's fine. He's a fine interview. He talks.
He's a little pompous, but
he's very pompous.
Doesn't bother me.
Man, our numbers have been so funny the last 2 days. They go up and down by like 50 at a time. It happened yesterday. Kenny left and like the number dropped. I was like, Jesus, y'all motherfuckers hate me. And then it like popped back up. It was like, pause. It was like, hey, the hell? No. All right, what do we got today? Marcus Thompson going to join us about an hour from now. A brother over at The Athletic. He'll be with us.
I'll pull back the curtain just a little bit with MT2. He's like, yeah, man, I'm definitely going to come on with y'all, man. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm going to sound terrible. I said, don't worry, we sound terrible every day, so it's all good. But I also did tell him, I was like, look, man, if it gets too much, don't go crazy.
Pull back the curtain a little bit more. Is this on the phone or the stream?
On the phone.
Gotcha.
Marcus has never joined us on the stream. He doesn't believe he's ever camera ready. That's a shoot, by the way. Will Z will join us coming up at 2:45. And then Matt George, normally with us on Thursdays. Matt will probably be with us from the Chase Center sometime during his normal time slot in the final stretch here of the show.
Whether it's pregame warm-ups or fourth quarter, it'd be fine because it's quiet in there.
It is very quiet in there. Indeed it is. And it was very emotional in there last night as they gave a heck of a tribute to Dejan Milkovic. And that was, man, I don't know the man or having a lead. That was a tough watch. But I speculated yesterday talking with James, like it might have been an emotional dump for them. Like just get back out there. And that's what, Steve Kerr was talking about yesterday. We're grieving, but it's time. Like, we have to get back out there on the floor. We have to attempt to salvage this season.
Right.
So let's get out there and let's do what we do. And they played a fantastic game. And I speculated one way or the other. Last night's game probably won't be like tonight's.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were going to be either really emotionally up or really emotionally down.
Yeah.
And I can't speak to what those guys were actually feeling, but they played well on the floor.
Yeah.
And I think tonight's game is going to be a little bit different. I think it's the weird thing about tonight's game. You asked a second ago, has the Warriors Kings lost a little bit of luster? Well, no, I don't think it's lost luster. I think they didn't space the games out very well. So it's not like the rivalry kept going. You just had 3 fights at the beginning of the year, and now you got this one. But I also think there's obviously the very weird circumstances that Golden State is going through, and the fact that, the Kings are where they were last year, just a lot lower in the standings in terms of a winning percentage. And so my big thing headed into tonight, and forgive me, this isn't the greatest sports radio. I have no idea. I have no idea what to expect of this game. I don't know what to expect from either team. I don't know if the Warriors are really locked in and are, kind of on a mission to do what Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday, and it's salvaged their season, or if they just needed to get that first game over with, and now we're settling back in. Like, they had, was it six double-digit scores yesterday?
Yeah,
like Kuminga hasn't missed a shot.
Right.
Like, they had a lot of things clicking for them yesterday.
Yeah.
Atlanta helped with that.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what to expect from Golden State or Sacramento tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I feel the same way. Because the other thing about it is both teams have been up and down throughout the season. It's not like the Warriors aren't winning games, but they've played good games that they've lost in.
Mm-hmm.
They've played well and haven't been able, for one reason or another, to win the game or anything like that. So they're probably thinking, hey, we weren't always that far off.
Mm-hmm.
Let's string together that same style of play. Same thing I was talking about with the Kings about a week ago. Play the way you're playing, find a way to bring it home with a W. So you don't necessarily know what you're getting because of that mindset, and if they can play well for a full 48 again. So you don't know. And then obviously we know with the Kings, you don't know what team you're getting. They have shown that they look like one of the better teams in the league, from time to time, and they've shown that they look like a lottery team, with how they play from time to time.
Yeah.
And you really don't know. Neither team has established any consistency outside of inconsistency this season.
Yeah, there was 8-9 days ago when they played on MLK Day. I had forgot this again because so much has happened, since then for them with canceled games and all of that stuff. That was Draymond's game back.
Yep.
That was the story. Now it's not even a thing. I had forgot as last night's game started that it was only Draymond's second game back. And he came off the bench. He was one of those guys. He played really well yesterday. The Warriors as a whole played really well yesterday. And there's also like that's probably still a bit of an adjustment for everybody, right? You're only 2 games into this, and Draymond's here. You had this long break between one of the longest breaks, non-COVID related in NBA history without playing a game.
Right.
And it's like, oh yeah, we just had this player who's been out for 15, 16 games or whatever it was, back in our lineup, a very polarizing player back in the lineup with us.
Yeah. I'm not sure where they're at as a team, trying to adjust back to those things. And because of that, this may be a good time to catch the Warriors if you're the Kings, or
the opposite.
Yeah. So there's a lot that we don't know about this game, or we can't get a feel for. I do feel like the Lester's off of this game a little bit, though.
It is a little weird because you had said something there about the way that they're playing. being competitive in games that maybe they're just losing. And I felt like they had some similar. I remember a Bonte Hill tweet is sticking out in my head a little bit. I remember he tweeted, vibes are off after the winning streak because they had lost. I think it was their third game in a row, and it made me look back here. And there's a stretch where they lost 4 out of 5 games. Then they went into a 5-game winning streak that included a win over the Celtics and a number of bad teams, but there's a win over the Celtics in there, a couple of wins over the Blazers, and then they lose 3 in a row and win, and then lose, win, lose, win, lose. Does this sound familiar? You know what I mean? Like, does it these two teams might be more alike than ever, and they're just not 48, 49, 50 wins like I think we thought they were going to be. Right. They're tracking towards something a little bit lower than that.
Do you I want to ask you, now because we didn't really get a chance to talk about it or anything, but do you think everything, the air was cleared with Harrison and Fox talking yesterday about just talking in general, not necessarily the content of what they were talking about, but just being there, being available to speak? You think that's now water under the bridge, or is it going to take a little more time? Like, are they going to have to talk after a loss or something like that? To me, I feel like, all right, it's done. Let's move on.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe others feel different.
I will never have another conversation about who talks and who doesn't again. I don't care. So, but I'm gonna answer your question. I'll make a statement first. I saw some tweets yesterday that were really, really dramatic. And so much so, I started texting people, hey, because we're in the know. Like when Fox said this has answered Jason's question, or Jason said something like, does it have to do with us? Are you mad at us? And he said, like, no, just no comment, and moved on. From what we know, he was telling the truth. It doesn't have anything to do with the media. People took that and ran with it. And I mean, they ran 100 yards with it. And I saw some of these over-the-top dramatic tweets where I started texting around, hey, is there something I don't know? Nothing. I don't care anymore. Talk, don't talk. I don't care. You can send Keon Ellis to the guy. Send Keon Ellis. Give me Kessler Edwards. Send Jay Triano up if you want to instead of Mike Brown. Send Doug Chris. You could send the strength coach. Send the equipment guy. You could have Shannon sit up there and answer questions if you want to. I don't care anymore. But to your point, yeah, it's done. Like, I don't know why Harrison wasn't talking. I don't know why Harrison wasn't available after scoring 32 points on TV or at the podium or at his locker or anywhere. I have no idea. Heard things. I have no idea why he didn't want to talk though. De'Aaron's something different. I don't care anymore. If De'Aaron doesn't want to talk after block, don't talk. If Domas doesn't want, I don't care. Whatever. Well, but just keep in mind, if you're actively avoiding something, you're putting energy into it. And it goes back to the line that you said 2 weeks ago when we got wind of what was going on, that you said on the air 2 days ago. Y'all are worried about the wrong thing. Do what Steve Kerr said. Try to salvage this season. Because right now, you're a playing team. And you might finish with the same record that you did last year. But we talked about it, and we'll talk more about it. You talking about the way the Clippers are playing right now? Anybody been watching Phoenix? Phoenix is starting to find their footing with everybody available. Now that they're available now, and that's always going to be the thing with Phoenix. Right. Is will all three, because when all three of those guys are out there, you saw Book do what he did last night. Then it's KD. Like, it's exactly what you'd expect. One night it's Brad, one night it's KD, one night it's Book. Next night it's KD.
2 of the 3.
Man.
All 3. Like,
man.
They got it going on right now.
And they look. So now you've got them. Now you got the Clippers. You got the Nuggets. Are we out on Minnesota?
No, I'm not.
Nope. Out on OKC?
Nope.
Okay, we're at 5 now. That's 5. 6 are guaranteed. We're at 5 that right now are nasty. Okay. You got the Kings. You got the Pelicans. You got the Mavericks. Yeah. That might be it, but the Lakers are probably going to trade 76 guys before February, and who knows what they might before February 8th, and they might look like something different.
As long as LeBron is there, they're always lurking.
That's facts.
So,
Well, I kind of feel the same way about Steph.
I'm not completely dismissing them. For them to get all the way to the 6,
Yeah,
I think
right.
that's this
But-
particular group. That's a bit of a reach, but I understand. Like, I'm not saying the Warriors just ain't gonna make nothing this year just because of where they're at right now.
Yeah, to get to the 6 or to get back into the conversation with the 6, maybe the combo, but like there's the Warriors just right outside. Just I'm always gonna feel like with Steph, they're lurking, and I still like a lot of components of their roster. I just feel like maybe there's some other things. Did you have some?
Well, yeah, like even more so. It's even more of a reason I think for the Kings to fight for that 6 spot. You want to play a one-off game with the Warriors in the play-in, like when Steph can go for 40 on any given night or whatever. Like I think that's even more reason to avoid a team like the Warriors, is because like in the play-in, like anything could happen with Steph and those guys.
Hell, you want to play a one-off game with the Lakers?
Exactly.
Like, not really.
Yeah,
not really. So
I don't want to play a one-off game, period.
No,
but I point
best
taken.
thing. Well, think about this combination. This is scary because I was about to say the best thing you could do is make sure you're 7 or 8. Well, what if you're 7, you play a one-off with the Lakers, and then you lose, and you play a one-off with the Warriors?
Jesus. Can you imagine
That's
losing
not
both
fair.
of those?
Those are like game 7s within themselves.
Can you
It's not
imagine
fair.
what that would do to this fan base to lose both of those?
That sets the entire offseason on fire. Like,
Oh,
just-
it does.
We're set for the summer.
We're
as well.
talking.
We have, yeah.
We're dealing with the Mike Brown being fired tweets. That's what we're dealing with.
We're
if
back
that
to the
happens.
trade Fox stuff.
Oh, it would be
Yeah,
bad.
That would be disastrous.
And then everyone will be watching what's happening in the East.
Mm.
It's
Well,
it's going to happen.
Well, I thought they were playing good basketball, and they were.
They were.
It's not popping right now.
Well, yeah, because partly because bro's gone. Like he holds that thing together. You think
This
he's
is the
going to
second straight year that's happened though too. I
Well-
hope it's not a trend. I hope he can start.
Well,
to
I
play
don't think
75
I
games.
think he should have been back. I think they rushed him back because of the Siakam thing, or he rushed himself back because of the Siakam thing. But that's also the thing with hamstrings. Hamstrings they're you need an off season. Like if it's a strain, if it's not like a surgical, if it's a strain, it's always lingering.
Yeah.
It is lingering. It is lingering. It is lingering. You think he's named an all-star starter today?
Yeah.
Who's the other back? I feel like
Donovan.
is Donovan?
Yeah. Because they got Jalen and Tatum as forwards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are the two. Last time I
So
remember, I think
it's-
those are the two leaders. Trae Young might have been up there too.
Well, that's so
That's not going to happen. But I think at one point I think he was number 2 actually.
Tatum, Joe, Giannis,
Tatum, Joe, Giannis,
and then Tyrese.
Mhm.
There's no shot at the other Tyrese.
No, he was too far down. And I know that's only part of the vote,
Okay.
but I think he was he might have been like 7 or 8.
So I think this is the final fan voting I got right here. Tyrese was 1 for the guards. Trae Young was 2. Dame
Trae's
was
not making
3, and then Donovan Mitchell was 4. Tyrese Maxey's 5th.
So do they lead Dame, Donovan? I guess an outside chance for Tyrese Maxey, but do they lean Dame or Donovan is probably the question.
Yeah, that's where it goes. I agree with you. Trey's not making it, but I mean he is second.
Yeah, fan voting counts for 50% of it, and then it's 25% from the.
Trae
players
Young.
and then-
Yeah. Sorry, Trae Young. You said Trae. Yeah.
And I don't even know if it was that close
but I just-
between second and third. Is it?
Yeah, but I don't.
Trey's up by about like 100 or about like 70,000 votes, probably
Seems
around there.
18 and 26.
Well, the Warriors ain't no good. Steph is gonna start.
Is he?
He's like second in fan voting.
But that's just but the fan vote is it's weighted.
Mm-hmm. What's
Okay.
the other part of that?
Isn't it coaches and players?
Yeah, so players account for 25%, and then media counts for the other 25%.
Media, sorry, not coaches.
And then fans are 50%.
Coaches do the bench. So media and
Look, Trey should not start. I'm with you. Like he should not start. But I know that we just laid out the percentages. I don't know how much that affects it.
yeah, I don't either. I don't know.
But it should be, in my opinion, it should be Tyrese, Halliburton
Mhm.
and Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
Do the Kings get 2 players announced today? Or is it just starters today?
Just
They're doing
starters.
Just starters.
Just starters?
Just
Okay.
starters. So they get no one announced today.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
No one.
Do
is
we
getting announced today.
we talked about it a little bit. Do we think De'Aaron has cost himself an all-star spot? I think he might still get in
I don't know.
because just
Like-
you got it in front of you. You got who's
Fox was 7th in voting
Well,
for
who are
guards.
the top two?
The top 2 in guards?
Yeah,
Steph and Luca.
Steph and Luca. Book will be in there.
So I don't think Steph's starting then. I think it's Shea.
Shea is 3rd. And then Fox was actually ahead of Booker. Booker was 9th in the fan voting.
See, Book's like you're. I'm just not a big Devin Booker guy. I don't know. Devin. I know my man's nasty. He's nasty. I know that he's nasty. He missed time too, didn't he? How many games did he miss this year?
That boy's bad, and he irritates me sometimes too. But
What'd
he
you
is
call
bad.
him?
Well, I mean,
All right, yeah, don't say that. Bruce could be listening.
Is it a hot take to say that Fox has a better chance to get in than Sabonis?
no,
Man,
I
that
think
would be crazy.
Yeah, I think Sabonis
That would be
So
got it.
Sabonis
crazy.
finished 10th in fan voting.
Yeah, but
You
there's not enough of
you
his
think
vibe.
media has been paying attention and stuff like that, and players around the league?
Book has played 35 games. De'Aaron has played 36.
I think I hear what you're saying. I
I think
understand
one of the
question.
2 gets in for sure, but I'm not sure which one.
I think Sabonis just virtue of the whole front court thing, and there's not that many guys. Like I know it's what'd you say, 10th in voting. We look at that list. There's probably only a real argument for like 3 guys ahead of Sabonis if we're talking basketball.
Like coaches, you talk. Media doesn't matter. Coaches matter.
And it's not
Like
just
because Domas isn't going to be a starter.
so how do they pick the reserves then?
Coaches.
Coaches get the reserves?
So coaches will. It's impossible. I can't believe that coaches wouldn't put Domas in. De'Aaron, I honestly don't know.
Well, like I said, we got Luka,
Mhm.
Steph,
Mhm.
Shea.
Mhm.
I think Booker will get there.
Mhm.
That's 4.
The numbers are really close.
Yeah, that's 4. And now you're talking like James Harden.
Yeah,
I don't
Harden
think
might
James
make
gets
it.
there though.
Harden might make it.
Yeah, I don't think James should get there. Who else is on that list? I know Ja's on there.
Anthony
Yeah,
Edwards is on there.
Man,
Kyrie.
Edwards.
Yeah, you got to have it
Jeez.
named the Minnesota
That's
Timberwolves.
5.
A Minnesota Timberwolves probably not gonna start
No, yeah, probably
because
not.
Jokic, LeBron.
Well, it depends on
who am I
on
missing?
what they're talking about because I think
I'm missing. I got to be missing somebody. Jokic, LeBron, and KD,
KD, yeah.
KD,
and then
and then
in my
AD.
opinion, Shea and
Luka
probably Luka are the
Luka's
starters.
there, yeah, he's gonna start.
Probably the
If
starters.
he's there as a guard, he's gonna
Mhm.
start. But that's 5 guards right there with Ant-Man. Then I don't think there's anybody. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about with James. Kawhi, do you look at him as a forward or a guard? I think he's a forward.
He's front court here.
So I think it's gonna come down to like the last spot or so for Fox. And he should make it.
Well, Jaren Jackson Jr., second straight All-Star bid.
Fox should make it. I mean, even with like how his game is tailed off a little bit, he's still top 10 in the league in scoring. He's like 7 or 8, right? Last
I
time
don't
I
know,
checked.
but he is like 0.2 points ahead of Booker.
Mm.
I'm just focused on Booker and no one else. Just I have those 2 numbers in front of me. That's all.
I think I'm gonna pull it.
De'Aaron's
up
at 27.4, 4.1, 5.6, 46% from the field, 39%. That really is an incredible number from him, up 7% over his career average, 39% from 3, and then a very, very frustrating 71.7% from the free throw line.
He's 7th in the league in scoring.
So who's ahead of him?
Donovan,
All-star.
KD,
All-star.
SGA, Giannis,
All-star,
Luka,
All-Star.
Embiid.
All-star.
And
MVP.
people behind them is Booker, Tatum,
All-star,
Young.
All-star.
Trae Young's the anomaly, but he's still in the fan
He
voting.
might make an all. I don't know. Yeah, I have
he's
no idea.
10. Steph is 11. Brunson is 12. Jokic 13. Ant-Man, Maxey will make it. Dame will make it. You get to 17 with Kyrie. That's the first time you're looking at a guy that probably won't make the All. So it'd be crazy to have your 7th leading scorer not make the All-Star team.
Yo, we were speculating if Dewey was going to be averaging 30 and not making the
Mhm.
All-Star team.
Yeah. It really would.
I wonder
It'd be
how
crazy if he didn't make the All-Star
I
team,
wonder
to be honest
how
with you.
outsiders view the Kings season. Because we're obviously watching this team under a microscope.
Mhm.
We know they're not,
Mhm.
but they weren't last year either.
Right.
So if they're really just looking at standings and scores and all of that, and the standings and scores, or particularly the standings, are about the same as last year, and you see De'Aaron's numbers are up from last year,
Mhm.
what do they think?
I don't know. It really depends on the person.
You probably think they're a middle of the pack type team, I think, because I mean you're not watching that closely. So I'm sure like the record, like, oh, they're the same as last year, but you're looking, oh, they're a playing team now.
Well, the other thing about that though, Jesse, is they just became a playing team. For the most part, they've been in the top 6.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like when people are making these votes and thinking about it, they'll maybe, oh, what are the Kings doing? Oh, they're 5th. You know, for the most part. Like I think this past week was the first time they went below 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's always a
the
question
game
of-
before Atlanta.
It's always just how much are they paying attention though?
Right. And that and what I just said is a level of not paying attention. Like, oh, what are the Kings doing? Oh, they're 6. Okay, we're the top 6. Well, they're not even.
So the
playing
Kings
that well.
win
They're a
tonight.
half game out of 8.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Kings win tonight. They'll still be a half. They'll still be like a half game out because it looks like the Pelicans don't play tonight.
And the Pelicans should not get anybody in the All-Star game.
Okay, I don't have no problem with that. I'm just looking to see who the Pelicans play. Okay, they play the Thunder tomorrow.
That's a good game.
I'll watch that.
Yeah, that's a good game.
In New Orleans. I'll watch that.
Thunder now, I guess it's alphabetical or so. I don't know. Number 1 seed in the West. On ESPN.com, they got them ahead of Minnesota. Maybe it's whatever.
I don't think that's alphabetical. I think it's the.
Yeah, I didn't even look. It's not the M and the T. Well, TH is ahead of TI.
It sounded good. You said it confidently, so I'm gonna buy it.
EFGHI. Yeah, that's alphabetical.
I'm gonna buy it. He said it with his
Thunder
chest.
Timberwolves. That's alphabetical.
I love you, bro. I don't think this is set up to be alphabetical. I don't know. It's probably
Maybe
based
it's
on the head-to-head.
conference. Well, the conference record, Minnesota's better.
Yeah, it could be the head-to-head.
Division record, yeah, maybe it's head-to-head.
Division record, Oklahoma City's played significantly more games than Minnesota has. They're 9-2. Minnesota's 5-2.
You dweebs.
That damn
CV,
point differential.
CV talking about O versus M. I'm talking about Thunder versus Timberwolves. Jackass. Thunder comes before Timberwolves.
It's facts.
So how do we determine this spot in the lottery? Alphabet.
Because they both start with a T and H comes for I, so Kenny's got it.
You are tremendous for that.
Speaking of OKC, does the All-Star game need like Chet or Wemby in it?
No, absolutely not.
Do you think the NBA thinks they
No.
need it in there?
No.
They need those two in there? One of them?
No, they're on TV every 5 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. No, then sit them courtside.
I hear what you. Well, Wemby's
No.
in the skills competition.
Great. That's enough.
I think that came out last week.
That's enough. Don't need anything
Put
else.
Chet in there too.
Fine. I don't care. They're not all-stars.
I agree. I'm just
They're
saying,
not
you
all-stars.
want them on TV? Put them on something on All-Star Saturday night.
With that said, though, 31-13, just one all-star at Oklahoma City, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, at least their coach didn't get fired.
Well, good for them.
Man, boy, that Doc Rivers commentary was rough yesterday.
Mm.
They called that man a charismatic con man.
You know, and I meant to
That's
talk
a
about that
lot.
yesterday. I want to say something about that and see what you guys think about that.
All right, we'll come back. We'll continue to talk basketball. Man, Marcus Thompson going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Flu game for Marcus Thompson. He's going to be playing through it, but we'll talk about him. Did you see Luka and the fan?
Oh,
and then Luka and Tim McMahon.
Oh man, hey, I might defend Luka a little bit.
Hey, I'm
That's
with
crazy.
it. I'm with it. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Long Beach State versus UC Irvine. Live right now. Women's. That must mean they started at like 11 o'clock. That's obviously it looks like one of those kids' games, but like what kids are out of school right now? They got a lot of people in this gym.
Hey, you got Trey Wingo's email for tomorrow? Oh, Jesse's on the phone. Never mind. Well, I'm not shut the hell up. So Panthers got their coach. RP SGA is pretty nasty, man. I know you don't like guys who draw fouls, but SGA is pretty legit. I thought Mike Breen's tribute to Doc Rivers was pretty funny.
I didn't see.
He said he's taking a far less stressful job than being a color analyst and going to coach basketball, and we thank him for his many weeks of service. Okay. Oh, boy. Didn't see this. WWE Raw will... Wow, I'm a bit surprised by this. At the end of September, the USA Network has told Brandon Thurston that they're not airing it after the end of September. So once Raw is off USA in September, it has no home at this exact moment.
Raw to Sacramento.
So
Dude, we can work out a deal.
goes.
ESPN 1320 TV. You don't got to pay much.
Raw to ESPN 1320.
He followed that up with WWE told me they will make an announcement relatively soon about that. I guess they already have something. What it is, I don't know. Maybe they'll go on Netflix early. I'm not sure. That's Dave Meltzer. Man, put the network on Netflix and get it off that app. So actually, I take that back because I would keep the Peacock app just because of The Office. That's why they're slow rolling out these fan.
Yeah,
seasons.
they're really. I've been waiting for season 7 of the Superfan episodes for a while.
They just dropped it.
They did?
Yeah,
I know what I'm doing today.
they just dropped it like 3 days ago.
All right, yeah, that's good to know.
After like 2 years of not releasing a season.
It's just like Icons.
No, Icons let it go, Jesse. It's in Netflix's hands now.
It told me to let go of The Rock. I was right then.
Well, you were right.
CM Punk too.
It is a 67-page lawsuit against Vince McMahon.
Hey, so maybe I'm the only one who didn't see this. We could talk about it a little later or whatever. Did you see that LSU football player?
Almost 9,000 bets.
No.
Betting on football.
LSU?
He's on the Patriots now.
Oops.
Said he bet. Did he bet on LSU?
I think it was
when he was there.
Yeah, when he was there.
Hmm.
I don't know if he bet on the Patriots. I just saw mainly the LSU stuff, but
being charged for illegal online gambling or gaming, excuse me. He placed over 8,900 bets, including some on LSU football while he was still in school.
Oh, boy. We will be live at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, 1 week from tomorrow. Live show right into a watch party, baby. The Kings are on the road, and they'll be taking on Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam. Tap into us, come through, hang out. Best part about this, it's a Friday.
Yeah.
We are doing our live show from 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino, 1 week from tomorrow. Next Friday, come through, hang out, man. We'd love to see you.
Yeah, man. It's going to be a good time, man. Fridays at Sky River. It's going to be a good time.
Drinks will be flowing. Wings will be getting served. We're working on the guest list.
And I'll tell you right now, I'll watch the game now. I'll really watch the game. Unfiltered.
Yeah, so make sure you stick around long enough for Kenny to be thrown out of 32 Bruce Street at Sky River Casino.
What was that?
Probably for yelling at officials.
We watched the Eagles 49ers game. That was the last game we watched together. Eagles were pissing me off.
Yeah, they were. That wasn't bad.
They didn't even do nothing.
It wasn't bad. Like partly because the 49ers beat their ass. So it wasn't difficult. That was Kenny was shining too, because we was at Bar West.
Yeah. Shout out Nico. Shout out DJ Oasis.
Yeah. And hey, every time the 49ers score, we're gonna give something away. All right, yeah, cool. All right. And so so when they score, we'll just run up there and we'll do like trivia or whatever. We'll just give away this gift card. Yeah, okay, cool. Whatever you want. 49ers score. Yeah. Strangers coming up like hugging and high-fiving and wanting to like hand beers. And then I turn to my right and Kenny's gone. He's on stage. Hey, 49ers. Where y'all at? Hey, where Christian McCaffrey go to college? Stanford gift card. He gives out the gift card. Meanwhile, I'm still over here getting hugged by the dude in the Joe Montana jersey. So the 49ers score again. Kenny run around high-fiving everybody. I'm like, all right, let's go up to the front. We head up to the front. I get cut off. All right, we're going to college. Gift card for you. Those out the gift card. The whole place is hype. I'm like, all right. So after the second touchdown, I just stopped going. I was like, hey, this your show, bro. I'm just here to support.
Hey, man, we was cooking, man. We was cooking together, man. We
bro,
was cooking.
You was cooking. I was just enjoying my beverage. Shout out Nico. I was just enjoying my beverage, man. That's all. Shout out JP.
Shout out JP. The whole crew. Another D-Lo and KC down memory lane. Last night, the Jazz had never heard the story of recent AEW.
Oh no, ask Uncle D-Lo.
It's the worst alley-oop you've ever thrown in your life.
Uncle D-Lo. I didn't even say ask him. See, he needs to know. Like sometimes you just, hey, what does that mean, Dad? I don't know. That should be the end. And he asked Uncle D-Lo, and Uncle D-Lo should be like, beats me. But no, he told him.
I did not tell that boy what that meant. Don't do that. Did you tell Jasmine that?
No.
Oh, no. Jasmine, if you're watching, I did not.
What did you say?
I don't know. It's just a thing that they do. That's what I said.
That's a good answer.
That's what it's just. It's just a thing that they do.
That's a good answer.
I don't know. Like me and your dad fist bump before the show. They do something else.
So I'm because Bruce might be on here. Everybody should know what I'm talking about. We're watching Swagger, right? The longest process ever, mainly because of me. He asked me a lot, like, "Hey, can we watch Swagger tonight?" Like, I got to do this.
That's a tough show to watch, like multiple episodes of. Yeah. Like I usually watch like an episode at a time, and then I'll leave it for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happened with us, right? So the mom gives the son a present for his 18th birthday, and she gives him the little present and then the regular present. So she goes, here's the present. And they don't say anything, but obviously us adults know what it is. And Reese doesn't. He's like, what'd she just give him? I was like, I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, Bruce might be listening, so just leave it.
Form of birth control for everybody.
Well, that's what it was. Poor
so
Bruce.
He ended up asking Jazz the other day. And then he said what it was, but he didn't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, what is it? And she's like, how do you know about that? She's like, we were watching Swagger with Dad, and that's what the mom gave Jace for his birthday. And Jazz is not me. She'll be like, well, she's going to educate you.
Oh, well, good. That will good. It's a good thing y'all are together then, because that's perfect.
But she does it perfectly. Like she don't go crazy, but she does it way better than I could do it. She'll educate you.
Hopefully he doesn't ask you about this Vince McMahon report that came out today.
Daddy, why did Vince McMahon?
Well, nope. I can't stress this enough. If you haven't read the report, find the cleanest, most edited version of this report you can write.
Dude is sick, bro.
Because the unedited version was sent to me, and that was the first one I saw. Like,
That
no,
dude
I'm
is
good.
sick.
I'm good.
He got to be out the paint at this point.
I don't know. Well, I was going to say, I don't know how you, I mean, they didn't do anything to Dana. That was on camera.
They defended Dana.
Yeah. He had his people on ESPN. I know Dana. He would never. Yeah.
Wasn't that Stephen A who said that?
It was Molly.
Molly, that's right.
It was Molly.
Come on, man. Come on.
Stephen A played a part in it. Yeah, but Molly co-signed.
That's right. It
Did
was
the same
Molly.
thing.
It was Molly. That was
I know
crazy.
Dana. He went like, okay, what do we see?
That was crazy.
Y'all don't hold everybody to the same standards.
Man.
Tell me
Real quick before we do, let's get Buddha while he's waiting.
Oh, man. Thank you for that. 916-909-1320. Buddha. What up, baby?
What's up, Stanley? How y'all boys doing?
We good, bro. What's going on with you, man?
Man, I'm doing amazing, bro. I like the conversation y'all was talking about earlier for like, it's kind of controversial, but I don't know. I kind of want a championship for the King, but so I think it's like a conversation worth being had because I mean, I want a player like Kuz, but what if you can't get Kuz? Because they talk, I don't know. I heard David Aldridge or somebody like that. He could be on the NBA. He'd be talking about, he said Kuz was going to go for like 3 picks. I'm like, for a Pascal Siakam deal. I'm like, no, we can't do all of that. So, like, what if you get like a Miles Bridges? I know he come with a lot of stuff, but the Suns checked in on him. Yeah. And, like, I've seen earlier that KC said he's not the type of guy, but I feel like he is because like Miles Bridges, he's like one of the dogs. Like he can average 20, he can average 7 rebounds, 3 assists. Against us, he had 24, 7 and 6, 27, 5 and 3. Like he's a super athlete, he's a respectable shooter, playmaker, and you can get him for super low right now because like probably like a Davion Mitchell and some second round picks because you can't really get nothing for him because of the situation. But I know it's a lot. You gotta take a chance. So you took a chance on Ron Artest. You took a chance on TD. And to be honest, I don't mean to start nothing, but you took a chance on a player like Monk. He wasn't the best.
Well, Monk wasn't that though. Like we gotta be careful. Like we gotta be careful.
He
we
didn't
can't.
have that situation
like this is a. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah.
These are not the same things at all. Malik didn't have no baggage when he came here at all. We ain't gonna do that.
Nah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't have that. He didn't have that.
No one.
He had some issues he was dealing with, but it wasn't that.
Ron didn't have that. Not all baggage is the same. And what Miles got is a U-Haul truck. And can Phoenix take a chance on him? Sure. Like they have one thing in mind, and it's the Larry O. That's it. Can the Kings? Not that they don't have that same thing in mind. They're further away than Phoenix is. Probably less desperate. I don't think that's a move you can make.
Yeah,
I just don't think this fan base will go for it. And you have to worry about you have to a certain degree, you have to take care of your fan base here. I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that. I wouldn't do that. It goes into a little bit about what we talked about yesterday with Dr. Flo. The Kings, I can't speak for any other fan base and what they got going on in team and city relationship about it. The Kings mean too much to Sacramento to just do anything willy-nilly. Like I think in certain situations like this, you have to think about how does this represent the city, the relationship we have. Like it you can't do it here.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can do it here. Yeah.
Wholeheartedly agree. Can't do it. Appreciate you, Buddha, though.
Yeah. And and we're having a conversation. I understand what Buddha's saying when you talk about basketball wise, when you talk about what it would cost to get him, as far as a trade package. So don't think that you can't come on here and have these conversations because I understand exactly what Buddha's saying. I just don't think that that's a move you can make right now. If you're Monty McNair, Vivek, any of those guys with the Sacramento Kings organization.
Allison asking, so I don't know who she's talking to, but she brings up the TD signings. Guys, these aren't the same, man. They're not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same.
Yeah.
Not even close. Doc Rivers.
Yeah. So what was the term they used for him? Some
Charismatic con man.
Damn. So I just had a thought, right? I had a thought because a lot of people afterwards were talking about that, calling him a charismatic con man, and a girl Trista, called him a rat,
Man.
sneaky, all this other stuff,
Wow.
and all that could very well be true.
Mm-hmm.
It could be true, but I look at one situation, possibly another,
Mm-hmm.
and then what could have gone on with Doc, and be like, I need to know everything that's going on. And what I mean by that is Terry Stotts just up and left
Mhm.
in the middle of the preseason. It's like I'm out of here. Doc Rivers was a consultant. We don't know what his report was. And what I mean by both of those things is it's not inconceivable that Terry Stotts, after working with this guy, through the offseason, training camp, preseason, that Adrian Griffin, let's just say the scenario, maybe he went left. Maybe he said something like, blankety blank, I'm in charge here, and you blanket. Like, he could have totally, the way Terry Stotts left, it feels like he got disrespected. And Terry was like, that guy is not real, right? Like, I can't work with this dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Doc Rivers could be in consultant, like, hey, little bro, this is the way you should go about things. Griffin might have came at Doc completely sideways. And when Doc goes to talk to the GM or the owner or whoever, hey, man, this dude, I try to help. We've seen it all the time. I try to help dude, man, but he don't want to hear what I got to say. He not listening.
Mm-hmm.
He even had this to say about me. Like, it's not inconceivable that because there's multiple bizarre situations that Adrian Griffin was way left in this situation. And to just assume that Doc is a con man or a snake or anything like that, I don't know. I think that's a little unfair. We don't know what happened here. And some of the bizarre things that took place during Griffin's tenure leads to at least ask the
He got
question.
cussed out by Bobby Portis.
Yeah, at least ask the question that maybe he wasn't on the up and up.
He got called out publicly several times by his players. To a certain degree by Giannis as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've always liked Doc more than others. I get his faults. I get his shortcomings. I understand he doesn't win in the big moment. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. This is a dude with a winning percentage of 0.590. He makes the playoffs every year he coaches. I guess the difficulty is with teams like Philadelphia. That's losing in the semifinal. That's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be enough with Milwaukee. It wasn't enough, for the Clippers after a certain point. But man, I just thought some of the commentary around Doc Rivers was pretty tough.
Yeah.
Pretty tough. But like you said, we're not there. I'm not there. But that seemed excessive.
The thing that raises my intent is the bizarre nature of Griffin's tenure there. The
Sure.
Terry Stotts thing,
Sure.
I have to know what happened before I say something bad about Doc or anything, because I can't remember seeing something like that. Terry Stotts, who's trying to get back in the league, who's been an assistant elsewhere. It's not like he's never been an assistant, doesn't know how to handle it. He just said, I had enough of this. I had enough. And it seemed like he had enough of Griffin. Though I vaguely remember those were kind of the reports that him and Griffin didn't see eye to eye or whatever. Say, I had enough. I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that all the time. So that combined with Bobby Portis, and I'm just laying out a scenario. It's a hypothetical, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Doc is trying to help this guy out and be the big bro, be the mentor. And if Griffin is one of those dudes that, kind of comes off a little disrespectful at times, could have done that to Doc. They asked Doc, hey, man, what's going on here? Man, this dude, he's not it. He's wild. I tried to help him, but that's a wild boy.
I didn't think about this, but what's the likelihood Terry Stotts is the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks right now if he hadn't left?
Very high.
I think so, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well if you want to tap in. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. If you are watching, hit the thumbs up, the follow, the heart, the retweet, depending on whatever platform you are. The more that you could do to share those platforms, the better it would be for us. Not just for D-Lo and KC, but for the insiders and for ESPN 1320 overall. You want to hear Luka Doncic talking to Tim McMahon? This is good stuff. Luka had a fan thrown out, and Tim McMahon tweeted that Luka had a fan thrown out because the fan in question said he was slow and needed a treadmill. Here they are in the postgame.
But I knew you would be the first one to point out something. What else did he say? I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you would be the first one to put out something like that. So I just thought, man, it's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
Okay, first of all, 99% of the stuff I've heard about you has been good. Second of all, the guy was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right?
What
you didn't hear it?
Well, no, he was definitely hollering all game. You reacted to
You
him.
put out something that was just the only thing.
Well, what was the final straw? What was the final?
issue?
What was the thing that?
It's not the issue. I'm just saying you seem to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
Look, I think several of us actually tweeted.
Well, I hit stop there because people are talking over each other now, and Luka's right because I checked McMahon's account.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only tweet he put out about that fan heckling him.
Right.
And again, I don't mean to ride with Luka this hard here. Tim McMahon did very much frame it as Luka had this guy thrown out because he said he was slow and needed a treadmill.
Yeah. And Luka,
why these guys don't want to talk to the media.
Luka said he'd been doing it the whole first half.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to let it ride. Then he said, Tim, you were there. He was saying, it's like,
didn't tweet about it.
Tim was like, yeah, he was sitting 2 rows behind us. He's
Mm-hmm.
like, all right, well, you heard everything. Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so why would you frame it that way? It was just a sneaky tweet.
I thought so too.
It was a sneaky tweet.
I thought so too.
And I also look at Luka in that situation, and I don't know what the guy was saying beforehand. I don't know if he was getting vulgar or disrespectful, but a lot of people talking about, oh, Luka's soft and all this other situation, and maybe so. But one thing about the athletes in that situation is they're kind of in a no-win situation because, number one, you just take the verbal abuse, which you may say, hey, it's part of your job, but nobody wants to deal with that the whole time, and just take the verbal abuse and not say anything, right? If you say something, if you clack back at him, you don't know who this guy is. You don't know what is going to push his buttons or anything else. So it's an unfair fight in that respect. Second of all, the one thing that you can say for sure is, I'm rich. Who the hell are you?
Mm-hmm.
And how will that play out?
You lose that too.
Yeah.
I remember someone saying tomorrow they're going to go back to their lives and their jobs. And
they talked about him like he was the worst person in the world for saying that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that you can say.
Yeah.
Because if you curse the guy back curse at him,
Mm-hmm.
lick him off, do all this other stuff, then you're a bad guy. So the only thing, if you've had enough, the only thing you can do in that situation is get him out of there. Now, here's where maybe everybody could work in conjunction. I would say if I was the security or whatever the case may be, give you one warning. Hey, man, cut it out. Chill. Can't hear from you the rest of the night. If it happens again, you're going to have to go. But, maybe that you had a whole half not to do that as well.
Yeah, it's that invisible line that always bothers me. There's this barrier that fans think they have to where they think that they can. And dude obviously had a, he had a, not quite a Kenny Caraway ticket, but pretty damn close.
It was better than mine.
Well, no, it wasn't, because Tim McMahon was sitting behind him, so like it's impossible. But there's this like invisible barrier where just fans think that they can say anything. And obviously we don't know what was said. I think the crux of the whole issue is Tim McMahon knows what was said, or at least he claims he does, but didn't tell us. He made sure to tell us what he said prior to getting thrown out, but he didn't share, as he acknowledged to Luka. Oh yeah, he was hollering at you the whole game. He didn't share the rest of that with the world through his Twitter account.
Right.
And to me, you use the perfect word. That's sneaky stuff, man. And that's where I go, yeah, you know what, De'Aaron, don't talk to these people. Don't talk to them. Let's just cut off media contact. Let's just stop talking to everybody. It's Keon Ellis all the time. Give me some Kessler Edwards. I don't know enough about Kessler Edwards.
Yeah.
I also think the whole, he's soft. Oh, just ignore it. Yeah, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like our guy Roddy, and Roddy's our guy. Like, it's no shade, but he's like, Luka could hit a step back J and tell the dude to shut up and enjoy the show. Like,
well,
that's easier said than done. Though.
They were
like,
also getting their ass.
Well, there's that. There's that. But that's easier said than done to just be like, that's the way you always should handle that. I'm sure Luka handles it like that a lot of the time.
But
yesterday might not have been the day.
Yeah, but that's the perfect way of putting it. Imagine like you hear that 41 to 60 times a year. Right. And that's just assuming it never happens.
At home.
That's what I was going to say. That's assuming it never happens at home. That was a Phoenix Suns fan in American Airlines Arena last night.
Yeah.
And it's, they've got to be perfect every time. Didn't De'Aaron tell someone to sit their ass down in a courtside seat once?
Yeah, he told
was it the Lakers?
The Lakers. He told him, sit your ass down and shut the F up.
We need more of that. We need more of that.
But it's also tough too, and because of the day we live in. And I remember I felt bad for all the players, but I remember it happened with Fox, where it was the Hornets game. They were down 3, and De'Aaron shoots a 3. He misses it. It's like 21 seconds left. Harrison fouls right after the rebound. And De'Aaron is walking back, and he's probably frustrated and fuming, but he's not showing it because there's cameras everywhere, right? Like you can't do like what Brock Purdy did to Ray McLeod, right? But he's probably pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
And he's walking back, and he's just calm. Ends up talking to himself, and he goes, "Why the F are we fouling though?" And the camera caught that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, damn, like you can't even talk to yourself in a calm state to just kind of get it out your system real quick because there's cameras everywhere.
I think that was one of the conspiracy theory tweets last night. There were 3 that really caught my attention. One, I'm just going to completely ignore. Harrison and De'Aaron were mad at each other over at that game, so that's why they weren't speaking to the media.
What?
The other one, and I missed this one. I had to be alerted to this one. De'Aaron and Malik were mad at each other, and that's why they weren't high-fiving at the free throw line, I think. Yeah, it was out of control.
What?
It was out of control last night.
That was crazy.
You got to go look at the clips of mostly JA's tweet, because JA isolated, because it was Jason Anderson that asked him again yesterday why he hadn't talked and if he was upset or what it was. And he took that clip, cut it by itself. That was his question, and posted it with I thought he had a very fair description of, Fox was in a good mood, said the media, his kind of silence didn't really have anything to do with the media. And
Jay's not Tim McMahon.
No,
like, he just kind of tells what he sees.
Yeah, but he'll also ask a question.
Yeah.
And he didn't frame it in any way. He was like, hey, Fox was great. Blah, 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 blah. Here's the video. The quote tweets and the replies to the video went everywhere last night. I had to check to make sure Mrs. Fox was okay.
Oh, no.
I was like, did something happen? Is everyone okay? People lost their minds.
That's crazy.
That was wild.
That is crazy. But yeah, did you Do you have the video of? Because I just think it's funny video. Sorry, radio people. Of Luka when he kicked the guy out.
I did where he gets the official points at him.
But how he looks at him as the game's going on.
No, it's great. I don't have it. Oh, yep, I got it. It's quick. I'll be quick, Jesse. I got it right here.
Let's look. I didn't see we're at 13. I didn't see we're at 13.
It's good. I'll be real quick right here. Here. Oh, yep, there he is. He sees him. Yep, looks right at him. Hey, official. Hey, him. Get him out of here. Oh, I like it.
Him looking at him was hilarious.
Get me a black 77 jersey. That's funny. Get his ass out of here.
Look at him. Game's going on. Luke, I'm trying to pass it to you.
Marcus Thompson joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Can you imagine Luka like turning toward looking toward the fan and a ball coming and hitting him?
That would have been hilarious.
Look at balls in the air. Oh, through the net. Here you go. I'm coming back. Hey, get him out. I love that. That is terrific. That is terrific.
Alfonso, what is it? It's flip? I don't know. I'll be saying flick. I don't know. Didn't Stone Cold say flick? I don't know, man.
Give you the bird.
I don't know, man. What?
Oh, thank God it's a 7:00 start tonight.
Should be 7:30.
No, it shouldn't. No respectable human being wants a 7:30 start. It's Kevin Owens and Logan Paul for the.
Yeah, I watched them on SmackDown the other day. They had a very long promo. That was probably about 5 minutes too long. They just.
I gotcha. I see it right here.
They just kept talking back and forth. It was like, all right. Like, all right, man. Whatever.
Shout out Jessica. Appreciate our homie Jessica.
Yeah.
I think somebody's been in the ESPN Instagram account.
Uh-oh.
They're following some weird accounts.
Now let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What is it?
Does Joe got the password?
I don't know who does. If we're gonna do a promotions, got it.
It's like who is this girl?
Hey, Mitch has the password.
Mitch might have the password.
I remember that one picture we saw like a year ago. That one young lady wearing a D'Lo and Casey hoodie.
Yes.
Do we know how she got that hoodie?
No.
Or like what the point of that was?
No. We don't know. Don't know. Nope.
Oh man.
Nope. But we got tagged in something, and it was like, I'm sorry, who is it? Oh. I almost thought it was like a computer-generated video or a computer-generated image.
I didn't know what was happening there, but I think it was a real hoodie.
It was a real hoodie on a real woman that we're just not sure.
I think that's all she was wearing.
Who that person?
That and
well,
some socks.
Don't know if she had socks on or not, to be honest.
What the hell is this?
I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass. Who's got the? Who the hell has this account? Nobody's touched this account for 3 years. Now there's all these just weird shit popping up on the timeline.
It's really crazy like that?
Nah, it's a bad look. This one isn't crazy, but like I don't even know that this is a real account. Like they're not. Look, every time I do it, that's what it is. There's a ton of them like this.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The other ones were a little bit more like Mitch. This is ridiculous. We're going to talk to our man Marcus Thompson here of The Athletic coming up in just a couple of minutes. Our man Marcus a little under the weather today, but he's going to make a couple of minutes. Flu game indeed. We'll talk to him. He's going for 43 today as the Sacramento Kings will take on the Golden State Warriors at the Chase Center in San Francisco tonight.
NBA rivalry week.
Do that one more time.
NBA rivalry week.
Is it Rivals Week or Rivalry Week?
I don't know. Maybe it's Rivals. I thought it was rivalry.
I think that's college.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but that's what it is in the NBA.
NBA, well, I don't know what it is. But Celtics and Miami, that's a good rivalry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the phone. He ain't listening to me. He don't care. Yeah, he's got Marcus. No, I got you. Marcus is on the phone. Oh, Jesse over. I think Jesse just cussed me out in his head all day, man. I really do. Let's bring in our man, Marcus Thompson, MT2 of The Athletic. Marcus, how you feeling, bro? Well, what was you pointing at?
I'm saying I couldn't hear you guys because I was on the phone.
Are you the one behind what's going on Instagram? Is that you?
You know I don't do Instagram. No, I haven't had the Instagram account since I worked in promotions. Marcus didn't answer, by the way. I'm gonna call him back.
Oh man.
You pointed at the phone. I thought Marcus was on.
so.
No, I was being like, I can't hear you because I'm on the phone.
See, I got that now. Hit the dump button. You know, our man Kyle Matson's going to return from his vacation. He'll be at the NFC Championship on Sunday.
I have a little bit of FOMO. Man,
should have gone. Well, I understand why you're not, but you should have gone.
I mean, but I could have gone to this one. I could have gone to this one, but
will you have a party if they make it?
If they make it to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Will you leave the party and go watch by yourself upstairs?
No. I sit up there and look. Like Christmas, I was over at Jerome L. Grove's house. It was Jerome, my Aunt Cindy, a couple people there, and I just sat there looking miserable. So that's what I would do in the Super Bowl. I'd sit there and look miserable. If it was going bad.
Did you talk to anyone?
I mean, if there was something to talk about, but there wasn't nothing to talk about. We were actually all looking pretty miserable.
Wow.
So if that happens in the Super Bowl, they had a little de facto party for when they played the Chiefs, and that wasn't too pleasant. Fourth quarter came around. No. And then when they lost to the Rams, I just left. I was at my mom's house, and when it was over, I didn't say nothing really the fourth quarter. And I think Reese was with me. I was like, Reese, get your jacket, man. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Get out of here.
Poor Reese.
Yeah.
All right.
It was bad.
Let's try this again. Let's bring in our man, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, MT2. Marcus, how you feeling, bro?
Oh, man, I'm alive, so we're going to count our blessings.
All right. Well, okay. Well, that's – I don't know. Hey, I guess it's a win, so we'll take that. We'll take that.
A net victory, baby.
There it is. KC asked this earlier. I'll ask you, given where we are in the season, given where these two teams, the Kings and the Warriors, are in the season, has this game for Rivals Week lost a little bit of luster tonight?
Yeah, I think it added to it. I think both teams are going to have a little bit of desperation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of got to get this one. So it's going to be a lot more thirst on the court this time. And that could lead to anything.
Yeah.
It's not like the playoff version of it, but it wasn't going to be that anyway, But I don't know. Both of them trying to salvage, trying to save something. So I feel like it might be a little lit.
Do you? I didn't think about it that way. That's interesting outlook on it. Do you? Obviously, the Warriors have been dealing with a lot in the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so. But do you think they view the Kings as a rival? Seems strong. They won 4 championships, but do they get a little extra juice when they're playing the Kings at all?
Oh, I think so for sure. And they like to talk that it ain't a rivalry, but it is. I don't know why they hate that word. Like they used to do it with the Clippers. Like, it ain't a rivalry, so why are you so mad then? Why are you trying to take this dude's head off?
Yeah.
It's for sure a rivalry. Now, the difference I think is it's like built on respect, so it's more like a brotherly rivalry. There's not like beef. You know what I'm saying? Like they genuinely like each other. I know they love De'Aaron. JaVale, they love JaVale. You know, obviously Mike Brown. I mean, basically, Steph and De'Aaron are like, you know, partners now. So I just think it's more like we gonna talk trash to each other. So we gotta win, because next time I see you, and I'm gonna see you, I don't want to hear your mouth. And nobody want to hear Malik Monk's mouth, right? Because you know you're gonna see him.
Well,
and you know he's gonna be talking. So you gotta shut your brother up.
Yeah.
How do you assess these two teams? Let's actually just start with the Warriors. Obviously, they've had some incredible circumstances over the last week or so, and we were talking earlier how, you know, prior to all of this, the big story for the Warriors was like, hey, Draymond Green is back. And then all of a sudden, you know, they suffer this terrible real-life loss. They get back on the floor. They look incredible last night after the emotional pregame ceremony and inspired. Like, overall, like, can you even get an assessment of where this team is at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's much different than before the passing of Dayon. I mean, they're a team that's in desperate need of something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think they need to make a trade. Unless they're just going to say, you know what, let's take the L this season, start looking towards the next one. But even if that's the case, to me, you still like want to get to the playoffs. Like, you want young guys to get some experience. Like, you just want that vibe. You probably need that money. You know what I'm saying? That extra round of money, especially you got the highest payroll in the league and you're a 12 seed. So it feels like, I mean, we believe they needed to do something, like, period. And I don't know what that is. I don't know how, like, being off the radar for a few days, dealing with the tragedy impacts it, but I still think they need to do something. Atlanta's not very good, especially without Trey Young. So I don't know if that dominant second half was like an indicator of a revived team, but they just have some fundamental flaws that they need to address, and the only way they can address it is by the trade deadline.
How is this team dealing with Draymond? It seems like a lot of the times in the past when Draymond would do something.
There you go.
I'm asking. Well, you know why? You know why I'm asking the question, Marcus? Because it felt like Team USA finally had enough, right? Team USA, they let him. There was never any issue with Draymond, and then Grant Hill goes, yeah, I think it's best for us to kind of do things separately right now. And I wonder if everybody's reached the breaking point with Draymond at this point. And does he have something to prove? Does he finally, for the first time in his career, feel like, hey man, I got to start earning people's trust back, and I've got to behave a different way to get in good graces of my teammates and the organization?
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think, if anything, if that was true, it ain't true now after everybody just got a dose of what real bad is. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's like, I mean, what we really tripping off of? Like, a dude that do too much on the court. Like, that's his crime. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, in the end, in the grand scope of things, like, all right, man, can you just stop doing too much and just play basketball? Because you're actually playing pretty well. But last night, Jonathan Kuminga goes 11 for 11. He's clearly, like, finding his groove, and he gets to the podium, and people are like, hey, man, what's happening? I think he scored 20 in, like, 4 straight. He's got this double-figure streak going. Like, this might be the best basketball of his career. You know who he credited once he got up there? Draymond Green. Like, I don't think this is a deal. I mean, perhaps it works the same, right? Like, is he gonna get it out of fear? Or you gonna get it out of love? Either way. Like,
I'm just talking crazy.
No, I'm just saying, I know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like it is perhaps one of the most overblown elements of the NBA, and I think the Warriors believe that. Like, the thing he did that was, like, really bad was punching Jordan Poole. Right. But even that is a modern paradigm thing. That, like, there was a time where nobody would think it was that bad, right? Like, I mean, I was listening to a podcast where Bam Adebayo and Udonis Haslem was talking about James Johnson and lumped somebody up in the locker room, just like whooped him up, like, and not like a punch, but just like as Bam Adebayo says, he balled him up in the locker room, and then they just kept playing. Like, that's kind of a part of it, but now it's becoming to a point where, like, people just don't like Draymond. I think that's what it is. People don't like him. But on the team, I don't think that's the case. I think they need him on the court. He kills them when he's not on the court, so he needs to cut out the antics so he can be on the court because they just aren't that good without him. That's the real crime, right? It's like, man, can you just be on the court so you can play? Because we can't win without you. Stop the antics so you can play. I don't think the antics bother him so much. It's his unavailability. So to me, that's the grander thing. But all of that stuff Draymond did is so secondary now. Like nobody's thinking about that. Like it's just not even on their radar. They still traumatized by watching, one of their assistant coaches die in front of us.
Marcus, is it too dramatic to say that over the next 3 weeks leading into the trade deadline, I think it's 3 weeks from today, 2 weeks from today, leading into the trade deadline, like the Warriors need to pick a direction? Are they going young? Are they going for a title? Like, what are they doing? And that will kind of give us an indication of what they're probably going to look like for the next year or so.
Man, I think they already know the direction, and now it's just about, like how to go about it. But I don't think anybody who's watched basketball and claims to be knowledgeable about basketball is thinking this team is in a championship mix right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like, if that's on the table, that's the problem in and of itself, right?
Yeah.
Like, hold on, you still talking about championships? Like you're the 12th seed, right? So I do think that now here's the question that they got to figure out is just, do they drastically remake the team right now, or do you tweak the team right now and then make drastic changes in the offseason? Like that's gonna be the question, because in the end, if you make a drastic move, like say trade Klay Thompson, but you could have got him, on a player price next year. Like, would you rather have Klay Thompson on a player price, or would you rather cash in Klay right now? Like those are the kind of decisions they make. Do they want to build better around the big three, realizing the big three ain't the big three no more? So now these guys become key role players. They're going to get you a star. Or do you just say, you know what? Scrap them all. Let's start this thing all over.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're leaning towards the former, by the way. I don't think they'll trade Klay or Draymond. I think they still believe that with the right pieces around those guys, they can be good. It's just that those guys can't be the preeminent. And essentially, Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins just can't be your second best player. Like, I mean, that's the bottom line. Or Draymond either, right? If they're your second best player, like, you're in trouble. If you look around the league, the number twos on teams are pretty good, and you can't, like, you need somebody else. So how do they get that? Do they give up Kuminga? That type of stuff I think they're answering over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's
Marcus
what the Kings are learning, right? You need a number two.
Oh, see,
where you at, Keegan?
Number two. Settle down, Mark. Don't do that to
number two.
Don't do that to All-Star center DeMontis
I need
Sabonis.
number two, bro. Nah, come on. That's just so Sabonis is great. That's the guy you like. All right, we're gonna trap De'Aaron Fox.
Well, it's
Sabonis. I watch every Kings game. You know who ain't taking over the game? It ain't Sabonis. You know who is? Malik Monk.
Malik. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look around the West, do Malik stack up to, like, you're gonna have to see Chet Holmgren as your number two. You're gonna have to see Cat. Like, you're gonna have to see Jamal Murray. You're gonna have to see Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, pick one, or Chris Paul. Like, you're gonna have to see Dame. Like,
I would take Sabonis against any of those guys. I'd be fine if Sabonis was going against any of those guys. As a number two?
But that's not Sabonis' game. Like, so when the game on the line, or the fourth quarter, and they double at Fox, you putting the ball in Sabonis' hands and saying, carry this offense?
No, you're gonna put it in Malik. But if you putting the ball in Cat's hands and saying lead us to the promised land, I'd feel good about that if I was the Kings. I feel good about that as the Kings. As long as you ain't getting it in Ant-Man's hand, I feel good. And I like Cat.
I agree with you. That's one of their problems. Like, that's why. Ain't that why you don't believe in Minnesota? But that's the difficulty of the market. Like, everybody knows now. Everybody shooting threes. People are willing to trap. Everybody's got switching defenses. Like, you can do that. You see Fox. If Fox have an off night, it's tough because that person who's carrying your offense, it's got to be, I can get 30 anytime I want to. Not against good matchups, not against not if everything is going well. That's where Clay is. Clay has to have the good matchup. He's got to be feeling it. And if he's not, you ain't getting it. Wiggins, it's got to be the right matchup. You need a number 2 who can get you 30. I don't care what it is. That's what you need. And that's what the Warriors don't have. I guarantee you that's what Mike Brown's shopping around for.
Marcus, what cold medicine did you take today?
I don't take cold medicine. I'm a black man. We don't do that.
Take Theraflu.
He took some honey and lemon. That's what he took. Maybe a little bourbon on the side, but he took some honey and lemon. He ready to go. All right.
Keegan gonna be that number 2. Just give him time. Just be patient enough to wait for him.
He might. Yeah, no, he might. But right now, Domas is the number 2, and the offense does roll through Domas Sabonis. It just winds up. And
to me, that's part of the problem, though. That's very defensible. As good as he is, that's very defensible.
So if the Kings,
that's the issue.
So if the Kings went and got Kyle Kuzma, they significantly better. Because he ain't a 2.
I don't think Kyle Kuzma is the answer. Are we talking about championship? Or are we talking about winning?
No. We talking about. No, we talking about getting better.
Yeah, getting better. Win a series, get to the second or third round.
I don't know, man. That the value of Kuzma for the price is a very risky proposition. I'm not the biggest Kuzma fan. Like the question is, like, can he be a better, secondary scorer that Harrison Barnes is? Like that's what you ask.
Well, yeah, right? He can. He emphatically.
Yeah,
I can tell you emphatically.
Yeah, right. But for the price, but you ain't coming in here like, all right, Malik, you done have a seat because Kuzma's here.
No,
like I don't know if he that dude. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Do all of you guys think this about Domas?
I mean, first off, Domas is good. Let's not say like he's some kind of scrub. Nobody's saying that. But there's a difference between regular season basketball and playoff basketball, and we just watched it last year. So let's not start giving him flowers about stuff he ain't done yet. That's number 1. So, but you just sat there and watched the difference between playoff basketball and regular season basketball. And when it was time to say, hey, bro, take Kevon Looney, cook him, he could not do it. So you can't go into the same thing again and be like, all right, now he gonna cook him? What about when that person is better than Kevon Looney? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, and this is true. Like, what ain't that the problem with Draymond?
Well, Anthony Davis has never beat him. He beats
what?
Anthony Davis's ass every time they play.
In the playoffs?
Well, they ain't played in the playoffs.
That's my point.
Couldn't get past Kevon Looney.
That's what I understand. Playoffs is a different beast, bro. Like, it's way different.
But
it's way different. It's matchup heavy. You playing the same team over and over. You got to have a counter. Then you got to have a counter to the counter. Like, it's the reason why the same teams is there all the time. Like, it's different. And the thing about the Kings, we don't know is who's going to be that other guy. And if you say it's Domas, all right, cool. But he better show it this year. Like, he absolutely has to.
Understandably.
1,000%.
But I keep saying with that 7-game series, they didn't lose that series because Domas, his production or lack thereof or whatever. They lost it because for most of that series, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray were shooting like 20% from beyond the arc on wide open threes. But Sabonis was generating those looks. He was generating the looks. They missed them.
That's the point exactly. You're making my point. The point is you can't rely on other dudes to create shots. You need a dude. This is why the Warriors lost to the Lakers. The exact same thing happened to Clippers happened to the Warriors because you needed somebody to get you 25. You don't need somebody to set up somebody else to get 25. You need somebody to go get the 25. Like, that's playoff basketball. You think the Nuggets are going to win because Jokic set up Aaron Gordon?
No, but the Nuggets did win because of Aaron Gordon's production. KCP was able to hit shots. Bruce Brown was able to hit shots.
But that wasn't in lieu of Jamal Murray. That was in addition to. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Sabonis still had like 17 a night. It's not like he had 4 a night. I mean, look, he still had 17 and 10.
If you think it's fine, that's fine. I'm just saying, I need to see it in the playoffs. If you think that's fine, go ahead. If you want to rely on a guy on a hub of the offense who's the best passer, big man, like he's great, I'm saying you're gonna double Fox. Who going to get the bucket? That's playoff basketball.
And to your
Who's gonna do
point,
it?
to your point, just a little bit, because we've had this discussion on this show. I think Malik Monk is the wild card. I think that's the guy that at any point in time, we saw it in the playoffs. Like he'll get you 35. Like if you try and get in this whole thing where I'm gonna put Wiggins on Fox on the perimeter. Okay, well we're gonna have Monk out there. Who's gonna guard him? And he'll go get you. I think Monk is that, but I also think Sabonis is fine. Like I think he's fine.
Okay. What was the final score of Game 7?
Oh, I checked out in the third quarter. I don't know.
You
want the exact score? I can get it to you in like 2 seconds.
The Kings didn't get to 100, right?
Exactly. That's my point.
It was 127 to 100.
They got to 100.
You gotta get buckets. That's what it's about. It's about buckets.
Domas was 10 of 16 in that game.
Well,
how much for that? And how much they had?
22. They had 100.
Yeah, you said 100.
Mm-hmm.
So what did Fox have?
16. Harrison had 4.
Herder might have actually had 9.
Herder had 4. Herder had 7.
Herder was so bad.
Keegan had 10.
He couldn't make.
Malik didn't even play good.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I just believe the formula is different for the playoffs.
Steph had 50 for those who forgot. Steph had 50.
And who was number 2?
It was like Wiggins with like 12, right?
It was Wiggins with 17. Your boy had 8. Yeah, 8 and 8. It's probably the best game he had all series. You know who?
Nah, he had that 20.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. That was a Draymond Green. That's right. There was a Draymond Green in that one. Yeah.
Real quick, Marcus, before we let you go, we appreciate you.
He ain't sick. He fooled you into believing he was sick, and then came out here throwing haymakers. This dude ain't sick.
We appreciate my boy Marcus Thompson.
I like the Kings, bro. That's why they be frustrating me.
I know you do. That's fact, by the way.
Yeah, he be showing love. He be showing love for everybody out there.
I remembered your words at the end of that series. This dude does love the Kings.
Hey man, look, Kings, Warriors. You know, I'm tapped in. I'm locked in. You know, it's a game. You know, I'm locked in. But damn it, Marcus, I'm not fully there. I'm not fully there because it's Thursday, and
so
I'm
dramatic.
ready. I'm ready to play on the special teams unit. I'm ready to play on the special teams unit. Do I need to be a gunner? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Tell me why the Niners will win on Sunday.
Oh, will they?
Yeah, hell yeah, they'll win. Don't ask that question. Hell yeah, they about to win.
they're gonna win because like Purdy's gonna have a good game. That defense is very vulnerable, and I feel like Purdy's gonna have a good game. I feel like Kyle Shanahan was messing around last week, and he knows better now. So he's gonna actually, put the ball in McCaffrey's hands and then play off the play action. Like I just that's what I feel like. They're gonna win because they're at home and there's no rain scheduled. But you better they don't need you on special teams. They need you on the defensive front and in the linebacker spot so you can be ready to, meet Gibbs in the hole.
Gibbs a bad man. They got offensive weapons for sure.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, how they gonna stop the run game? Because that's what Detroit does. Is stop the run game, and they're gonna win because I think Jared Goff is due for a bad game.
I like that.
He's been lights out. He's been really good.
And now you're getting your sick
every time.
You're getting your like under the weatherness out of the way, so you'll be good to go for Vegas. You'll be straight.
For Vegas?
Yeah, going to the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Bruh, like, man, guess where they got us staying? I shouldn't even be complaining about this publicly. Man, they got us staying at like Luxor. So
don't do that. Don't do that. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
Get sick.
Come on, man.
We've got to kill one of y'all sponsors.
Yeah, we got another show, bro. What are you doing right now? Well,
don't do that.
Tune in at 4:00 when we send you to see Jodeci live in Las Vegas with a 2-day stay at the Luxor. You'll be staying right next to Marcus Thompson. Man. Hey, Marcus, we love you, boy. We appreciate you.
All right, homies. I appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you, brother. That's our man, Marcus Thompson. I just knew. I was like, funny. There's 4 million hotels, and all I'm thinking is, don't say the Luxor. Don't say the Luxor. Gotta stay at the Luxor. God Damn it, Marcus.
You can't script that, man. You can't script that.
I need a
KSFM 102.5, man. Keyword coming up.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
For your chance to see Jodeci and stay at the Luxor.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I need a minute. We'll come back. Steele and Casey on ESPN 1320. Hey, ease up on the clown stuff. That's our people. You don't have to like him, but don't do that. Let's be respectful of the people who join this show. Come on, fellas. Y'all are better than that. Don't do that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, hell no, man. Marcus hella good people. Bro.
Hey, and it's like he's doing his thing. It's a shoot. Like that dude really does love. He likes the Kings a lot.
He showing love, bro.
He has very high expectations for that team.
It's like I say all the time. I think we both say all the time. It's like you ain't gotta agree.
Yeah,
you don't have to agree because you disagree
conversation.
Doesn't make you a clown or anything for how you see it. So,
I don't agree with what he said about Domas either. I know what point he was making, but I don't agree with it.
Yeah, to his point, like I don't agree with like him being the second best player, but Kyle kind of said it like a month or two ago, like you need someone to be like someone else be your second best scorer.
Yep.
Like that's why we're trading Jeremy Grant. Like
hell,
I don't know if he worded it right, but I see his point.
I even had the
y'all better leave the Luxor alone, right?
Yeah, don't do that, man. Now we're gonna fight. Now we're gonna fight. But we had that discussion like a month ago. Like, yo, is Monk 2 now?
Yeah.
Like it's
well, that's the thing. It's not winning you a championship here, though. If Monk is, this roster is not winning you a title.
It might get you out of the first round.
That's not good enough, though, for what you're trying to build towards.
But
I'm just saying,
you don't
dude.
have to be a championship roster today.
Right.
You already know what you need. Like, what are we wasting time for?
You gotta find the right pieces.
What's what I'm saying, like the Jeremy Grants and stuff, but like,
you gotta find the right piece. Like that's kind of what happened over the summer, right? Like you know what you need, the piece wasn't available.
I get that. I guess my point is like it's not gonna if you want to win championships, it's not gonna work. But yeah, you do have to find the right move, I guess. Yeah. So this is what it is, and it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse has been cooking all week, man. Get this dude a show and look at him.
Jesse next, bro. He next.
And learning from the best.
Jesse and Jake.
Jesse and Jake. Let's get it done in the mornings. 6 to 10.
I can do that.
Come on, the clean RS. That's not at all what he said. I don't think you were listening. You weren't listening. That's not at all what he said. We can't have Jesse and Jake live at 4, Bryce, because Jesse's got to work all day. Yeah, we did see that report. We should probably talk about that. That's one of Kenny's favorites right there.
Let's talk about it. Carl Thomas, big ups to him. Let's talk about it.
That was Carl Thomas. Oh, did we? I never got an email back about that.
Oh, let's talk about it. Manny, no, that's Chicago.
Damn it. Come on, man. Yeah, I have no idea. She does not know her audience.
What?
She works in the government department. It's probably just a way. It's probably just a campaign they did.
Hey, can I give a shout out to
the Luxor Hotel? Yeah,
definitely
absolutely.
a shout out to the Luxor, man. Yeah. Big ups to my people over there. I can't wait to stay there next time I'm in Vegas for sure. Matter of fact, might go Mike Brown on them, and I would love to stay at the Luxor next time I'm in Las Vegas.
Mike's a genius for that.
But
bro, aim higher. if you're gonna beg for something, boy, man, I was gonna go to the Wynn, but God,
is Caesar still the #1 hotel though? And I think it's I only do that because of the prices. Their prices, they never have a deal.
I think
it's like $400 a night all the time.
I think it's go ahead.
We're just not breaking news, but the Falcons aren't hiring Belichick. They're going Raheem Morris.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so they're hiring Raheem Morris.
Wow. I wonder where Belichick is going.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think he's coaching this year.
Say it again.
He might be going to Buffalo.
Yeah, I think that's real. I think he might wait it out and see what happens with Sean McDermott.
He might not have to wait.
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe he won't, but I think that's real.
Should get fired. I'm just saying, like, I could see it happening.
Man, I mean, is 11-5 the 30-13 equivalent? That 11-5 that can't be right. It had to be 11-6.
Yeah, 11-6. I think they were.
I mean, would you combine that with 3 playoff failures, 2 of them at home?
They haven't gotten to the AFC Championship yet, right?
The first year they did.
Oh, they
They
did?
played the Chiefs in the AFC Championship.
God.
You'd fire him.
I would not.
You
I'm
would
just saying
not.
I see a scenario
I
where
don't think you should fire him.
Would you fire him for Bill
But-
Belichick?
well, see,
But
that's the other question.
that's the thing.
Sean McDermott's younger. He's Bill Belichick's 72 years old. I guess it boils down. You have to ask yourself, can Sean McDermott win me a Super Bowl?
I think
I
think he can.
And if the answer is yes, you have to ride this out because I don't know that you can ask next year. Can Sean McDermott win a Super Bowl for my football team over the course of the next 3 seasons? And if the answer is no, then maybe you do have to go with Bill Belichick.
But that's the question though.
And you have to know, because if he's like, I think he can do it, like I think you bring Belichick
No, you're right.
in there.
You
It's
have
like
to
you
know.
know,
This
you
is
know
your-
Belichick can do that for you.
This is your one chance to get Belichick. It feels like, unless he waits a year, right? But then if he waits a year, you still don't know. Like maybe the Eagles' job is open next year. Then maybe Belichick, like right now, you'd probably be the odds-on favorite. Next year, you don't know what jobs might be open.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be the Giants' job might be available. You might want to go back to the Giants.
Yeah, there's Giants. I mean, there's jobs every year.
Maybe the Dolphins lose in the first round of the playoffs again. Maybe you come to Miami. I don't
You
know.
might want to go to Miami. Damn, already fired
Wow.
Mike McDowell's. Wow.
Man.
Bro, they better win something next
Wow.
year.
Man,
It's Jesse Ham over there.
I'm like
He's
Kenny
ready.
going into last season before they made the playoffs. If they don't make it next season, the drought's just gonna be another 5-10 years.
like, make it to what?
Win a playoff game, I should say. Win a playoff game. That's their
Oh,
drought.
okay.
They haven't won a playoff
Okay.
game in 23
Okay.
years.
Okay,
Or two,
That's
since
fine.
2000.
They don't win it next year. It's just we're cooked.
okay.
Damn. No,
Raheem Morris.
Good for
I
Raheem
like
Morris,
it.
though.
Yeah, I
Good.
like it.
He was a candidate that was getting a lot of buzz because of what he was doing with that Rams defense. So I'm glad he's getting this opportunity.
Yeah, me too. He got jobbed in did they fire him for Dirk? Was that the
Dirk Cutter, maybe? Yeah, I think it was Dirk Cutter. I don't know if he was before or after, though.
No,
he was around the same.
I think he was before.
I
No,
don't
oh yeah. But shout out to Raheem Morris, new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. It will be interesting to see what, if anything, happens with Bill Belichick moving forward. To answer your question, I think it's Caesars. I think Caesars, Bellagio, Wynn, and the Venetian are at the top of the list.
Is Aria on there? Feels like Aria might be on there.
I think it's getting there. I follow a lot of Vegas
But
TikTok
Caesars,
stuff.
you know,
I'm a
Damien-
Vegas guy.
Damien
Now that's
Davis
a shoot.
Marley.
That's a shoot.
Yeah.
Like I've got that weekend in March laid out meticulously. It's gonna be fire.
So you got a trip to Vegas, like you're excited for, bro. You're a
No,
Vegas
I'm
guy now. You're
very
Vegas
excited.
barling.
I'm
Damien
very,
Vegas
very,
Barley.
I'm very excited for this trip to Las Vegas. Yes, absolutely.
Damien Baby Doll Barley.
I don't know that I don't know that that's the appropriate name.
Damien
Come up with something
Sammy
else.
Davis Barley.
That's fine. I'll do that one. I'll do that one.
I don't know who Sammy Davis is, so
Really?
yeah.
Do you know what you don't know what the Rat Pack is?
I could understand that.
I've heard of the Rat Pack, but I've never like looked into it.
I've
heard that.
I don't really know anything about Sammy Davis other than he was in the rap. Like I don't know a song. I think he tapped. Did he tap?
He
dance?
tapped, yeah.
Like I barely know that.
He had a rough go with the black community for a stretch.
Understandably so. Looking back at it now,
he
as
had
an
a
adult.
rough go with black folks for a stretch. You know who Frank Sinatra is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's Vegas lore right there. Is the Rat Pack and
Shout
that
out
crew.
Vegas, man. I love Vegas. Got to get back out there soon.
Now it's Adele and Jodeci's town.
Been to Vegas once for my little brother's 8-year-old birthday.
Wait, what?
Yeah, my brother wanted to go to Vegas for his 8-year birthday. He was 8 years old. I was like, "Where do you want to go, Marco? Want to go to Vegas, Ma?"
He was. I'm sorry. You said he was 8.
Yeah, it's like we got literally asked.
How
"Where do you
did
want to
he
go?"
even know what Vegas was?
I don't know. My brother's cool. I don't know.
And that was the one time you went to Vegas was when your brother was 8?
I've not been to Vegas since. It was boring too. I was a kid, did not know what to do in
Well,
Vegas.
yeah, bro. You were. How old were you?
I was like 12.
Oh, for God's sakes!
You ain't been to Vegas. Then.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't.
You ain't been to Vegas. I remember I went to Vegas. First time I went. This is trivia. First time I went to Vegas, I was 16. It was the weekend the Kings played the Jazz in '99 playoffs. I remember Friday, I was in and out of watching the game, game 4, and I saw Stockton hit the shot,
Mhm.
and I couldn't believe it. And then game 5, I saw that at one of my cousin's house in Vegas. Couldn't believe they lost.
That was your first time in
That
Vegas?
was my first time. I was 16 years old. I remember I went with a group of friends. We went when we were 20. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. First time I went, I had just turned 21. I was sitting
Made it out?
in. Yeah, I didn't really know what I was doing, so it was fine, and I was broke, so it's not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
I didn't
it's
know
not-
what to do, right?
Yeah.
So, but the more fun story is on my, like, I was flying out at night.
Uh-huh.
I went to Raw
Oh.
at Arco,
Oh.
and that was the Milkomania Raw.
Oh.
And we had really, really good seats.
Yeah.
And there's a point we're sitting opposite the aisle,
Mhm.
like the entrance ramp. So Kurt comes out, he's spraying the milk thing, and we're not soaked, but like, okay, it's a lot. Kurt starts throwing the little milk cartons across the ring.
Yeah.
There's one that sails, and he is fastballing them. There's one that sails over the ring, hits my man Io right in the side of the head,
Oh,
and
no.
you hear, if you can watch the watch the
Oh.
clip back, you can see that milk carton go flying and hear the crowd audibly go ooh, because it hits the side of his head and just explodes.
Oh, no.
So I'm headed to the airport for my first trip to Las Vegas with whatever that substance
Yo, that's
that
crazy.
Kurt Angle was spraying out of the milk truck.
That
And
is
so
crazy.
I met like Edge and Christian, and that's, I told you the Booker T story.
Yeah, oh,
The
that
Booker
was-
T
that
Bully
was
Ray
then.
story. That was that day.
Ah,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Bully Ray's punk ass. Jerk.
Should have kicked his ass.
And then of course, yeah, I should have. But I didn't. I just walked to my gate and got on the plane. But yeah, that was not a spectacular trip to Vegas because I didn't know what to do.
That's an all-time night, though.
That is an all-time night. That Raw, that moment, then going to Vegas.
My second trip to
2021.
Vegas, I was D-Lo at 102.5 KSFM,
Oh, it was lit.
and it was the Radio Music Awards.
Oh, it was lit.
And we're walking into the venue, and this young lady starts to flirt with me,
Hey,
and I'm
hey,
feeling
okay.
fire. I look at my man Willie Barcena, my co-host at the time, like, huh? He's like, she's a prostitute. Like, no, she wasn't. Look over, she's talking to like a 50-year-old man. I'm like, all right. Well, that's why I've hated Vegas for so long. Like I couldn't figure it out. Now I can approach it with a different
Vegas is
different
back,
feel.
baby.
Vegas is back, baby. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's get it. Talk to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, as you can see on our screen still. And
You know, I'm not the
Well, you don't
only
have
one
to
who
say
can
nothing. You
remove
don't have to
this.
say nothing. Just
like
that was a good way of just.
That was good.
yeah,
Shout out to
I'll
our
start
man
jumping
Marcus.
into the StreamYard.
No, that'd
more.
be nice.
I forgot I
Leaving
do
me
have-
out to.
I forgot I do have mod authority.
You-
on
Yeah, Kenny's talking to us like he can't do the
I
same.
do have mod
Y'all
authority.
just wait for me to fix stuff.
We all have our jobs, you know. Like I deal with YouTube and social and stuff like that. You're the stream
I
guy.
forgot I had mod authority.
What do you do?
Vibes?
Yeah, he's chief vibe officer, CVO over here. 1320 CVO, Kenny Caraway.
I hate this show.
Vibes, baby.
I'm about to
vibes.
drop some Brock Purdy lyrics, see if I can get a job somewhere.
Oh no, I'm gonna dump that.
Come on, man. Come
Don't
on,
sing
man.
those.
Hey, man.
You getting paid for this yet?
Can I just be me? Can I just be me? Can I just be my own self?
Some people can't, man.
What's
Gimmick
that-
infringement, pal.
What's that? What was that? I think that was He Got Game when they had Little Jesus Shuttlesworth and Little Booger. Remember his cousin Booger, which
Mhm.
was
Mhm.
played by oh man, the actor, I forgot his name, but he's a distinguished actor. But they showed them when they were kids, and he kept following Jesus around. And Jesus is like, man, why you always gotta follow me? Why can't I be my own person sometimes? Why can't I be my own person? You always gotta follow me. That's how I feel, man. Why can't I be my own person sometimes, man? Why you always gotta follow me?
Hold on.
That was hilarious.
Oh, that was Lil Booger.
Yeah. That was
It's Hill Harper.
Hill Harper. Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. I forgot. Wow. Man, how long ago was he got game?
97, I think. 97, 98. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, 98.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Lil Booker. I ain't gonna
That's
say that because that's
crazy.
my dude. I like my dude. I ain't gonna
But
say
yeah,
that.
you
I
can
ain't gonna
calm
say
down
that.
a little bit though. There's some wild things. There's a who has Purdy bars. Well, bruh.
After every 49ers win.
Hey,
I'm gonna chill because that's my boy,
hey,
man. I do
that's-
like dude for real.
That's
for real,
my
man.
guy.
Yeah.
But some of this stuff's got to stop. Some of this stuff has got to stop. Stilo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on Twitter, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us.
Hey, can I? Because I did want to talk some football, and there's some football stuff like we definitely got to get to.
Trey Wingo joining us at this time tomorrow.
Nice. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what Marcus said, just a little bit about Sabonis being the number 2.
Mhm.
And you look around and all this. How I think Phoenix has it. I think Denver has it. But outside of that,
Mhm.
you talking about, oh, Sabonis can't be your number 2, can't be your number 2. Who else got number 2s that you feel great about? Like, I like Cat.
Mhm.
If I'm putting the game in Cat's hands, I feel way better than if Ant-Man's got it.
Mhm.
You look at
the Clippers.
The Clippers got it.
Look,
Clippers got it.
Looking across the West. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't, I'll
Dallas?
start. No, I don't think so. Well,
Kyrie.
yeah,
Kyrie.
yeah, like, yeah, they do.
But
the
they-
problem is they don't have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like
Yeah,
they
don't have that.
They
at
got a
all.
one. They got a solid 1 and
Right.
2. And I don't think we really have to go much lower than that. Probably the
New Orleans?
Pelicans. That's the one I was going to ask.
Who's number 1 though? I would say Ingram's number 1. New Orleans is pretty
Probably.
close though. They got. Let's just say Ingram is.
What
number
about
1.
CJ
You got
too?
Zion and CJ, so that's a good look.
I just think the wording of the
But is-
conversation is just off. Like, it's not a number 2. It's you need a second bucket getter. Like, you can like we get Jeremy Grant here. We all agree they can get to the Western Conference Finals, right?
So in almost
But
all,
Jeremy Grant would not be the second best player on this team.
So almost all of those players we just named, that's what they are. Maybe that's what the problem is. Because if it's Luka and Kyrie, Kyrie's going to get you baskets. If it's I think it's Kawhi and Paul George still.
Man, they got a lot.
Yeah, right. So, but like one of those guys can get you baskets, and that's not even to account for what James Harden can do in the regular
Russ
season
off the
or
bench,
Russell
all this,
Westbrook.
yeah.
Jamal is a bucket getter, and that's just the Western Conference. There isn't. I mean, you got Tatum and Brown.
Giannis Dame.
If Dame is 2, man, what a luxury that is for Dame to be your second guy. He's a bucket getter.
Max Caesar too. What?
A bucket getter.
Even the Knicks probably got it right. Randall and Brunson.
Well, not according to Candace Parker.
Oh well, man, I like Candace, but Candace, man,
Candace is bugging. Knicks fans and Kings fans have united in their distaste for Candace Parker.
How could she say something like that?
That was even.
What did she say now?
She said Jalen. Essentially, the gist of it is Jalen Brunson isn't good enough. It was along the lines of the conversation we're having about like a 1 and 2. She was like, Jalen can't be your guy. He's too small. You can't have a guy that small. He was fine in the first round of the playoffs, but in the second, not so much. And like it took 2 seconds for Knicks fans to pull the receipts and see that this dude was a monster against Miami. Like not just scoring,
it was like 31 a night,
like shooting percentage, 3-point percentage. Like it's not like he was just taking a bunch of shots.
First round.
Yeah, like a lot.
All the numbers were up.
And it was like, what is Candace talking about? And it reminded me of her distaste of Sacramento for whatever reason.
She hates Sacramento.
Did Sheldon play for New York?
I think he did.
I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with Jalen Brunson. Maybe she just hates everywhere Sheldon played. I don't understand, but it was such a bizarre take on a player who is playing so well in an assessment that was just flat out wrong.
Yeah.
That's the issue. You can have a take, you can have an opinion, but when your statement is just flat out wrong, like it's non-factual, that's I think where you lose people, and that's where I think a lot of people lost Candace. He played in New York,
Sheldon
didn't he?
did play for the Knicks.
Where else did my man play?
Played in New Jersey.
I think he was a one-time Celtic.
He was a Celtic. Yeah, he lost Game 7.
I'm not with Sheldon Williams.
He didn't play. Well, I didn't mean it like that, but I was with Sheldon next day in LA.
Yeah, Sheldon, Boston, the Timberwolves, the Kings, the Hawks.
She hates half the league at this point.
The Nuggets.
Oh my God,
the
I didn't know
Nets.
I didn't know he played for that many teams. Did you say the Hawks?
The Hawks,
because
that's
where he was drafted by the Hawks.
Yeah.
Pull up where Trae Young takes.
Oh man, seriously.
Candace is I like Candace Parker. I really do.
They went at her quick.
I gotta be honest. I don't feel like Candace watches a lot of basketball. That's the feeling I get. I think she knows basketball, almost like Charles Barkley a little bit, right? Like, because they always joke that like Charles, I wasn't watching the game. I was watching SVU.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I think there's a lot of that with Candace, and sometimes it leads to stuff like this.
I agree. Yep, I agree.
She knows the game of basketball. I don't think she watches it on a nightly basis the way you would expect an analyst to do.
I think that's why they put her in those 3-man booths when she calls games, when she's on a call for a game, because she can analyze what's in front of her,
right,
and not relate it to anything else, because she knows basketball when it's in front of her. But I'm with you, like that was such a bizarre, and that's not like, it's one thing for the Kings. That's the Knicks.
Come on, we talking about the Knicks.
That's one of your darlings.
That is,
yeah, I was watching Knicks Muse and all. I was like, come on. You know, the Tim Maxwell of the Knicks universe, the local guy of the Knicks universe. Like, come on.
The baby rat.
Feed me more.
That's what it'd be for the Knicks.
Oh, geez.
Well, rats in New York.
Yeah, well, probably lives at the Madison Square Garden.
The other thing remember when De'Aaron came out a couple of weeks ago and had that best and worst of the NBA, and he said the MSG was the worst. He's like, It's nice, it's cool on the inside, but it's the worst. And then I saw a video of, and maybe you know that, I didn't know this. They said opposing teams have to walk up this like 1.5 story ramp.
Yeah.
There's no other way around it. They got to walk up this
so
ramp.
when the bus pulls down below the Garden, you walk into that freight elevator that I told you about. It's a massive, massive elevator where creatures will be on the elevator with you, and you just get in and you pray for the best. And then you get down, and it's this long, it's like this long, windy road till you get to up a hill to get to where it levels out, and you get to the locker rooms and all of the
that's crazy
the backstage, but the locker room type stuff that they have back there.
That's crazy. Somebody showed that video in like response to somebody getting a De'Aaron.
It's much better since it's been
renovated.
Yeah, but before, like I've seen before and after. The before was, bro, it was, the Garden was trash. Like legit pure garbage. It was just in New York, and its name was Madison Square Garden. It's the inside now is gorgeous. Yeah. They did massive work to fix it, but there's still like, it's not, they fixed what people see, like what you see on TV and what people have to congregate in,
right?
But not everyone has to like take the bus down. Like that's
that
still,
stuff is probably
that's still garbage.
Unfixable. Like you can't. I don't know how you fix that.
They really got rats in the elevators?
Oh yeah. Yep.
This is the city everyone talks up.
Yep.
Yeah, they got rats.
Yeah, there's rats everywhere. But yeah, no, there's absolutely, that freight elevator is terrifying. Not because you just don't know. Something there could be something above you that just, hey, what's good, baby?
Come on, man.
You know, the last time I left that part of the Garden, You know who I saw? I didn't meet him.
Sheldon Williams?
Well, no. That's an easy. We call Sheldon, have him on tomorrow if we wanted to. No, Keith Sullivan.
Oh, wow.
And he was dressed because we saw him because 24 was still a thing at the time.
Yeah.
And he was dressed in like an all black suit. Are they filming 24 like right now? I don't know what he was doing, but yeah, he was down there in that area. And
That's
I missed my
big time.
chance.
Yeah, you see where this guy be at?
Missed my chance to meet Jack Bauer.
You see where this guy be at?
I was a tag along. Everyone knows why I was there. Stop it.
Just saying.
That's what I used to do for a living. Just tag along to these road cities.
Still good times.
It was fun for a while.
Still good
It got tough after a while.
But yeah, shout out to the Garden hadn't before this renovation.
Mm-hmm.
It like hadn't been remade since
Ever.
at least Walt Clyde Frazier.
Yeah,
It was the same as that.
That checks out because it looked pretty bad.
And I don't know how long it was that before I knew that was 73.
Didn't
I don't know how long it was that. It might have been that for 10, 15 years before that.
Didn't Penn Station say they were going to expand? Like, does the Garden have to move?
So that was a big discussion about 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
That they were like, yo, the Garden they're going to have to move. Like, it's done.
Right.
I think there's no way they would have renovated it if that was the case.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
There's no, because that was like
that was like 2 summers.
Like that.
I think that was like 2 summers.
Yeah. And it
was
the was crazy.
When the Liberty were with the Knicks at the time, they had to move to like White Plains.
Yeah, so I remember the same story. I don't remember what the outcome was. I just know they spent like $1 billion to fix the inside. They wouldn't have done that if they have to move.
I don't know how they could possibly do it now. I don't know where they'd go. I think there've been like 4 or 5 Madison Square Gardens.
Yeah, and this one that we're talking about, I think that was the last one, obviously, and before the renovations. It was like if they still played at the Boston Garden, like the original Boston Garden.
Those stories of the old Boston Garden are wild.
Oh,
like how the walls used to sweat.
What
It'd be so hot in there.
What happened did you guys see this? Didn't the Bills turn off the hot water?
Yeah, I saw. Well, allegedly. They
allegedly.
allegedly turned off the hot water. Someone from the Chiefs tweeted that. Oh, they took an L and turned off the hot water. Oh, one of the linemen, I think, tweeted that.
You got to turn off the hot water and all that stuff before, like as you're getting ready for the game. Make it as difficult as you can.
Well, remember when the Spurs made LeBron cramp up?
That's true. Turn the AC off.
I think, is that when they carried LeBron off the floor?
I think so.
Like he was Tyrese Halliburton?
Oh, that was a bad week for Powerade too, right? Because I was like his sports drink or whatever.
So I remember the next game. This is what I love LeBron James so much. The next game, he's doing his shoot around and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. There's like 7 bottles of like, was it Powerade and coconut water and all of this stuff just readily available. And he's walking over, grabbing one, walking over, grabbing the other. It's like, I love this dude so much.
Ron, hilarious.
I love this dude. He is dramatic just for fun. What do we got next, man? Will Z? No, that's about 30 minutes. Will Z will join us in about 30 minutes.
Can I talk a little football?
Well, can we talk about your boy? I do want to talk football. Well, you weren't here yesterday when the news broke.
Oh, yeah.
Harbaugh is going to the Chargers, and Mike Florio posed another random question. We'll touch on that, and we'll talk some football.
For real?
Yeah. We'll talk football here.
A menace.
Will Z, Kings basketball, and we expect Matt George to join us at some point in the 3:00 hour from the Chase Center here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's cute that you think we could do that.
As a mod, let me change the heading. There we go.
Look at that.
13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big shout out to the dope ones, my guys over there. Shout out Donna's dope. Big shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know what it is over there. Those are my people. Big shout outs to Cola CMOS. You know where to get that. ColaCMOS.com. Go get you some. And we got to talk about, reportedly, according to Mike Coppinger and others that follow boxing, PBC has announced their first pay-per-view, and it's going to be it's going to be with Tim Tszyu taking on Keith One Time Thurman, who is no longer One Time. But I heard a lot of people talking about, oh man, Keith Thurman, he's headlining all this crazy stuff. And I said, I mean, are you guys that dense right now? That ain't the headliner. The headliner is Tim Tszyu. And let me tell you from experience, when you talk about content creation and trying to get viewers and trying to get people to be aware of what you're doing, there might not be anybody better in boxing right now than Tim Tszyu when it talks about getting attention on whatever your content is. So this is actually, I would have done Tank or maybe waited for Canelo. This is a hell of a call by PBC to get Tim Tszyu on there because Australia is 1,000% behind Tim Tszyu. And I don't know how the pay-per-view numbers work out and how you get paid for it or what happens if it's worldwide, whatever. But if Australia's involved and Australians are involved all around the world, numbers are going to be nice for Tim Tszyu headlining the first pay-per-view card of PBC. So it's, even aside from that, it sounds weird to say, even though I think Tim Tszyu is going to destroy Keith Thurman, I actually think it's a good fight. One Time is not One Time anymore. He's just not that dude. But there's something about, Keith Thurman and his ability to box that I want to see what Tim Tszyu does against a guy like Keith Thurman. I think eventually he's going to knock him out, but not a bad way to start things off for PBC on Amazon Prime. So that's the 13th round.
The Tim Tszyu stuff is true too. I mean, it literally connected to 13th round.
Bruh. We hadn't done numbers like that before or since Tim Tszyu. Well, put it in the headline this time.
I definitely am. See, I got an Odyssey push notification. Can the Sabres make a late playoff push? I guess they know their audience.
What?
I don't know how I got that. They're getting real lenient with these push notifications, I guess. Go Sharks, by the way. I don't know how they're doing right now, but go Sharks.
Go Sharks always. Until the Coyotes move to Sacramento.
I'll still be a Sharks fan, but I'll go to the Coyotes games. We're back, by the way.
Back here, D-Lo and KC, we got a question in the chat from Chuck Lee. He says, were you guys too young to have been working with Mark S. Allen at FM 1025? Yeah, I think we both were a little too young. D-Lo's a little older than me, but he's not that much older than me. So
I've done stuff with him, but I didn't work with him at 102.
Yeah. But when I met him, I mean, that was one of the cool parts about where we are now. I met Marcus Allen when we were doing the Media Night at Sky River, and I was like, bro, I grew up listening to Marcus Allen. He's like, I listen to you guys all the time. Love your show. Great. So, okay, Marcus, I don't know what's up, and you know who I am. So sometimes that still trips me out, man. People like Jerry Reynolds was in here the other day. Jerry Reynolds know who old KC is, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's dope for me. This is my first go around with all this stuff, so I love that.
Everybody knows who KC is.
Not everybody.
No. Well, there's some people out there. I saw some internet videos. They definitely know who KC is. You're their role model. Hey, you weren't
be my
here.
Own person, man. Why you always got to follow me? Why can't I be my own person?
Hey, you weren't here yesterday when the Harbaugh news broke.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I heard that. And all right, Jim did what he had to do. He did what he had to do. So as a Michigan fan, you've delivered.
Mm-hmm.
Go live your life. Live your best life, man. Do what you got to do, brother.
Okay.
Big ups to him. And back in the NFL, he's with the team that we kind of thought he might be with.
Yeah.
And I'm not predicting it, but I can see a quick turnaround for those dudes. I can see a quick turnaround.
Well, the funny thing, so the quick turnaround thing, is it fair? Like they underachieved.
I think so. Yeah, I think that.
So I guess in record wise, it would be a quick turnaround, but I think they'll probably perform closer to expectations next year because
I can see that.
They were so far below, or at least it feels like they were so far below. And what a division that is. Like, hey, shout out AP. I don't like Sean Payton. Some people will say he's a good coach. I won't, but the NFL media will tell you he is. He's in that division.
He's closer to Doc Rivers than Mike McCarthy, if you ask me. Or no, they're in the same boat.
Yeah, they're all the same, I think.
Yeah, they're the same. But Sean Payton, who nobody would say that about, a lot of people wouldn't say that about, he's everything we say Mike McCarthy is.
I don't hate that. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I like Mike McCarthy more than I like Sean. I really dislike Sean Payton for.
Sean Payton comes off as a jerk, though.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's 100% what it is. He comes off as a jerk, and they made a movie about him that I never watched.
Shout out Kevin
I didn't
James.
watch it either. Why would you make a movie about him for doing something illegal?
Hey, how about we make a movie about a guy suspended for trying to injure other opposing players?
I'll just wait till the Draymond Green story comes out next year. I'm sorry, I got shocked. I didn't realize Woody Page was still doing Around the Horn.
Well, yeah, he is. He is.
He is.
I looked up. I was like, that's Woody Page.
Yeah,
hey, salute.
Keep trucking, Woody.
Salute. But you look at that division, it's Sean Payton, whatever, Harbaugh, and Andy Reid. It's like, hey, P, go get it done, baby.
Man.
Go get it done, baby.
That division's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That division is crazy.
That's a lot of championships, NFL or otherwise, in that
a lot of prestige in that division.
Well,
somebody
not a lot.
asked,
Sean got one, but still.
Somebody asked on Twitter though. They said, how long before the first Harbaugh versus Harbaugh Super Bowl? First of all, it'd be the second. Second of all, unless there's realignment that we don't know about.
Did someone really ask that? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
I said, come on, man. What y'all doing?
Did they not know that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe they were young. I'm not sure. Unless it was a sports media person, then
it was a sports media person, I believe.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, we need names.
Yeah, come on.
We need
I'm
names.
find out exactly who it was. Oh,
you need to do a better job of bookmarking
I should have,
or copying links.
I'll search up Harbaugh Super Bowl on Twitter right now.
That's a good way to find it. Our guy, oh man, I think it's our
wasn't one of our people, was it?
No, it wasn't one of our, but he retweeted it. Is it
that person?
It's
had
Kyle.
to
That's right, Kyle Randa, who's in the chat a lot. He retweeted. So I found his page, and who's the guy who said it? Dean Blevins, who's a OKC sports director.
Oh.
Harbaugh to the Chargers. How long till Harbaugh versus Harbaugh Super Bowl?
Oh,
jeez, Dean.
Come on, man.
Yeah, sports director for OKC, some TV station out there. Covers the Cowboys, so he knows football.
The first reply is from this woman who says, "Oh, sweetie, I'm going to need you to just go make a sandwich."
Delete the tweet too, bro.
Yeah, no, he let it ride.
Keep it there.
Yeah,
Keep it
no,
there.
he let it ride.
I see respect.
He
that.
knows.
Have a little fun with it.
Well, no, you got to delete it or you got to quote tweet. Be like, yeah, I messed up. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah. Address it. But don't delete it. He got it wrong on twofold.
I got to see. Did he tweet?
I think he just kept moving.
No, he just kept it moving.
Sooners, Cowboys, Thunder, and all golf.
He
golf
just
24/7. He says.
He just kept going.
Take a lap, Dean. Take a
Oh,
lap.
Dean, this is a tough look.
Run to the fence and back.
Run to the fence and back.
That woman told him to go make a sandwich, and it's so funny to me.
Oh man.
Dean's always 2 steps ahead. Ravens are getting traded to the NFC.
Oh, hey man, I do go read that, but Dave Garcia, just relax, bro. Relax.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Relax, man. Don't. I ain't reading that.
No, I ain't reading it.
Is it too
either.
early to shut the show down?
No, it's wait. Yeah, we can't. We could just leave Willsy to host the show. Jesus Christ, retire, Dean.
You imagine the audience in OKC is just fed up with Dean. We're just getting like hip to this right now.
I love that Dean doesn't care. He just keeps tweeting.
Talked about OU versus Texas basketball.
I'm looking at Dean. Dean might not know how to check his mentions.
Yeah, Dean tweets, but he doesn't reply.
Yeah, Dean might not know how to check. He might not know exactly what's going on. Yeah, the last tweet he liked was from Sage Steele.
Oh no. Say it ain't so, Dean.
Oh, Dean. Oh man.
Oh,
look. Oh, he's a big Bob Stoops guy. He just liked pictures of Bob Stoops and good old JR. All right, Dean.
Well,
yeah. Thank you, Kyle, for bringing that to our attention. That's funny.
Yeah, you ain't gotta worry about that. But yeah, I'm happy for Jim back in the NFL. They do play each other in the regular season, though.
Okay.
Chargers and Ravens. So there's that. And yeah, I think he's gonna do a good job with the Chargers, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's set up in a great spot, and I think the overwhelming consensus was Justin Herbert's going to be that top tier quarterback everyone has talked him up to be with Harbaugh there. So there's one thing, Harbaugh is an eccentric personality, man, but he's a fantastic football coach. And it was the perfect opportunity for Mike Florio to pose another random question that I'm guessing not a single individual in the entire world was thinking about. I wasn't hip to this rumor a couple of years ago, but when there was talks of Harbaugh going to Minnesota, apparently he had spoken to Colin Kaepernick about adding him to his staff as a quarterback coach. And so maybe 20 minutes after Harbaugh heads to the Chargers, Mike Florio posts a column. Will Colin Kaepernick be back in the league? And it's whether or not Harbaugh will add him as a coach to his staff in Los Angeles.
That would be awesome. I would love to see that. Obviously.
Yeah, I'd love to see Cap back in the league. But even more so, I'd love to see him back in the league with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
As a coach. And
absolutely.
That'd be good stuff. There's no reason. Again, this is Florio. We've had a week's worth of wild Florio reports.
If it was anyone else like saying this, but oh yeah, maybe that's possible, but it's just Florio just likes to stir it up.
He's had Andy Reid retiring. He's had some wild things happening in the last few weeks. One thing that he wrote that is based on 100% fact is that Debo did participate in part of practice. He was a limited participant in the 49ers practice today.
Well, I mean, just tweeted out about that. I mean,
is he their X Factor?
You did?
Yeah, you can read the tweet because I meant what I said.
Okay, so that's what I'll do instead of you actually saying it on the radio show. I'll go to Twitter.
It'd be better if he said it just the way he's going to present it. I think it'll be better.
David Lombardi tweets video, Debo Samuel's return to 49ers practice had a dramatic flair to it. They even played Super Gremlin. At IMK Diddy quote tweets, "It's over for you hoes."
It is. It is.
That's your new favorite thing, right? It's over for you hoes. That's your new favorite thing. I do love that. I've started regularly. I've started using hoes regularly as an insult, and you have just worked it into your vernacular of it's over for you hoes.
He's back. He's back. I mean, whether he's 100% or not, I think he's going to try to play. You know how long that holds up, I don't know. But
what do you we have all day tomorrow to talk about this, but we'll also have a Kings game to react to. So
hopefully we'll win.
Man, I hope so. What do you think we see this weekend? I
think we see the Niners in a fairly comfortable win. There's a part I was thinking about this a lot
Okay,
last
so I'm
night.
not trying to set you up for like any clip this, use it later. What I more meant is what like I think the 49ers got, I think there was a level of I hate to use the word rust, but that's just the word that we use. I think there was a level of getting back to playing football on Saturday. I don't think they played well. And they won. And part of me thinks you walk into that locker room knowing you kind of got away with one. You didn't execute. You didn't do a lot of the things. Like George Kittle knows he dropped passes. Brock Purdy knows he missed passes. Ray McLeod knows he, missed a route. Nick Bosa knows he didn't get to the quarterback. And they still won. And I think I think we'll see a heightened level of play from the San Francisco 49ers this weekend. That doesn't mean it won't be a close game. That doesn't mean the Detroit Lions won't have a heightened level of play. It means I think we'll see a different 49ers team than we saw Saturday.
The thing about that, and you're not alone in that assessment. How I felt the same way going, leaving the game on Saturday. They didn't play well. I went back and I've rewatched the game. I don't think it's nearly as bad as people are making it out to be.
Okay.
People talk about how the Niners escape with the win or whatever. There's nothing the Packers did on Saturday night better than the 49ers. Nothing. At the very least, it was an even game. It was about even.
Okay.
And the thing that the Niners did better is they forced turnovers. They were able to capitalize off the turnovers that were forced. But I mean, if you look, I haven't looked at it again. I remember I was looking at the rushing situation, and I think they rushed for about the same amount of yards per play. Because I know people were like, oh, they got gashed in the running game and all this other stuff. They didn't really get gashed. You take away the 53-yard run. I think Aaron Jones was running for like 3 yards a carry. You know what I mean? And I just think what really happened in this game, what really happened in this game was the Niners didn't play up to their capability. So and sometimes I think there's a difference with that, whether they played bad or they didn't play to their capabilities. I don't think they played bad. I think they didn't play up to their capabilities. And I think the things that you just talk about were factors in that. The weather might,
and the weather was. I think the weather. I absolutely think the weather was
rust
too.
and all this other stuff. And to answer your original question, I think this week we see them playing more up to their capabilities. I think right now, Green Bay is probably about even with the Lions. And
really,
yeah. Well, Lions, the Green Bay did beat their ass on Thanksgiving, and just the way Green Bay was playing, I thought they were playing at a high level. I keep talking about it after the fact, but Matt LaFleur, knowing Kyle Shanahan and what he had going on, I think that had a whole lot going on. Hell, to be honest with you, I didn't think about this till just now as I'm talking about it, but that might have played into Kyle Shanahan's play calling. He might have got psyched out by the fact that, like, yo, this guy knows my every move. He knows everything I want to do. I got to switch it up because he knows the things I like to do. And that may have he shouldn't have switched it up, should have done what he was supposed to do. But maybe that played into how he called that game and some of the bizarre ways he went about calling that game on Saturday, because he was looking at a guy that he felt knew his every move. So he had to outthink the situation. Now he's going up against a guy that doesn't know him nearly as well as Matt LaFleur, and he can do the things that he probably should be doing. So you combine all of that. And the other thing that I think about, people talk about the Lions on the ground against the 49ers. Well, we could talk about the Niners in the air against the Lions, because the Lions are god-awful defending the pass. And I just then there's two intangible things as well that I thought about. When you're there, I don't buy into the whole house money like you. You know what I'm saying? I don't buy into that. I try not to deal with that. And this whole thing that somebody's just happy to be there. I don't necessarily buy into that either, because once you're playing, you're trying to win.
I use the analogy of if you're at a table and you just won $10,000 and the dealer puts $10,000 in front of you, that's your money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You didn't walk. It's your money right now. If you lose it, you lost $10,000.
Absolutely.
It doesn't mean you're $10,000 less wealthy or whatever than when you walked in. It means you just lost $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And when you've got a chance to play for the Super Bowl, it's not, oh, we're happy to, like, I've never understood that philosophy or that line of, I don't think people really, I've never heard anyone say, oh, we're playing with house money. Like like you hear people analyze it as like, I've never understood that.
Yeah. So like I typically agree with you on that one, but there is a sense of this means something different to these two teams. The Lions, man, they're hyped. They're ready to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do this. Like they're hyped up. They're excited to do this. I feel like the 49ers are desperate to do this. This particular group is desperate to get to the Super Bowl, get to where they need to be. And I think that may be a difference. Another thing that, I look at that, hey, you can't measure it. Fred Warner, as a fan of the team, somebody that observes his team, I don't know if they're going to win or lose or not, but I trust Fred Warner is going to have these guys focused on the task at hand all game long. He is one of the best leaders in the NFL today. And as a 49er fan, one of the best leaders I've seen in a 49ers uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I watch him, they have the mic'd up segments and stuff like that. Every time I watch him, he is so dialed in to this team, to every play, to the next play. I trust so much his leadership. And that's something like, if you're not feeling, oh man, are they going to be ready? Are they going to be nervous? Now, Fred Warner going to have these boys ready. He is going to have these boys ready. And I just think in an NFC championship game, I think that's going to be the deciding factor. A team that is desperate to win this game and a team that really wants to win this game.
So let me ask.
No disrespect to the Lions, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
I do, but I'm going to narrow the focus down a little bit, or I'm going to narrow the focus down a lot. Say the Lions they want to win the game. The 49ers are desperate. And I understand exactly what you mean by that. Is Goff desperate to win? Because remember Goff's scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Goff is a solid quarterback. Has been a solid quarterback. He had a Super Bowl caliber team that they said, this quarterback won't get it done for us. We need an upgrade at this position. They go and get the upgrade and win the Super Bowl, verifying everything that had been said leading up to that point. Fair or unfair,
right.
That's what it looks like. He's in Detroit. Team has a phenomenal year. Hard Knocks, sort of darlings of the league. Everybody's kind of all in on Dan Campbell. He's got this great personality once you get past that really weird opening press conference. Guy I'd play for today.
Yeah,
right now, I'd play for Dan Campbell. Totally, I read too much into that press conference. I think the Eric Bieniemy stuff was still didn't like any of that, but I'd rock with Dan Campbell. And now here you are, a game away from the Super Bowl, the game they said you couldn't get to, the game they said you couldn't win. You're one game away from having another opportunity to shed that label that was put on you a couple years ago.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. This is an opportunity for him. I always talk about that all the time. This is an opportunity for Jared Goff in his career. So there is going to be a level of desperation for him, especially because he's gotten to a point like this before. He understands. And, I always remember Allen Iverson talking about later on in his career. You've heard me talk about it before, where he was like, man, after the 2001 finals, I was like, I'll be here all the time.
Yeah.
Like, this is just what it is. I've reached this level and I'm going to be here all the time. He said, I never even got to the conference finals again. So he learned later to not take those type of moments for granted. I use that with Jared Goff. He's been there and he knows how difficult it is to ever get back there again. And he's not going to take it for granted. The problem is, and I want to dive into this a little bit more probably tomorrow, over the night and tomorrow, there seems to be a difference between home golf and road golf. And we'll see if he can not only overcome just, playing a team like the 49ers, but these demons of playing road and home games this past season. So we'll look into that a little bit tomorrow as well. One other thing that I thought was funny, Brandon Ayuk was talking yesterday, and I forgot the contents of it or whatever, but they asked him something to the effect of, hey, you're playing with guys like Kittle and Trent Williams is a veteran, and these guys at Debo, they got to the Fred Warner, they got to the Super Bowl before. How bad do you want to get back for these guys? He was like, I do, but I've never been to the Super Bowl. Like, I want to get to the Super Bowl. Like, I love those guys, but hell, I want to get to the Super Bowl. Like, I ain't playing just for them dudes to get back. I'm trying to go.
Yeah.
So that's something that also gets lost in these things. And I feel like the Lions players feel the same way. Like, they're one game away from the Super Bowl. They're trying to get there. I just think the leadership and the sense of urgency for the 49ers is going to be one of the things that puts them over the top on Sunday.
And it should be noted too, like, and it's okay to say things like this. This isn't a slight. Like, I think San Francisco is better than Detroit. Right. So we spend so much time in, like, God, if the 49ers win Sunday, whether it's the Chiefs or the Ravens, it's a Super Bowl rematch. You're going against a 2-time MVP one way or another. You could potentially be going against a guy who has a couple Super Bowls already. Like, there's so many stories where we, like, hyper analyze the intangibles and the leadership of Fred Warner, or the leadership of Chris Jones, or the leadership of Lamar Jackson, whoever. And it just boils down to, what team's better than the other one? Who has the better game plan? And what team doesn't make mistakes? Or in most cases, what team makes less mistakes? And there was something that one big thing that I don't think we'll see Sunday that we saw Saturday. And it was the very, very first thing that bothered me with the 49ers on Saturday night. And it was the number one reason. I told you, I thought early in that game they were going to lose, or that they might lose. I don't want to say I knew they were going to. I thought early in the game they might lose. I felt like they were rattled, or maybe I felt like they were on edge, and Green Bay was kind of playing free with their chest out, and they goaded. And we talk about the bump, the Trent Williams, I think they had like 6 penalties. They had a couple of things where I'm just like, what are y'all doing? You're the bullies. Why are you falling for this? They're goading you into stuff and you're falling for it. You're the 49ers. What are you doing? And that's why I was like, they're shook a little bit. I don't like this. And that's not happening Sunday.
I don't think
there's no chance in hell anything close to that happens again on Sunday.
I don't think so either. It's funny you say that, because I also heard from Brock Purdy. We all heard from Brock Purdy yesterday. And he had something, I wish I would have remembered it specifically, but he said something to the effect of, after that near pick was dropped, he got tentative. He said, it took me a while to, like, get from being tentative and get back to just playing and being free and things like that. Like, he's a human being. He's still, regardless of what people like to think and how they like to compare him to this guy, that guy, this guy, he's still a second-year quarterback. I think he's still played less than 30 games in the league. 30 for sure, maybe less than 25 games. So, that goes into what you're talking about. Is like they were a little on edge, a little rattled, and at the very least, their quarterback seemed a little rattled after a possible miscue. So there's that. I also like
man's played 25 games.
25 games in this league.
And that's not. I don't think that's counting playoffs, by the way. But
27 or 28 at this point. But he also talked about his interaction with Ray McCloud, and I loved his response to that, because he said, he broke down what it was. He's like, he was supposed to be one place. I was expecting to be someplace. He wasn't. We got to have execution. I let him know about it. Then we talked about it, and we're good. But something about him saying, no, that wasn't acceptable, and I let him know. he's supposed to be doing this. To me, it's a level of leadership from the young fella that I like. Like, it's not like, oh, it's football things happen. Like, he didn't throw him under the bus, but he also didn't let him off the hook.
Sure.
He was like, nah, bro, we can't have that. I'm expecting you to do this. It was a little thing, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I liked the response from somebody that young to say, no, we all have expectations. I expect him to do something, and if he doesn't, I'm gonna tell him about it. And we'll see if that carries over for this year and beyond. But I like that.
Well, we'll get everyone ready for the NFC Championship. And
you ain't
got
to get me ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let me take this damn jacket off.
That's fine. It's a nice jacket you're wearing. That's a 1 of 1, I think. We'll
Ain't he still on the website?
No one bought them.
Well, it's true. I'm the only one who did.
So I just took them down. I was like, well,
okay.
All right, no one's buying them, so like it's just taking up space. I can put them back up.
Y'all ain't got this.
We'll come back. Also, one of the pricier items on the website, so that tells you something about what we got here. Will Z joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball, Kings and Warriors tonight at the Chase Center when Will Z joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Kiddo.
Can't do that, George. Eating an orange after that nasty ass green juice takes that nasty ass green juice taste out of my mouth. And I love oranges. And I love blueberries. I got oranges and blueberries here. My man, Will. What's up, Will?
What's up, Damien?
How's it going, man?
Oh, things are good. How about yourself?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
Good.
Good, Will Z. There we go. There we go. What do you think about
Blueberries by far the superior berry, by the way.
Oh, man, I couldn't agree more.
That's not true. That's crazy.
Jesse.
What?
That's insane. Like,
what?
Compared to like strawberries and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Blueberries are the one.
No, blueberries are so overrated. Blueberries they're system fruit.
What? No.
They're better in muffins. They're better in like pancakes and stuff. They're better in waffles.
They're better right here.
Nah, frozen blueberries are fine, but like just regular blueberries, nah.
It's a trash.
I'll just eat them by the handful. I always throw them in yogurt. Yeah. Because strawberries you have to cut, you have to prep. Blueberries, just grab a handful, toss them in something.
Will, you made me sit up in my chair when you said that.
Bro, you gotta put strawberries like in chocolate or sugar.
You can eat them by themselves.
Nah, they're not the best.
You cut the little leaf off the top, and then you just eat the strawberry after that.
I feel like strawberries are like melon, where you have to have a good strawberry is great, but a bad strawberry is bad, obviously.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, you need good strawberries. Yeah.
I love how offended you were, Jesse.
Tony, I saw it like straight over my chest, like, no, we're not. No.
Yeah, this is one of those things that's gonna start a fight in the chat too.
Oh yeah.
I love blueberries. Absolutely love them.
I don't think there is like a bad berry though.
I agree.
Blackberries?
I don't mind blackberries.
Blackberries are like more hit or miss. I feel like a good blackberry is still good. I feel like.
Yeah.
I think all that shit Jesse's talking made these blueberries taste even better.
Must be frozen then, because it can't be just regular blueberries.
They're cold. I'll say that. They're cold. They're not frozen, but they're cold.
Oh, goodness.
Blueberries and oatmeal. Yeah, that's a good one. Michigan, are you
fruit?
No, don't do that. That's just an opinion. It doesn't say they're only good in oatmeal. Don't disrespect blueberries.
They're system fruit. They're better when they're mixed with something else.
That's trash. That's your worst take ever.
I'm not a blueberry guy, but I love blueberry muffins.
Blueberries and cereal, Manny. That sounds good.
The hot one says frozen blueberries go crazy.
Oh.
Y'all are wilding. Michigan, are you a hot oatmeal guy or a cold oatmeal guy? Are you like an overnight oats guy? All right, we're coming back, Will. All right. After a commercial break contained a fight over fruit.
That was hostile.
That was a bit hostile. Well, I think it was your fault. You popped up out of your chair when I started eating blueberries and started like.
No,
like
the adrenaline did hit when that take
you
hit the stream.
Started defending the honor of strawberries. It was a wild moment there during the commercial break. As we welcome in our brother and fellow blueberry lover, our man Will Z here. Will, we've got the yes, blueberries are delicious. We've got the Kings and the Warriors tonight for the first time in a while. And I'll ask you. We talked to Marcus Thompson about this earlier. Kenny kind of brought this question to the conversation. Does it feel like this matchup's lost a little bit of luster?
I think so. Just a little. It feels like the break kind of did some good for both teams. Just a little separation.
Now it just feels like a regular basketball game instead of the only team that you play.
Yeah, there's no big story coming into this one. It's not Draymond's first game back. It's not like the first matchup. It's not the Kings haven't won. Like there's no real kind of big storyline to take into this game after it feels like we hit every storyline in the first 3 games.
You know, one of the things I was just thinking about this, and I promise you, I don't mean this as a shot. I promise you, I don't mean this as a shot. But I think the setting has a little bit to do with it as well. I think if this game was in Sacramento, I think there's a different energy to Kings home games against the Warriors. Like we, as a collective, get hyped up for it around the city. In Golden One Center, there's a buzz in there or whatever. I don't think the Warriors fans today, maybe they did at
you're
the
right.
beginning, have any type of feeling towards the Kings going into this game. And I think that plays a little bit into it as well.
Yeah, and that plays off what Marcus was saying with to the Warriors fans, and maybe not all Warriors fans, but to a lot of them, it's playoffs are like the bigger picture. That it's just a regular season game, but for us as Kings fans, I think it's still regular season games have more meaning to us because we aren't trained to have that disposition about regular season versus playoffs yet. So maybe that has something to do with it too, where we care. I don't know. I don't want to say care more, but you know.
That's probably about it though.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about this matchup, and particularly let's start with what we saw last night. The Warriors did play last night. They played the Atlanta Hawks, put up a ton of points, which is just the NBA thing to do now. You score 130 and 40 every night, but they looked really impressive, particularly Jonathan Kuminga, who has been playing really well as of late, Will.
He's been so good. Yeah, I was watching that game. It was really impressive. It looks like they've kind of gotten some things figured out, not only the Warriors as a whole, but especially Kuminga. So you look at his recent numbers, 21 straight games in double figures, 4 straight games with 20 or more points, and he's doing it he's kind of found out his way to score, and he's doing it on 2-point field goal attempts. So in his first 19 games, so first half of the season, he was shooting 52% on his 2-point field goals on 6.5 attempts per game. In the last 21 games, which is the 20-point streak, that's at 65.9% on 8.2. And if you look at just the last 3 games, 69.2% on 13 attempts per game. So he's taken this game and kind of shifted it mid-season to become a slasher, someone who cuts, gets to the rim, and using his athleticism to score rather than kind of the main Warriors offense of shooting threes. And it's helping the team as a whole, I think, because of it.
The thing with Kuminga, and he's still a young guy, he's still learning how to play the game a certain way, if you ask me, is just the inconsistency, right? Like he'll show you things that he showed you last night where it looks like he's the future. And then, you know, he'll do that for 2 or 3 games. And then 3-4 games, he's nowhere to be found. Kerr can't play him in the fourth quarter because of defense or whatever. And it's the next thing with him is just having the consistency. It doesn't have to necessarily be 11 for 11, but consistent high-level play where Kerr can feel comfortable having you out there for long periods of time so you can get those type of reps in those type of games.
Yeah. And it scares me a little with having him play well and Wiggins on the team, it's kind of the archetype that the Kings struggle with, especially when there's two scorers like that. So like the 3-4 combo, because you have Keegan, who's a plus defender, and Barnes, who's a weaker defender. And Barnes has to face someone who is a scorer. To me, that's why like the long athletic teams hurt the Kings, is because Barnes is forced to guard someone who's going to try and score. So for me, I'm a little nervous with both Wiggins and Kuminga. They've been sharing more time on the court together. Can you stop both of them with that duo of Barnes and Keegan? So something I'll be watching tonight.
What do you think of the Warriors? Are they a team that can take these pieces that look good at different times and, maybe kind of piece all of this together and make a late run? Or as, Steve Kerr said in his press conference yesterday, this is a difficult time, but we've got to move on and we've got to try to salvage this season. Can they actually salvage it?
It feels like they can. I think it'll depend on if people buy in to the different roles. Like Draymond has come off the bench since he's been back, with Sarge starting in his spot, which again I think is a good change for them because it brings in another shooter into the starting lineup. Can Clay kind of take that step back and be more of the spot up shooter, role player, as Kuminga maybe?
The dog is really hoping Kevin Irving get going tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it'll just depend on how if they can get those defined roles.
Yeah.
And you see her in the background.
Yeah, we're a dog friendly
Crazy
show
at the
here.
front.
No, that's fine. That's what we do.
So yeah, I think it's possible. Especially with how the bottom of the West, like they can definitely get back into it. They're not that far behind.
Well, I hope they don't.
Yeah, not.
It'd be fine if they don't.
No, but I think this is a big game. Marcus Thompson was talking about it's a big game for both of these teams here. The Warriors are trying to get back on the good foot, feel good about themselves, basketball wise. Working past the tragedy that they just went through, but basketball wise, trying to get on the good foot. And the Kings start of a 7-game road trip, and you got a game against the Warriors, who even if they are able to turn their season around, they're not at that point right now. So you want to try and get them now, while you feel like it's a good matchup for you. See what they can do. I mean, they're dealing with some injuries as well. Chris Paul is out. Moses Moody is out as well. And I know they got a deep roster, but if you're the Kings, this might be one of the better times of year you'd ever face them.
It's pretty wild that it doesn't even feel like the Warriors miss Chris Paul at all.
It's a talented
Maybe it's
roster. You got a lot of good players on the team.
Pod's coming in. He's been so good for them.
Yeah, he's good.
Just does a little bit of everything, which is exactly the type of player you want around the stars. Like it just looks like their roster is kind of taking form. And then I don't know. I think that's why it scares me a little.
Yeah, the thing I hate the most about the Warriors is that there's so many players on the Warriors I actually like.
Yeah.
Wiggins is one. I'm confused as to what exactly his season is, but that Pods dude is another, man. And the Kuminga.
And with all that said, they've lost, 4 of their last 6.
Yeah.
Like we like their players. We think Pods has played well. We think Kuminga's playing well. All this stuff, but it hasn't resulted in wins.
Well, so and that's why I wonder if this, real life event that Marcus Thompson phrased it earlier, this real life event that they're dealing with, if that's something that shifts people's thinking. And human nature tells me, like, I really do believe it can immediately. But like in a couple months, does everyone feel like the further you get removed from it, the further you might, the more likely you might be fall back into previous feelings or frustrations? Because I do feel like there's a divide. One of the issues that, Ken, you talking about the losses, I think there's a divide with this team. And whether it's a young and old or whatever it is, I think at least right now, last night, tonight, and maybe even for the foreseeable future, I think the divide's probably going to be gone. And now we might actually get a look at what these guys look like, when egos aren't involved, when, pouting because of playing time isn't involved. And I think that might show us, this is a pretty good squad. If they can piece all this together, just question to me is If any of that is true, can they piece it together for the long run rather than the short run?
Yeah.
I think,
And with the and it doesn't help that the trade deadline is 2 weeks
yeah,
away.
and that just like it hovers over a lot of things here in
Right.
Sacramento, it's hovering over what they've got going on. And I thought it was a great question by you earlier. The direction this team wants to go.
Mhm.
Do you still feel like you're contending, and you're a player away from contending and turning this thing around this year? Or do you want to use this year to not necessarily punt because you're trying to win, you're trying to make the postseason, but let these young guys play so you can have a better idea of what you need to do and who needs to stay and who needs to go this summer. I would go that way.
I'll ask you. Okay, interesting. I'll ask you both the question because Marcus was just in the contending. This team can't contend with the right trade with a player who's not playing right now. With the right trade, and mind you, I don't know what that is. Can this team contend?
I think so. I mean, I think part of the reasons that they can too is because like they can trade one player, like you said, Chris Paul, and I don't think it'll be a big outtake for their roster. They can pretty much just bring someone in because they're strong at that position. I'm not saying Chris Paul is a bad basketball player or he doesn't do good things for them. It's just a position of strength with their guards is they can bring in $40 million worth of a player and just basically plug it into what they're doing right now.
I think you might have to trade one more player, though.
I think so too.
I think so too. And also, it depends on who the player is. You said the right trade.
Yeah.
But number one, I think they're too small.
I think it's Clay.
Well,
yeah.
Now we're getting into
so I'm like, and I'm not, this is not hate. Like I'm trying to figure out, like, is there a way that you, and I'm not saying it has to be one trade, if two separate trades, however you want to do this, but this is freeing up space, right? For Kuminga and so on. You get that right player back. Again, I don't know who that is. Is there a situation where they become a contender?
I don't think so. I just think,
Okay.
I think they're too small.
Okay.
I think they're too small. And unless that trade is for somebody like that can help them out. I just think they would struggle with that. And then also if you're trading Chris Paul, and it depends on who you're getting back, I think your bench takes a major hit.
Your bench definitely does take a hit.
You know
Like
what I
Chris
mean?
Paul's
So
still a playmaker.
Not having Chris Paul, and then you combine that with, Chris Paul wasn't here last year. Well, you had Jordan Poole coming off the bench. And not having either one of those guys now, you can get better. I don't know if it puts you in the contending territory.
Okay. But you'd go the other way.
I
think so. Oh.
Well, both of you would do that. Would you let the young guys play?
Will.
Yeah.
He's not sure.
No,
He's running. He had 4,000.
I'm looking at the roster right now.
Numbers running through his head.
I heard
about
the James freeze yesterday.
Oh yeah, ham froze 308, I believe it was. Yeah, frozen ham.
Oh, yeah, it's just hard. The Clay stuff has so much. There's just so much to it. But I love the young guys. Kuminga, I still think there's something with Moody there. I don't know. That's tough.
Yeah, I would listen and try and see what trades are out there. But at the end of the day, I would play Kuminga, Moody, Pods a little bit more than what I traditionally would. See who those guys are, and then that'll allow me to make a decision this summer about whether I want to keep Kuminga around or whether I want to trade Moody. Maybe put them in a package together to get a guy that replaces Clay or replaces Wiggins or whatever the case may be. I would see what I have, mainly because, like I said just now when you asked that question, I don't know if there's a move that's going to make me a championship contender this year. So let me use this time to evaluate what I do have.
Okay.
But they also have Steph Curry, and they probably feel like you're not in the position to punt on years with Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you got him. You better every year. You better try and make a way to be a contender.
Yeah, it maybe I have another like Chris Paul question I want to ask you, but we need Will's swing stat first. We got a swing stat, Will?
Yeah, it is for tonight. Second chance points. So Warriors, obviously, we remember from the playoffs, they're really good at getting second chance points, offensive rebounds. They are second in the league with 12.7 offensive rebounds per game and fifth with 15.8 second chance points. The Kings, on the inverse, are the best team in the league. Everyone thinks they have a rebounding problem. I don't think they do. They hold opponents to 9.3 offensive rebounds and 11.7 second chance points. Those are both the least in the NBA. So, a strength of the Warriors, a strength of the Kings going head to head. Can you limit their second chance looks and get some yourself?
All right.
I like
Second
it.
chance points. There it is. Man, Will Z. Will, we appreciate you as always. WillZstats.com. We'll be spending a lot of time together next week. Thank you for your breakdown of this one. Hopefully we're talking about a win tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you. Thanks, Will. So, man, Will Z right there. Again, WillZstats.com. Check out the preview in full over on Will's website. You think Chris Paul's back with the Warriors next year?
No.
Because that's the other thing. His contract is expiring.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I wonder where he goes, though.
So why wouldn't you trade him?
It's a good point. It's a good point. The reason why you wouldn't trade him is
if you didn't think you had a chance at a title.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's the reason why. If you still think, hey, we get him back healthy and, this team just needs to gel, get everybody back healthy. We got a chance to win a NBA championship. That would be the reason. Even if you had a slight hint that you could do that, I think you would hold on to that. But that's a great point. Like, I don't think he's back. So that's a trade chip.
That's another. I don't know where he goes. Yeah. I don't know what's like next for Chris Paul. I don't know if Russell Westbrook keeps signing 1-year deals with Los Angeles. James Harden. This would be a fascinating offseason for guys in that group like James Harden. It's the same thing.
The other issue
going
on right now in the NBA, and you talk about trade deadline and all this other stuff, is like, what is there really to get? Like,
what do you mean?
Like, what is there to get? There's say the Warriors trade Chris Paul for Jeremy Grant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that makes him a title contender. So like, yeah, you're
so
doing
with Jeremy Grant, yeah, no, I got you.
You're doing it, because you want to take advantage of the asset or whatever. And Chris Paul, but that's not putting you over the top.
You're right. It doesn't put you over the top this year, but it gives you a piece to help you to your roster next year.
Very true.
And maybe that's something Golden State is thinking about. It's not punting on the season in terms of, hey, Steph, whenever you're ready to not play anymore, just let us know. Like, I don't think this team is going to hit that state, barring an injury to Steph Curry.
Right.
But I do think they're trying. They've got to figure out what direction they're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the question to Marcus Thompson, is what they do over the next 2 weeks. Will that give us a peek into what they're going to do in the future?
Yeah.
And I feel like if, I have no idea what the name was. Obviously, it's not Siakam. Siakam's if they had gone and gotten Siakam with the Chris Paul contract, I would have been like, what are you guys doing next year? Like, what are you trying to build? And that's probably going to be a question no matter what they do this season, because unless you believe that there's a move, and it's probably a multiplayer move that helps you get in place now that you can see an outlook where these young guys are playing, or in a different case, you move these young guys and you look at it like, okay, we've got this year and we probably got one more year after that. Like, you build yourself like the Los Angeles Rams did a few years ago.
Well, but they're also in a peculiar situation because Chris Paul, I'm not saying that this is what you do, but Chris Paul leaving for nothing actually helps them financially in a major way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you they didn't do it, but people, complained about the luxury tax and all this other stuff. Say you did go get a Jeremy Grant.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't help you with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the same issue you had that you thought really trading Jordan Poole, some of that had to do with getting off that money and being able to get off that money.
Yeah.
And if you tie yourself back into that, like, that's why I think Siakam was more of a realistic scenario, because he's a free agent. You could still be like, we kind of rather want to get this cap thing under control more than keep him around. So we move him off, and now the Jordan Poole money is completely gone because Chris Paul ain't here, Siakam ain't here, Poole ain't here. The money's gone, and Clay's gone potentially. So now the books are looking right again. That you bring somebody in, like even a Kyle Kuzma, you bring somebody like that in, now you're dealing with, you got money questions again.
So the only flaw with that is, or there's no flaw in the math. Like you're right, but you mentioned like I'm glad you said that because I was going to bring up Clay. So what are you telling Steph? Like if you're wiping the books and I don't even know what this does for you, but Chris Paul is gone, the Jordan Poole money is completely gone. You don't re-sign Clay for whatever reason. But we'll say it's financial. All right, Steph, we're finally running with these young guys. Is that what you're telling them? 36 going on 37?
Yeah.
So what you going to tell Steph Curry?
Yeah.
After 5-6 NBA finals? That's tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough conversation to have when you're still in control of so much. That's a tough conversation to have, to say, after all of these years, we're the first or second highest grossing franchise in the league. We're going to start pinching pennies now at the end of your career.
Yeah.
I would treat, if I'm Steph, I treat him the way you treat the San Francisco Giants. The hell are you talking about? You're going to do this to me now? You've got money. You're going to spend that money. Matter of fact, Joe, you got money because of me. You think this is about the Golden State Warriors? This is where Steph Curry become a jerk. You think this is about the Golden State Warriors? Bruh, this is about Steph Curry. You ain't going to do me like that in my last couple of years in this league. You better pay. You better find a way to field a competitive team. You better find a way to go out and get these guys who still want to play with me because I'm a shooter and my game isn't based on speed or something and explosiveness or something that could quickly deteriorate. I'm a shooter. I'm going to be a shooter until the day I walk off this floor. Field me a team that we can go out there and compete with.
And I would say, as Joe Lacob, I would say, Steph, I understand. Like, I get it. I get it. What you're saying is not wrong. But you know who pays an extra $230 million a year? Me.
That's great, Joe. You know who makes you multiples of that $230 million a year? Me.
That's fine.
Because when I'm gone, this franchise is back to being the Golden State Warriors.
That's fine. But let me rehash it again. I have to pay that. You can tell me. You want to chip in? You want to put 20 on this tank?
I think I'm due for a contract extension.
You want to put 20 on this tank? Because I've got to pay this. So it's easy for you to say, go do it, when you have no ramifications involved in this.
No, I do. It's my name.
Your name is solidified. Who's getting mad at Steph Curry? Who's looking at you as less than? You're already a top 10 player of all time.
So I'm not taking the rocking chair out for the next 3 or 4 years. If you done,
all right. Well, what you got on this? And
hey,
like you said,
you know what? You're right.
You're asking me for more.
You're right, Joe.
And you asking me for more.
You got one. I'm asking more. You're going to give me more. No. We're going to check that collective bargaining agreement, see what the maximum amount of money you can give me is. You're going to give it to me.
This is why people end up playing in Seattle and Toronto at the end of their career.
And but see, with Steph Curry ain't no Patrick Ewing. Steph Curry still makes Joe Lacob a couple $2 billion a year.
Yeah.
He's still that dude.
Yeah.
And it's the LeBron James. No matter what team LeBron, you do everything you can to keep LeBron James.
Yeah.
Everything. If LeBron says draft Bronny, you draft Bronny because he makes your money franchise. Steph Curry makes the Golden State Warriors the first or second. I think it's the Lakers Warriors, but it might be the Warriors Lakers. One of the richest franchises in the league.
Yeah. But I would.
Well, they have a valuation somewhere around like $7 billion at this point.
Yeah.
That is because of Steph Curry.
So, but here's the conversation. We could talk about this more too, but like, I'll tell Steph, like, bro, going out and getting Pascal Siakam is not making us a championship, and I've got to pay him $250 million for a team that's not a championship. That's not going to make
Well,
us
your
better than
stupid ass
OKC.
shouldn't have signed Draymond Green then.
Okay, I know you're right. You're right.
We'll come back.
You're right.
We'll come back. We'll talk Kings Warriors. We expect Matt George to join us sometime from the Chase Center as well as he sets up things for ABC 10 and his Locked On Kings podcast. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I want to give a shout out to the city of Sacramento, to all my people out there. The President's Day camp that I'm doing with my man Sam Luong over at Sac Skills sold out in about 35 minutes.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. So big ups to everybody. And you know, sold out is relative, right? Because it's a free camp. You know what I'm saying? All
Well,
you
the
have to do
space
is
is
just
filled
get in.
up.
Yeah, space is filled up.
filled up.
So that's dope. But I just, you know, appreciate you guys. We're gonna do it again. I'm gonna get D'Lo out there on the court. He's gonna teach us something on the court.
D'Angelo Russell? D'Angelo Russell coming
Get D'Lo on the court, man. Come on. Stop playing. Getting them out there, man. So we gonna do it again very, very soon. Hopefully we do this a few times this year, man, and beyond. So appreciate everybody who signed up, man, and we're gonna have a good time.
You should have the kids play D'Lo one-on-one like they do with the NBA players at the camps.
D'Lo, what? D'Lo going home. Going home 0 for 15 on President's Day.
Somebody gonna hit the deck. So they ain't gonna be no layups around here.
I ain't gonna do that to these kids.
I would.
I know you would.
Grant Williams, the first to lose to one of the kids at his camp too.
Grant Williams
Did you
is a
see
wild
last
dude.
night Grant Williams get thrown out for getting
Yeah.
I love that he tried to pretend like he wasn't standing over Kevin Durant.
Still punching above his weight class, I see.
Like, bro.
Well, no, that's not even the play. He got thrown out because he got.
Oh yeah, he got a couple of technicals.
Nurkic like bodied him, scored at him, like looked down on him on the ground. Grant gets up all crazy. Ref gives Grant a technical and throws him out.
Brother, you are Grant Williams. You need to relax. I still won't forget when he got in Jimmy's face in the Eastern Conference Finals for no reason.
Well, Jimmy took it personally.
Drew Down, this is facts. Thinks he's the main character. He does, dude. Like when you play on the Celtics, like your job is to stand on the 3-point line, take the shot when you get the ball. He gets the ball and he holds on to it. And then he starts to like dribble between his legs, like he's gonna cross someone up, and he loses it every time.
Grant Williams is funny, man. He is funny.
Rivals week. You're right. Not rivalry week.
Yeah, I just thought it was different.
Actually, I think you said NBA rivals. I said rivalry week. We meet in the middle. It's rivals week.
There we go. Neither one of us know what the hell we're talking about.
I'm not sure anybody knew.
That's a good way to put it, Johnny G. He's my buddy Hill.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Grant Williams.
Oh.
We'll make them both. No, you're gonna miss them both, Grant.
They call me Big LA. What's 420? Oh, I think it's Alicia's birthday today. We got a talk show over on KSFM today.
Check her out. Michigan, I talked about Tim Zhu headlining the first PBC on Amazon pay-per-view. I think it's a good move. That's a nice little game right there. That's gonna be popping. I kind of hate it was on a Thursday. It should be on I can't be on this Sunday.
What are we talking about?
South Carolina versus LSU tonight.
Oh,
Women's at LSU. What a bizarre time. Empty stadium. That's going to be crazy to explain that to Ryan. Yeah. Every game was played in an empty stadium for a year.
Oh, right.
Empty stadium, empty arena.
Yeah. That's why I hate shows that like incorporate COVID in and like they're walking around where I think Swagger did it. Like, I hate this. I do not want to be reminded of this.
Going back to boxing real quick, isn't Rolly supposed to be on that undercard too? The Tim Zoo one?
I didn't know if he was on his own separate card.
Well, that was I tweeted today. It's him. I can't remember who's
Cruz are on the
Yeah, him
undercard
and
of
Cruz
that?
are on the undercard. Yeah.
That's a good look.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Ryan left in the cold.
Here's Jose Ramirez, pal. Oscar wins
In
again, I guess.
Fresno. Put that in Fresno.
Yeah, the Save Mart Center.
Shout out to the Save Mart Center. A very nice venue that Fresno State basketball never comes close to filling up.
Fresno needs to do something about their heat. Control their weather. I don't know. Do something.
Dude is gross. That's all I got. That dude is gross.
Oh, I was stuck for a second. I was like, what's VKM? Well,
Yeah. We haven't pulled the box out in a while. Let's throw. Are you caught up on that story?
Yeah, too caught up.
Yeah.
That's a wild old man. Right
He's
there.
that's just the only way to blitz the bad person, bro.
He's got to go. They got to get him out of there.
The thing too is like, how many times have we said that too over the years, and it's just it doesn't happen.
But so what's the deal now? TKO owns WWE.
I believe TKO is the parent company of WWE and UFC.
And they left Vince not in charge, but he's part of the board or something like that.
Yeah, Vince is. I think he's part of the board. But like there's like a pecking order, right? Like, and I can't remember where he's at on the pecking order, but it's really high. Like, I think this is crazy. I think he's Dana's boss, but there's someone over Vince, and that's Ari Emanuel, the agent. So I think he's above everyone. And I don't remember where Nick Khan fits into all of this either. But Vince is still pretty high on that.
And if he's on the board and there's a board, they gotta get him out of there.
I mean, he was there when they did that little New York Stock Exchange thing, I think, right?
It was just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was there with The Rock.
Yeah, standing right next to him.
The newest board member.
Couldn't even recognize him.
Couldn't recognize The Rock or couldn't recognize Vince?
Vince. I didn't realize it was him until someone pointed him out.
The Rock gave Molly a ring. Did you see that?
I did see that.
The hell's that all about?
Well, I don't know. Stephen A was probably ready to fight.
You know his daughter's the GM of NXT, I guess, like for the show.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I caught a little bit of NXT the other day. The two ladies were going back and forth. I don't know who they were.
You might want to elaborate there, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know who they were. I don't know nothing about NXT.
I haven't watched a weekly show in quite a while.
Is NXT? I've always wondered. This is probably a ridiculous question. NXT's in the same place every week.
Yeah, every Wednesday, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
I thought so. I didn't know
they
if
have their own.
They move and like have it like that setup is a setup. The crowd and the stands. I didn't know if it was a traveling thing or they were there every week.
No, not anymore. I think they film it in the same place, like TV.
WCW Saturday night.
Yeah, basically like that. Yeah. But I'll be tapped into the Royal Rumble. I pay attention enough to know, even though I'm not watching the weekly shows, I know what's going on.
It's the most excited I've been for probably like a premium live event in a while.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it, but Jesse, did you know there's a watch party going on?
What do you mean?
Rumble?
Yeah, there is.
Tom's watch party.
Yeah. Oh, really?
There is. Yeah.
Tom might be the spot too.
Yeah. I got some things. I don't think I'll be able to make it, but I wish I could because that'd probably be pretty dope.
Yeah, it'd probably be fun. a bunch of wrestling fans getting together and watching wrestling. Boy, if only there was a radio show that talked about it regularly and
You'd sell that, I bet.
could hope. I bet you. Well, I bet you could. I bet you could. Hell, 32 Brew Street. The only downside about that is, like, you know, there's younger wrestling fans who probably we don't really get to hang out with, like, our people, like
Bruce might
like Dr. David and his girls. Like, we don't get to hang. Not that they're wrestling fans, but like we don't ever get to hang out with them because they can't go to the casino.
Yeah.
So
Bruce might be a wrestling fan.
and he might be. Shout out Bruce and his brother, man. Shout out to his whole family. His whole family was fantastic. Did I tell the story that I met Bruce on the air?
I just left too.
Yeah, you
I
just
missed him.
Yeah, everybody. Where's Kenny didn't have to come? Oh, because it's raining. Kenny, that's what everybody said. Ramsey brought a bunch of donations.
Now, mind you, these people came about 10 minutes before we were closing up shop.
Well, they still came.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like they came early. They could have came a little early.
Ramsey came
That
through.
was a dark parking lot too.
That was that was a scary parking lot. Indeed, it was. We'll talk Royal Rumble tomorrow.
Predictions. Everybody work out their storylines. Right
If
now.
the Kings lose, we'll talk a lot of Royal Rumble
man,
tomorrow.
We talk about Royal Rumble. Yeah. This is going to be NFC Championship Central.
49er Friday. We think Matt George may join us here sometime over the next 30 minutes from the Chase Center as the Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors tonight at the Chase Center.
Hey, I know Kings Warriors. I do know that. But I really want to hear what you guys got to say about this. And I don't know if it's getting too far away. The Dak Cowboys situation. The hell's going on there?
So what part of the Dak Cowboys conversation do you want to have? That wild one that Jesse told me about was happening on social media?
Let's start there, because I think that's where things start.
So help me out again, Jesse. We've got CeeDee Lamb's mother.
I saw that.
Dak Prescott's brother, Tad.
Yep. Tad,
That's
of course,
his name.
the great Tad Prescott.
And then Micah Parsons' brother as well.
Okay, so we got all of the family members involved.
Correct.
In Dak coming or going, and it was Tad who said, "We've been if I could get Dak to leave Dallas, I would."
Basically, yeah. So, CeeDee Lamb's mother started this by saying, "Dak isn't it? He stinks. He needs, he needs to get out of here." Basically,
crazy.
Dak's brother says, "Trust me, I've been trying to get Dak out of Dallas for a while. If we could have done it, I would have done it already." And then Michael Parsons' brother jumps in and says, "Take $40 million or kick rocks."
So with that one, is he trying to tell Dak to take a buyout?
Leave some money for Micah, I think is what he's saying.
I forgot Micah got to get paid this offseason.
Oh yeah.
Micah, we might not see Micah at training camp.
I wouldn't.
Well, the bar's been set.
Yeah,
the bar's been set. Like
he's gonna try and go over that. Micah gonna win. No, Myles Garrett's gonna get it. For a while, they were saying like half the year they were saying Michael Parsons was on his way to.
I think it's Myles Garrett. I think it's Myles.
I think
Garrett.
it is too. Oof.
But so all of that nonsense aside, there's real questions for the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott, and it's. What do? You have a $59 million cap hit. Do you do nothing? And the fact that Mike McCarthy's back next year leads me to believe there's two scenarios that they'll do. They'll do nothing, or they'll sign him to an extension. Because if I'm Dak, there's probably no incentive to restructure anything.
Right. Why would
you're on a year-to-year basis with a head freaking coach at this point?
Right.
He has no incentive to do it. So either he plays out this final year on his contract. He does have the years at the end of this aren't real. Like it's over after this if he doesn't sign an extension.
That's the only way you restructure is if you make them real.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, with real dollars.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's if I'm Dak, you want me to restructure so you can sign Micah or help these guys out. All right, make those next 3 years real. The way it is
make
right
those
now,
next 3 years real. And really, really highly paid.
Yes.
Because because as of today, I'm an MVP finalist.
This is true. So the way it is right now, though, like you just mentioned, got me year to year. What you want me to restructure for? You might not even have me here. Or or maybe super front load that money. Keep me year to year, but I need to be making like 80 million a year this year or something like that. Make it worth my while is essentially what I'm saying, one way or the other. And that reminds me, I don't know if we've ever done this. Dak Prescott. Cue the
He must play
music.
pocket watchers.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think that has gone smoothly at all.
It
Like
never
whenever Kenny
has.
guys never
He
worked.
points at me like I'm supposed to know what this means.
I love it because you just look at me and it's like, what is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Jesse understands every time.
Well, someone clue me in.
If Kenny says a name and it gets all dramatic, that means he wants to play pocket watchers.
Wait, I don't like the way that's.
Well, hey, is there a flag on the official?
No, there's not.
Is there
actually.
a flag
There's
on
not.
the
I can't throw-
official?
What did I say?
I just didn't like the way it
I
sounded.
said if Kenny says a name and there's a dramatic pause, he wants to play pocket watchers.
Pocket watchers. I didn't like
No, that sounded fun. No, I got it. That was funny.
Like if Kenny ever goes Bonzo ball and he stops, like he wants to play pocket watchers.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. All right. Let's do it.
Let me go first too, because my integrity has been questioned the other day.
So let's.
Name under protest.
They're hating me. I'll take the
Jesse
stairway.
Troy.
I'll take the stairway test. I'll pass it every time.
I will go on record as this is going to be the toughest pocket watchers in history.
I
boy.
say right now,
Okay.
we only do the money he's made.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's going to be 8 seasons for the former pick at a Mississippi State. Number 135.
4th round.
Round 4.
We're just going off money he's made so far.
Money he's made so far. That is just 8 seasons for Rain Dakota Prescott.
Okay.
The most money he made in a single season was in the 2021 season.
Damn.
When he earned $2.7 million in salary, $6.2 million in a restructure bonus, and a $66 million signing bonus for a total of $75 million. 8 seasons. The most money was in 2021. $75 million. Jesse, you requested to go first. You are the champion. You are 4-1 in 2024.
Let's go 169 million.
$169 million. Kenny Caraway.
I'm gonna say this one's tough. I'm gonna go $159 million.
$159 million is Kenny Caraway's guess. $162.3 million for his second win in 2024. Kenny Caraway nabs a victory.
See, I won't protest that, even though I was close and stuff like that.
Well, look, it was just one
It
of
was
those.
very close. It was very, very close.
It was just one of those games where
Sir,
we couldn't let 3 turn into 4.
Sir,
And,
sit down.
We had lost a couple of games.
No one asked.
We had to get our minds right, and we just had to buckle down. And that's what we did in this one. Shout out to Dak Prescott, for having the contract that he had. And, we're just going to keep going out there, trying to get better every day, trying to go 1-0 every day.
Why are you
just keep doing what we're doing?
Why are you giving, bro, sir, you are 2-4. What are you giving a speech about? Sit down.
Meanwhile, over here around the Cincinnati.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one. 75 million, 20 million, and 31 million.
So the crazy thing about that contract,
Oh, you both. Hey, by the way, you both did really, really well.
That was good stuff.
That
good
was
stuff.
tough.
Yeah,
that was a really, really difficult one. That 75-year one is
that was
tough.
crazy.
Plus the fact he was a 4th-round pick.
Yeah,
that's a tough pocket
That's
watch.
when we come to the middle of the ring and we'll shake hands. We put each other over right there.
That's good stuff.
Hit
That's
him with that macho man.
That's Taker Shawn Michaels 25 right there. That's good stuff.
So the crazy thing about it is, how was that contract laid out that he's on right now? Because I remember he got the giant signing bone. Was the number put out there like 192 or something like that?
Let me get you
crazy number.
The contract details here. Give me 1 second. Scroll down. We got contract. That's not it. I don't know.
Wow.
Sorry. Where he's okay. Remember, he got franchised for 1 year, which was 31. That was before
forgot about that.
The 75. He signed a 4-year, $160 million contract that included a $66 million signing bonus that we just discussed.
So
126 of that was guaranteed. And as we mentioned, he has, or actually we didn't mention this, excuse me. It looks like this actually looks wrong. Let me check the other page to make sure. He will earn $34 million next year between the $29 million salary and the $5 million roster bonus. He'll earn a guaranteed $34 million next year. Everything after that is just there's 2 years after that. It's non-existent nonsense.
So I think everybody, going back to our original question with all this, I think everybody should just stand pat. The Cowboys shouldn't move on from Dak. Dak shouldn't try to move on from the Cowboys.
I agree.
Let's go through this whole thing for another year, see if we can get over the hump and improve. And then we make our final decisions next offseason. If I'm going to re-sign with the Cowboys, if they want me back, all this other stuff. But I forgot when we're talking about this, I forgot about the Micah Parsons aspect of it. Now, even that, you don't have to do something now, because if he signs that contract, the money doesn't start this upcoming season. It starts the following season, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if we're being completely honest, what I say, $34 million, that's not that. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, well, that's not that's what he would earn next year.
Oh, I got you. That's Jared Goff money right there.
Yeah, like that's not even anymore. It's not top tier quarterback money. He's already earned that. And remember, with these dollars, these contracts are structured in a way for moments like this when Micah Parsons' contract comes up. That's why they had that $66 million signing bonus. He made $75 million that year because they could pay him $75 million that year.
Right.
And then it's 20, then it's 31. You got to have a good budget if you're a big spender. You got to make sure you spread this stuff out properly. But it's just a weird thing to NFL contracts.
Chris talks about as well. And then, you can get around this too, but now you got to start dealing with the CD.
Well, what's a high level wide receiver contract though?
He's probably going to be looked at as the highest paid wide receiver in the game.
So I don't know what that is. Do you? Off the top of your head? I'm looking it up.
It's Tyreek, right?
Highest paid.
I think Tyreek at some point in his deal makes 25 a year, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Receiver contracts are starting to get bigger now.
It is in fact Tyreek Hill.
So Tyreek is
100. Well, God damn it!
Isn't Debo? Like
it says
25 or something like that.
So this has Tyreek at $30 million per 4 years, 120.
Wide receiver contracts are honestly like the top tier for like fake contracts in the NFL. Those are the ones where it's like Tyreek says 30 mil per year, but he's not making that.
I remember when they said Amari Cooper got a $100 million contract, and it's like, no, that dude got like two $10 million contracts. Yeah. This was a USA Today article. This isn't the best, but it's probably in the vicinity of $30 million a year. The question is like, how many years? How many years is real before they're able to be cut? So here's Tyreek. 120, the guaranteed number was 72. Devontae Adams, the guaranteed number was 65. Cooper Kupp, the guaranteed number was 75. The averages for those guys are about 25 to 35 mil. 25 to 30 million. So that's what you're looking at for CeeDee Lamb.
And then Tyreek signed a 5-year deal too, but after year 3 is when Miami gets their outs, where they can get out of it without losing all kinds of money. So
Year 3?
yeah, after this upcoming season, basically.
So think about it. That makes perfect sense. If his total guarantee is 72 million, that puts like the real average annual value like a little bit lower than that 30, probably closer to.
So and then you also go to
24.
the the mindset of, if we go another year like we did last year, I'm not paying somebody again. Like I'm not paying Dak again, or I'm not paying CD, because this is 3-4 years of not being able to get it done.
Do you look to blow it up if they don't do what they should next season? Like maybe you pay Micah Parsons because he's a D lineman and it's easier to build around guys like that. But maybe you move on from Dak, you trade CD, start to build up your draft picks and all that. No?
Nope.
What
are you going to do? Be non-existent?
What, like after next year?
Yeah.
I would think about it. You know what next year might be about, like secretly. I'm not saying it's a big old propaganda. You say it out loud. No, I'm not saying that. Secretly, you figure out who Trey Lance is. That's what you do next year. You figure out who he is and how much you believe in it. And if you think he's ready to play,
bro,
and you guys lose again, we're gonna bring Dak back again for this.
I hear you, and I'm curious as well. Right now, today, I'm telling you, Trey Lance is a dude who hasn't played football in like 5 years.
Understandable.
I think if I'm
you could figure out who Cooper Rush is.
You did give up a 4th round pick for them. Maybe that counts for something.
Well, I mean, obviously they're interested or they're curious, but I also don't think a 4th round pick is anything to them.
I only bring him up because he's in house.
No, I got you. No, I completely understand.
But that is be the cheaper option. He's in house, and I'm not saying to start him next year. I'm talking about if they have a year like next year, and it finishes the same way. I'm not bringing Dak back.
Trey's the one that starts the first rebuilding year, I think you could say. Because you're not going to have the pick to get a top quarterback.
This team's not rebuilt. The Dallas Cowboys are not rebuilding. They're going to be unintentionally bad, but they're not going to rebuild.
I mean, you got a fair point right there.
Jerry's closer to death than winning a Super Bowl. He's not going to try to rebuild a team. Like, that man is desperate to win another Super Bowl. Yeah. He'll exhaust all other options before trying Trey Lance. I just don't think he'll do it. He'll
trade Dak for Kyler Murray probably before they'd go with another quarterback. Huh?
So I'd see that more like I'd absolutely see that more likely to happen. Yeah, that man's not gonna just wipe the slate clean. It's like, okay, he'll look at it like, we got Micah, we got CD. It's not Dak. It's Kyler. It's not Kyler. It's Aaron Rodgers. He's good. I'm going to call Brett Favre. Get Brett Favre out of jail. Get him down here. Oh, he's not in jail. That's right. He'll try anything.
Yeah.
Except Cap. Other than Kaepernick, he'll try anything. That man wants to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I want to win just so bad that I'm going to do what I need to do to get these Cowboys another Super Bowl. I just want to see another Super Bowl so bad.
Your thoughts, Doc Rivers?
Oh, why? Why?
Look, when you talk about the Cowboys, look, we know that they struggled in the past. But if you get the right guys in there, and honestly, I think Mike McCarthy could serve by having a mentor, somebody that he can rely on outside of the organization.
Don't do that.
One more question.
Don't do that.
Did you backstab Adrian Griffin?
Don't do that.
And that's just ridiculous. Why would I do that? You should have heard about the way that when I tried to give him advice, he cursed me out and he called me a blankety blank.
I apologize to everybody. Though that was foul. That was so foul. Russell Hunt, I forgot about this. Russell Wilson doesn't have a team.
That's right.
That's true.
That's right. Wow. That's right. I
That's-
forgot
that's
about
a
that. And
Great point. I've
this
completely
doesn't
forgot. Shout out
necessarily
Russell
matter,
Hunt.
I guess. But I was just thinking, Mike Vrabel don't have a team either.
He doesn't.
Only 2 teams left without a head coach, to the Seahawks and Commanders.
Vrabel and Russell back to
Seahawks. They're gonna do that second interview with Dan Quinn also. For whatever that's worth.
Is Vrabel turning jobs down? Like you can
Maybe
go Dan
secretly.
Quinn. You gonna go to Dan Quinn instead of
maybe secretly.
Yeah, just take a year off.
Yeah.
He I think he's good enough to where you can pick his job.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I brought this up yesterday. Of course, James shot it down because that's what he does. But you brought it up without knowing. They could both be waiting for the Buffalo job. We talked about Bill Belichick earlier. Once we got the Raheem Morris news, they could both be waiting for that Buffalo job. And are they hiring Bill Belichick or are they hiring Mike Vrabel? Well, and I don't necessarily mean Sean McDermott's being fired right now. I'm saying he starts the season and he's got that seat warmer on level 3.
Yeah.
While we're on the football thing, does Mike Tomlin win a playoff game with Russell Wilson as his quarterback?
I say yes. Well, I mean that's tough because they played
Sure.
against Buffalo.
It's pretty much. Do you still believe in
They played closely though, right?
I'm saying going forward. I mean, if the Steelers trade for Russell Wilson, do you think Russell Wilson still got enough to where him and Tomlin can work some magic?
I
do.
I think so. I think
do.
so. I would. If
It's
I was,
more so asking
if I
about
was
Russell
Pittsburgh, I'd
Wilson.
make that move. Yeah.
I think that's the move for Pittsburgh to make. To be honest, you're not good enough to draft a quarterback right now, or bad enough.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. That's a good move by them.
Matt George doesn't show up and we spend the last hour on football. I didn't see that.
Tire show went to hell.
Didn't see that happening.
Is
I got the highest paid wide receivers in front of me. That's what I'm looking at.
Audrey J throws his name in the chat. I seen quotes from Nick Sirianni today. He said the offensive coordinator is going to handle the offense, defense coordinator handle the defense.
Bro, what are you gonna do?
I tweeted they're treating him like they treated Creed in The Office when he was manager.
Oh my god! Just patch him through to me. Just patch
Who
him
was
through to
that?
me.
Who'd they treat?
Creed.
Yeah, this is
Creed was the manager for an episode.
Creed who?
Go take a lap, bro.
Creed, the quality control guy
From
on
The
Office.
I don't know.
He's the crazy one.
I don't know who that
See,
is.
he's 4 episodes in. He laughs and giggles like he knows the references.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know it because I don't know who this guy is. I can't relate to this.
Bo Body. Bo Body.
I can't relate to this.
Have
one.
you ever seen the meme where it's like, okay, we need you to find the difference of these 2 pictures, and it's like this is the same picture.
Yeah.
So that has like they give
Pam.
Yeah, they gave
That's
Creed
Pam.
the 2 pictures.
Matt, Matt, the whole show went to hell because of you.
You're welcome.
What's up, man?
Hey, welcome to the dental office.
Oh,
look at
very
the dental
good. No,
office.
look at that. You get a cleaning right down there and everything. It's very nice.
I got a couple cavities too, so this is the perfect place for me tonight.
Well, we can see them with how close the camera is. This is our friend Matt George of ABC 10 with us. Thanks for making a few minutes for us, man. We appreciate it. How was the drive?
It was great, especially because we had D'Lo and KC keeping us company on the way down. So it was very good.
Well, we'll ask you what we've asked everybody. If you've listened, you know what it is. Do you feel like this matchup tonight has lost a little bit of luster due to both these teams maybe not being where either one of the franchises hoped they'd be?
I mean, both teams being in the situations that they're in right now, certainly it's lost a little bit of steam. But I also feel like the NBA kind of set us up for that with cramming 3 matchups of these 2 teams in together in the first couple of weeks of the season. It's almost like you burnt everybody out on it with a 7-game playoff series, 2 preseason games, and then the 3 games to start the season after that. I know it's a TNT game tonight, but I don't think there's the same excitement to watch the Kings and Warriors play on national television the same way there was to start the season, certainly the same way in the playoffs. That being said, both these teams are very similar in so many ways. I expect it to be still an entertaining basketball game, but yeah, you guys have been talking about it all day long. Like, yeah, it's just, it doesn't have the same feel.
Or the NBA knew. Hey, the Warriors are gonna stink. Let's get these games out.
That's Cyndi Lauper's hitting. No, don't worry about it. Girls just want to have fun, Matt. It's fine.
I do want to dance with y'all, but of course the dance team decided that they don't care about D'Lo and KC. So I'm taking you up to the bar.
Okay. All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the bar. Like we're at home there.
Tour the Chase Center with. Hey, let us know when you reach that wall.
Hey, just don't run into the wall that's on the concourse. Don't hurt yourself walking around that place.
I know to avoid that wall at all costs.
Do you have any idea, what do you expect from the Kings tonight?
Oof. I certainly don't expect 32 points from Harrison Barnes. That's for sure. That being said, I hope Harrison is as energized and engaged offensively as he was to start that game. I mean, that was the biggest thing that I noticed was it wasn't that eventually towards the end of the game, the Kings were drawing up a lot of, what are you guys laughing at? I'm trying to be as professional as possible.
You're doing great. You just were childish. I don't know what to tell you. The camera was so close to your face.
I can't hear myself speak at the moment. They have to pump in a lot of crowd. They have to pump in music over here in the Chase Center because the crowd's usually not loud enough. So they got to pump in a lot of music.
This is the start of a horror movie. I hope nothing happens to Matt. Like
I'm in a dark corridor by the suites over here.
He does look lost now. Like I don't know where he's at. Are you okay?
Maybe that's what's on the wall.
This is one of their dark tunnels that leads to the bathrooms up here in the suite area by the bar.
I was about to say, is there any place in the Golden One Center that looks like this?
No, absolutely. Look, for those who are watching and think the whole dental office is a gimmick, like look at what Matt's walking through hallways, for God's sake. There ain't no hallway at the Golden One Center.
It's their version of the clown tunnel.
Goodness gracious.
But anyway, back to trying to be professional. Oh, the dancers have stopped. Okay, maybe I'm in the clear. They're going to start blasting Dance With Somebody again. But yes, I thought Harrison's start to that game was really encouraging. They're starting it again. I can't believe I just...
I'm so entertained by Matt trying desperately to make this work.
You the man, Matt. You the man.
I'm going back to the hallway.
Going back into the safe confines of the Chase Center. Go back to the waiting room. Matt, you're doing this is fantastic.
No, I apologize to all radio listeners. This is exactly how I expected this to go.
No, awesome. No, this wouldn't work at any other show except for ours.
That's a good point.
I think we're all conditioned for this sort of silliness.
Look at this. He's in the arena. Where is this? This is ridiculous.
It's a hallway. He's in another hallway.
Man.
That is so
arena.
absurd.
That is
This is actually better than talking about the game. Just walking around the Golden One Center with Matt. The Chase Center, excuse me. If you've never been to the Chase Center,
this is where the fans go.
This is so ridiculous.
Let's see. Oh, I'm at an escalator.
And look, hey Matt, look to the court. Can you see the dancers? Nope. That's a sweet. Nope. Can't see anything there. There's an escalator.
There goes the hotel lobby.
No court in sight.
The airport lobby.
Looks like a airport like entryway down there.
It absolutely does.
It's the Chase VIP area. Don't worry, the Chase VIP area.
I'm in trouble going down there.
Don't take any of the sodas out of the refrigerator there. You'll be getting some bill collectors getting you on that one. That's an expensive soda.
Is this what you guys wanted?
No, this was it. This is way better.
This is awesome.
This is way.
I'm very tempted. There's a suite right here. I'm very tempted to go inside.
Oh, yeah,
open the door.
So
open the door.
You get kicked out. We need that.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so they got that right.
Yeah, that is nice.
That is
their restaurant.
nice.
You know what that looks like? That looks like that place, the club we did the day party, the super spreader.
Oh God!
Rick Ross.
Jesus Christ! Like? Yes,
it looks like the cruise ship dining room. That's what it looks like.
No, that looks fire.
We had a day party a day after they said COVID was over. Like, okay, guys, everyone in sight got sick.
Okay, what are the odds that they play it a third time and start dancing to the same song a third time?
Very high.
Yeah,
very high.
Okay,
they're rehearsing, Matt.
Okay, well, they don't need to do that. It's first time. One-hit wonder type thing.
There's nothing I can ask you that's going to be better than you walking around with that phone up to your face.
For those of you listening on the radio, go back to the YouTube and watch this. This was a tour of the Chase Center.
This was it. Yep.
Y'all
all right, we're back at the court.
Chase Center. Look, all of a sudden, just a basketball court arrives.
Just out of nowhere.
I was almost at gate 4, and all of a sudden, a basketball court arrives.
He was at the Southwest Terminal, and he finds a basketball
I want to show you the seat that I have to request not having because it's right up against this wall, and if I stand up too quickly, I hit that.
Oh my God.
no!
Oh my gosh.
I'm crouched at the moment. I have to crouch down because if I stand up too quickly, you hit this wall right up here.
That is terrible.
This is the corner of the arena, by the way. It's just a wall.
Who engineered this thing?
I'll take you. Hold on. Welcome to the Chase Center exploration deal with Matt George.
Yeah, this is better than a breakdown of the game.
Oh, this is way better. I've never. This is ridiculous.
So the suites just stop, and then it just becomes a wall of nothing. Just suites, wall.
Just so poorly engineered.
Anyway,
Matt literally has. Hey, don't sit me in that seat where I'll slam the top of my head when I get up, please.
Almost concussed trying to cover the game.
Yeah.
No.
I remember that seat because I sat there during the California Classic when I was trying to book my trip to Las Vegas for Summer League on Keegan Murray's rookie year, and I almost hit myself in the head standing up after finishing that credential process. So that was neat.
Oh man, our show's over. We got basketball coming up. We've got Celtics at Heat coming up next. Matt, this was fantastic. By far our best visit together. This was awesome. We're headed out. Celtics at Heat coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
That's my bad. Sorry, my bad. I was like, oh crap, that's the show.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
dude, this was awesome. What are you talking
great.
about? This was look.
Matt, you did fine. We could work around all this stuff.
Yeah, this was terrific. Absolutely terrific.
Shout out Cyndi Lauper.
Oh no!
He said it was Whitney Houston. He said
Whitney Houston?
I thought it was Cyndi Lauper.
I thought it was,
No, it was Dance with Somebody, Whitney Houston. And I think the guys' dance team, their version of the Breakers, are about to dance. If I heard correctly, they were dancing to Backstreet Boys and practicing in the tunnel. So let's see if that starts here in a second.
Well, sometimes you just got to dance to the Backstreet Boys.
I think it's Hello Kitty night. I'm not joking. I think it's Hello Kitty night.
How did Hello Kitty get her own night?
Well, there's Hello Kitties on the Jumbotron, and there's a mascot dressed up like Hello Kitty just wandering around.
You got to draw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It says right there, Hello Kitty night. Yep, it's Hello Kitty night.
What's that, Matt?
So,
I mean, Jesse.
I said they got to draw away from Draymond Green's violence. You got to soften it up a bit.
That's funny.
Last night was what was it, Educator Night or something like that? What's your night? That was nice.
Yeah.
That ain't no HBCU night. But
Ain't no HBCU night, February 22nd.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Matt. This was a blast.
I
know you don't realize it. This was awesome.
No, this was great.
I feel morbid about how this went.
No, this went fantastic. Trust me, this was terrific.
Okay. Well, glad my contributions could be taking you on a tour instead of my analysis. No wonder people enjoyed it.
No,
We get your analysis all the time. We don't always get a tour. Right.
This was perfect. It was absolutely perfect.
That's
all right, y'all.
Good. But
Thanks for making time for us. Have fun.
Anytime. I'm gonna go try and find my way to the media area and not get lost.
There you go. Well, good luck with that.
We'll see.
All right, Maddie.
Later, guys.
All right. That's awesome.
I'm glad for
That
those
is
who
just
haven't been to the Chase Center. You guys get to see how much it sucks.
Yeah, no,
That
that's
was a mess.
That's just
That was a mess.
yes.
Like that arena's garbage.
You can't sit in a seat without hitting your head, man. Give me a break. Goodness gracious. Well,
Royal Rumble tomorrow.
You want to grab a 2-night stay at the Luxor Hotel?
Oh no.
Head over to one.
Shout out to the
Fucking Marcus.
Luxor. Shout out to the Luxor. We love you, dog.
Yeah.
We love you on the Luxor.
Oh, we got that keyword coming up on 102.5 and Just a Heartbeat. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. We'll have just as much fun tomorrow as we did today. Thank you for being with us. Hit the thumbs up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I like when Matt's drinking.